Ah, Haseo, you better be ready for the roasting of a lifetime.
Uh,
I just heard your soul die. Oh. So how are you anyway, good buddy? You doing well?
yes, I'm doing well. How about you?
I am absolutely exhausted.
I feel you there.
Uh,
I think I need to figure out who's actually in C lobby at the moment.
I am going to absolutely obliterate my neighbours with a flamethrower soon because they've been doing home improvement for the past 2 weeks and it sounds like someone's just
Thank
drilling
God I
over and
have this
over.
person in my friend list.
Just waiting for that all input. Oh, never mind. Asking you shall receive.
Hello, audio facer. How are you doing today?
I will admit, I do love TORA events simply because of all the different three little letters in front of everyone's names.
Or 4, depending on if they have 4.
True. True. Now, I believe they're doing a 60 mile per hour start. Yeah, it's 60 mile per hour, one rolling lap.
How are you doing today, Maynard? And also, I do believe there has been a slight mix-up in the calendar from what saying is. It's technically supposed to be 12th and 13, not 13 and 14.
It depends what version of calendar they were looking at when they made this.
I'll say it for free. Here we have the cars for today. We got Audi, we got also Ford, McLaren, a lot of different cars.
It is nice to see some different cars, but cars nonetheless, and they're gonna be fast, including that AMG GTR 4 well, GTR mainly, and the Cayman GT4, BMW Z4, Honda Civic. It's some spicy mobiles today, including the Hyundai Veloster, Mazda RX-8 with the funkiest doors ever, Nissan 370Z, Subaru BRZ, or Z if you're American.
Yeah, I never understood why they're like trying to keep different names or different like continents.
That is true.
Oh, I think I've been starting to watch Us, and I believe
Formula 1, yeah.
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 Why did I mention link that? I wonder.
No. Haseo, you should have seen it last weekend when we did the heritage thingy, because on the Saturday he joined for commentary, then rapidly left for qualifying, and then on the Sunday he joined for the racing on commentary, and then rapidly left for the race.
And there's also the BTCC qualifying on top. Ooh, that's a lot.
Ooh. Although Ephes did yell at me, and would you like to know why?
Why?
Because we had 2 full days of Formula One action with overtakes, close racing, and, you know, pit strategies left, right, and centre. And
And
the
man,
real
let's
Formula...
change groups so I can select the car.
Okay, okay. I'm trying to.
Oops, sorry. Just trying to get my
Mm.
countdown already.
Oh, my game is taking forever and a day to load me in. Oh my giddy aunt.
Whoa, we're already beginning? Oh my god.
Oh no, 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 no. Thank you, whoever backed out. Oh god.
Hello, Darkser, how are we doing today?
Hello, Doctor. How are you? You wonderful human being. FS, you would yell at me. You have yelled at me in the past. It's quite funny when you do. Several pounds lighter. I wonder why that is, Darkser. I wonder why that is. Speaking of which, Darkser, are you looking forward to today's events and merriments? I'm very happy to hear, good sir. Well, good racing, and don't forget to bring us to your stints.
Hello, Jubert.
Oh, here's Jubert, the wonderful cuddle machine that is Jubert. Effis, if Max doesn't take pole, I will possibly laugh. Jubit for the millionth time. Yes, he did. We're sorting things out. We have got a lot of things. And Effis, yes, I did get your motorsports news. I'm going to do that
Hello,
whilst
Genji.
hopping from stint to stint. Genji, you're not Nemesis. You don't get to do that. So, shh. Nemesis is the only one who can tell me that. So, shh. But speaking of telling other people other things, I realised something shocking about Haseo today, and I promised I would expose him, and I'm going to expose him rather quickly.
Yes. No. No.
If you got any more manlier, you might impregnate me, I'm not going to lie. But, okay. Genji already getting adult language. Oh god, Jubit, behave. Behave or I'm gonna put a collar on you. Yeah, no worries, Darkser. So whilst we wait, I take it you have got your plethora of caffeine and snacks by your side ready for the next 10 hours?
I do.
What have you got beside you today, good sir?
I got. Question, since I'm not completely like how you use like terms biscuit and cookies. Like, what
Are you talking about the little Well, a biscuit.
No, now I'm talking about like general biscuits or.
Oh,
Oh,
fair enough. We are getting ready though to kick things off. Now, this is the 10 Hours of Homestead
well,
for the TORA Endurance Championship.
why am I having a funny time since? Let me just.
Hold on. Ow.
No, I got it.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, because I have a DOR Cosworth on my friend list, that's how I got into the lobby the first time.
Oh, right, okay. And I will say, the Darks are rocking the pace car very nicely, I might add. Never mind. But we have got a 60 mph rolling start for this race because, as we all know, from the dig is quite, well...
But also, they always have a rolling start on the first lap. On the
That's
like the
true.
first stint.
Now, there are some seriously good-looking machines out here from Chevrolet, Mercedes, McLaren, Audi, Porsche. Oh, mamacita! There's Nemesis telling me to shut up. Okay, Nemesis, yes, you can tell me to do that. Others can't.
It's purple because I had to rejoin the lobby, NASCAR fan. It seems like, yeah, I'm having currently no layers on some people, but I will keep the name tags up so we know who's who.
Yeah. It is quite odd that only some have loaded. Because either it's just, well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what I mean.
So, out of all the cars driving today, what would be your weapon of choice, my good buddy?
Weapon of choice, that's an interesting one.
Because for me, I've got to go Porsche. You know, mid-engined.
Oh, you're talking
You know,
about the Beetle.
it's not a Beetle.
It's a
It's a
Beetle!
Beetle. It's a Beetle in running shoes. Shush!
Exactly!
Shush!
I'm not too... The Nissan, I'm not too fan of the 370C.
But we are getting ready. Are you ready for me to deafen the crowd, Haseo?
Send us away.
And here we go. Lights out, away we go for the 10 Hours of Homestead. The drivers are now putting their foot to the floor, and it's going to be racing now for 10 hours straight. We will be covering the entirety of C Lobby, and oof, it's going to be a good one. As we can already see, RSR Flex slipping past the American of the Chevrolet of VNX Zero. Zero getting caught unaware there as Flex just slips on past, with Ian Greggles coming up behind them for a top 3 battle.
The time frame may not be entirely accurate, but I'm at least trying to have some of the time around the stream. So I was not completely prepared due to me, I had to back out. And I'm not going to back out, Jubert, when I first did. I'm going to keep the stream up to not keep delays and people keep updated on what's happening.
Very true. Look, as long as we can see what's happening, that's all that matters.
And
now,
we have
the front
name...
view...
But we also do have names of our players that's going to keep us so we know who's exactly who.
Well, yes, because we can't exactly be on the side of the track with our little binoculars, can we?
No.
DR Cosworth is currently trying to... Oh, Cozzy runs wide going into turn 1. Drops all the way behind AMS Custom Dips as they go way too wide, overshoot the braking turn, and are unable to recover as many positions as they are lost. SSR Red
Is
Eagle...
it this liver here NASCAR fan?
Look at the magnificent orange. Now, SSR Red Eagle is having a little bit of pressure applied for them. They're currently in 6th place overall, as they are slowly catching up to the top 5, but there is a significant pace gap between the top 5 and the rest of the faster grid, should I say.
See what I mean, but...
Now, Custom Dips is going on the inside of the Mercedes of Red Eagle, and almost with the grip of the Porsche trying to make it stick, but the power of that Merc is slowly reeling them back into contention. Who's going to be brave into the first corner? Red Eagle and Custom Dips are still side by side. Oh!
And the reason for that, FS, is mostly because I believe GT5 is maybe something I think TORA made up just to keep it as a category to name the specific grade of car they're using. Like how GT4 with GT3, I think it just made sense to call GT5 being a slower class than GT4.
NWR Jonesy asking, can we see more Remix? Remix is currently in 5th place overall in this lobby. So I say, like, go back one, just gonna say. But yes, we are in C lobby. Many others, including the official Forza channel, are doing other lobbies. Go and check them out. I highly say you should, because, well, it's TORA. It's where all the fastest races are going to be this weekend in the Forza universe. But I will say, quite a clean start off the initial race, because as we know, TORA, so people sometimes have a tendency to go a little bit hot off the heels, but I am seeing a lot of well-oiled practice here today, and what better place to do it at Homestead, a beautiful circuit. That, I don't know about you, Haseo, but I am a very big fan of this track.
I'm not driven it too much, but it does like a nice track.
Okay, fair enough. Custom Dips, Cosworth and Red Eagle are still a tight little threesome for 6th place. Cosworth trying to negate the mistake he made earlier on, but gets the door shut as, oh, Custom Dips is making a move on the inside. Cosworth follows suit and Red Eagle drops 2 positions in 1 corner. Very, very well done to Cosworth and Dips. Hello there, NASCAR fan. How are you? Well, actually, not just how are you. How is everyone in chat today? Are you doing well? Are you going to? Are you looking forward to this little bit of TORA action?
Regarding that, that goes after its own time as well. I just forgot to remove. Oh, and Cosworth makes the mistake into turn 2.
Oh! Cosworth is certainly being caught out on those first couple of goals. Whoa, as someone else goes out. Who was that? TMS Joe. And Mr. Sunshine as well, losing the braking line for the first couple of corners.
I think that was among the lead as well in the GT5 class.
We are certainly going to have to watch the front end of this track, because they are certainly getting caught out, aren't they, Haseo?
They are, and Actually, looking at the map, it's actually turn 3 that we saw Cosworth mess up in.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Oh, Jonesy, behave. You don't crash. You miss brake. It's racing driver excuses all the way. But PTG Arik is currently running away from Joe
But we currently
as
have a battle with Flex, Inverters, and Zero in the top 3 for the GT5 class at the moment.
I will say, at least for mine, Flex's paint job is magnificent as Greggles is certainly pushing, made it past VNX Zero, dropping them down to third.
And we got Zero still hanging on with the Camaro.
I
And
will admit,
some
I
people
didn't think that.
already in the pits.
Well, you gotta remember, I believe it's still 3 pit stops that you have to do.
Yes, and you have to do all your pit stops before the last 10-minute mark.
Yeah, so how you space them out is completely up to you.
Although
You know,
I will,
obviously.
personally, I will try to save one just in case.
Well, when I
Wait,
did
is there
my
4?
stints,
It's 4 pit stops today.
it's 4 pit stops.
Actually, it makes sense thinking about it. Think about it. The
Actually,
race
yeah,
cars
that's
can
true.
do it in 3, but since it's a normal production car, their fuel consumption
Yeah,
is higher and they have probably less fuel capacity.
that is true. That is very
Chat,
true,
am I
right?
correct
So,
in my thinking there with race number 4?
we certainly hope you're right in thinking that. But Greggles is currently being caught up by VNX Zero. That big bad Camaro is certainly hanging on much better than what you would initially think for the back of a McLaren. Oh, as Flex twitches just a little bit on the exit, but manages to also recover very, very nicely. Let's go further down the field as I can see a small battle happening in 9th place between Zebra and Mugsy. Now, Mugsy is certainly hanging on to the back of Zebra very nicely. RX8 versus 370Z.
NASCAR.
Oh, look. You're watching 3 streams at once?
With
Oof.
volume.
Your poor ears. Your poor
Oh, and
ears.
we already have one back marker in the field for leaders, and ooh, it seems like it was MVR Kev.
Yes, that was Kev.
So I didn't catch the name outside I did saw just Kev, as it just breathed past my screen.
You're like, who was that?
And then I'm like, was that MVR Kev, as you just confirmed it for me? Jonesy's like, oh, Kev, no shock there.
But
Hey, hold on,
VNX
can we go check if he's damaged, judging by his driving?
yes, I will go and have a look. Kev. Right, here we go. Here's Kev. Oh, they are damaged. Severely.
Ooh. That's not good.
They have got 100% steering, engine, clutch, transmission, and drive line.
That sounds
I'm
like 100%. That's gonna take a while. So I do remember our last Group 5, where I did that too, and 2 times I'm like, no, I'm not going around the track another time.
Well, Kev has managed to make it back to the pits in the little Honda. So luckily there's been no anything because of that. But let's go back up as NWR Remix and VNX Zero are certainly battling, as Zero has got up to second place.
They are, and trying to get into slipstream of Zero.
Let's have a look at Custom Dips, because Custom Dips is not that slow. They're currently in 5th place in the Porsche GT4, so certainly doing very well. Because I don't know about you, Haseo, but just finishing these events is a triumph in its own.
Yeah, like, as long as you just finish your stint, you should be happy.
Because that is the secret to TORA, boys and girls. It's not how quick you are, it's just putting in that distance. As RSR Flex at the front is now coming up on the back markers of Mr. Sunshine. And this is going to throw a span in the works for Zero as well. Zero managing to get past, but there goes
rear-ended Sunshine.
There goes Sunshine out of Sunshine's race. Oh, that was brutal to watch.
That has allowed the Sunshine in the rear and sent them flying. I think we're just happy that none of the leaders outside Sunshine got damaged. Like, had Flex or Zero been on the receiving end of that, nobody will be happy. And hello, AMS Speedbeat Shadow, how are you doing?
We hope you're doing well, good buddy. But VNX Zero and Flex are continuing to cut through the back markers very well, I might add, with minimal effort. Also, Genji, there's nothing wrong with Lobby C. Lobby C is still a good lobby.
It's still a pretty decent lobby considering the amount of drivers we currently have in the series. And Remy's going now in for a dive on Zero, getting it done.
But Remix is still currently in front of Zero. Zero trying to use the power of that Camaro to try and reel them in a little bit.
There goes Customers into the pits. Genji. No need to get picky. Maybe they had a class of drivers that are not as quick as the lot of the others. Like, not everybody has to be quick to have fun.
That is very true. So, slap on a smile.
That's also true, Joe, but some people are just not good in certain vehicles, despite it being to perfection.
Exactly, including me, with race trucks. Race trucks and me do not go together, but luckily for these drivers, they're not in trucks, they are in very, very high performance
Imagine if
vehicles.
TORA did a truck endurance.
I will not be qualifying. Jax cannot pay me enough to take part in that.
Will be taking part in commentating it though.
I don't really how that would go. Oh look, a Lego brick is overtaking another Lego brick.
Hello, Drift Potato.
Hello, Drift Potato. Yeah, Jubit, you may get along with trucks, but I don't. F is like chalking drawers. Write that down. But the drivers are starting to give themselves a little bit of space. There's a few little bits of closeness here and there, and we will keep you informed as they happen. But currently, the closest lot are the leaders of RSR Flex, Remix, and
Ooh,
Zero.
I do like the real livery on TMS Amazed of their AMG.
Ooh, that is a nice blue, I will say.
Yeah, but they also have a touch of lighting effects on it.
The lightning, it's sort of hit or miss, I would
Yeah,
say.
yeah, but I do say theirs seems to be working pretty nicely on that. And here comes my cousin this as well, trying to chase down Amazed.
I would say that's a shame, Ephes, but you've also got to remember, this game is now
5
4?
years? Either 4 or 5. Oh, we got the slow track out of the corner of the pits.
Well, it came out 2017, so 4?
Yeah, that's 4.
Yeah. Just making sure my math was right, because, well, my brain is not currently firing on all cylinders. Give it another hour and it will be.
That's great. Look, oh, look, there's a tourist on the other side. I think he's gonna go mad every time he sees that on screen. Hello, Hooper.
Hello, Hooper. How are you, our good American friend?
Are you still waking up, or have you been awake for a bit?
Oh, Hooper's been awake for a bit. He's been talking to me in chat. I know he's been awake, mainly because our resident Hooper's waifu, Miss Matoy, it's her birthday today. Yes, animated characters have birthdays. So happy birthday to Matoy? Question mark. Juba, I can do simple math. I'm not that exhausted yet. Give that another maybe 7 hours, then I'll be exhausted.
It's nothing compared to when we did the 24 hours of Daytona.
Actually, 24 hours weren't that bad because we had Crow as like an energy sacrifice.
At the
It
end.
was for me, it was Sebring where we properly just went foot to the floor for 12 hours and then passed out for like 3 days.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Juba, one more math question, and I'll show you the equation on the door out of FTC. But have you been looking forward to this, Seo?
Well, it's definitely gonna be an interesting one.
So let's see, back on track as my computer just gave me the loudest notification. I'm now partially deaf. Let's see who's close. Ooh, Zebra and SVR Bankos. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. Currently in 9th and 10th in the race here. Are getting relatively close. Mazda versus BMW. That BMW, sort of a dark horse.
Wait, so they've been
But
clamping down on multi-twitch. What?
what?
It just saw Genji mention it in chat.
Okay.
Listen.
Perso saying, go Red Eagle.
And you hear just the rotary of that RX-8.
Luckily for me, I don't, because to be able to speak through Discord, I have
Oh,
no
yes.
game audio.
That's
That is
true.
that is why I'm sometimes amazed I can actually race competitively when I'm racing as well as commentating, because I can't hear the gear changes. I have to depend all on, well, visual. But I did just see Remix just dove into the pit, so that leaves Red Eagle currently in second place overall in this lobby, I might add.
Let me do a quick look. And no, from the looks of it, our highest team is currently in D lobby.
How many lobbies are there?
6.
Wow.
And our pencil car, that's in F lobby. Oh, while the EnableNet one, our 71 car, that's in E lobby. So we have one team in every lobby from below ours.
Ooh. But, you know, we did good. We're still qualified and doing our best. So, luckily for us, you know, we're still doing all right.
Oh, and there goes the battle for 9th place.
So, as people are spreading out, there's always a fresh battle happening. As even Backmarker's overtaking Backmarkers now.
We got a battle
So
again now for 4th place between Zero and Amazed.
Custom Dips overtaking SSR Inc. on the final corner as a Backmarker, just showing the pace between the slower division and the faster division of these cars. Now, the thing is, you see these cars at first glance, and maybe apart from the little Honda or the Mazda, you think, oh, they're in the same class, but then it's like, no, they're really not, no.
Ooh,
But I will
Zero
say,
losing the back end a little bit.
let's have a look at Zero.
I think he almost smacked his front back end into SVR.
And Zero's currently trying to taste down TMS Amazed with your Tempest livery that you adore.
I think it's nice. I don't adore it.
But I will say, coming to a tour event, I'm always amazed when I see the racing talent with the amazing paint jobs that these teams have made. It's just incredible to see every single time we join one of these events.
It is. Like, the time they spent in the making and delivering is like, oh my goodness. And I think the port stop is to also, like, quantify where they doing a full 2-hour race versus the 3 stops.
Yeah. If you do that in TORA, I will be amazed. A Belgian waffle racing liveried vehicle. Actually, I would love to see that, if I'm honest. But I will say, as things are starting to spread out a little, there's still little battles happening here and there until you see the distances rapidly increase between them.
But I'm not surprised we're seeing people spread out at this moment in time, as now people are
Mugsy's
starting to realize that, as you're saying, drive your distance, don't battle too much.
That is true, because you actually lose more distance fighting than you do just pulling back a little. But I will say Mogsy is currently trying to chase down XR Westy for 12th place as they have been gaining over the past few laps.
But Westy is a lap behind almost.
Oh, Lord. Oh, but for 5th place, Amazed and Zero coming even closer. Zero is certainly trying to push that Camaro past its... Oh, as they are right on the rear now of Amazed and trying to slip on the inside.
Grinding bumpers!
Oh, my days. Amazed has got nowhere else to go. Zero's got the inside line. And there goes Zero, not only flexing the horsepower, but also just walking past. As I believe Red Eagle is also in the pits.
I see now when I'm looking at the lobby host, they did change the lobby host from what we had in our DM, so it's been a slight update to that.
When this ends, if you could click that, I would be grateful.
I'll just send you this.
Oh, Lord. Don't you love it how antivirus software blocks a website link?
Oh, it blocks it for you?
Oh yeah, it hates the website for me.
Interesting.
But Amazed is now just losing ground to Zero as they are slowly pulling with that American horsepower.
Maybe they're just getting into a groove. Oh, the TORA website, Hubert. Do people in chat have a preference for what driver they want to watch a little bit?
Yeah, because if one of your racers are in this lobby, happily shout out, will show them on the screen, showcase their car, their racing, and what they're doing. But this battle between Zero and Amazed is certainly not fading anytime soon. Effis, just choose a random name on the ticker taping at the top. And lucky dip, I suppose. Hooper saying hi, Cozzy. Actually, yeah, let's have a look at Cozzy, see how they are doing. Currently in 7th place.
And who will that exactly be, Mr. Mayhem? I don't see anybody in the group currently called Buddy.
I think they were referring to Cozzy. I don't know.
P1R Heretic, okay.
So let's see, P1R, 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 P1R.
I think that's one of those who were racing with our teams, I believe it was.
Okay.
He was supposed to be in the car 70. Oh, he said, go, buddy, go.
Oh, don't you love autocorrect?
Yeah. Ooh, Cosworth is an impression now from Red Eagle.
How Cosworth will respond, though, is up to him, because Red Eagle, as we know, is a seriously fast driver. Cosworth has made a few mistakes, but he also going a little bit wide on the embankment also. This is interesting to note. Oh, you're the master! Oh, but I am seeing a grouping up ahead. 3rd, 4th, and 5th have all grouped up between Zero, Flex, and Amazed. They have all grouped up for 3rd place overall in this lobby. So they are going to come together and have some serious racing to do.
Oh, FS.
Ephes, you do realise I have moved Saturday shenanigans to tomorrow simply because of TORA. And Ephes, if that is the case, I will find out. And I will abuse my power upon you. Flex is quick, but depending on pits is how Flex will end up.
Ooh, but he's just getting sunshine in front of him, which is a back marker of the lower GT5 class.
Oh, Flex trying to sneak on the inside, not working for them as the grass slows them to a crawl. Bumping doors with sunshine and losing considerable distance to Zero.
We're not in a party.
Yeah, we're in a Discord group at the moment, Mr. Mayhem. Thank you, Huber. Yes. Also, I will say, if you want to join our Discord for any updates on TORA or anything esports
He's
related, because
already in our Discord.
I know it's in case for anyone else, Aseo. Anyway. Also, Aseo, I would like to say, how was your sleep? Just gonna say.
It's good to have sleep.
That's true. That's true. However, still, I'm just playfully pulling your leg. Let's have a look, shall we? So further back, Cosworth and Red Eagle are closing up. Cosy is doing quite well to break away. However, they've got Mr. Sunshine in front of them as a big swerve to overtake. That was much bigger than what I thought they would need. But Sunshine is now blocking off Red Eagle, making it more difficult for them to actually slide out of the way. Genji says you want Haseo to sleep more. You do realize this is the same Haseo that can sleep through a meteor, don't you? Because Haseo can have one breath of warmth, and he's like, sleep. Mind you, Haseo, how was it you put it? You had one bit of warmth, and it's like, oh, I'm warm. I stay under blanket.
Like Chernobyl, like cold, warm, cold, warm.
Again, that is why I'm so flummoxed by the Crocs. You live in a land of snow and you wear shoes with holes in with no socks.
Problem?
Well, unless you think frostbite isn't a problem. No, I don't have a problem. Who needs all your toes? Speaking of,
What if I tell you that I use those in pure winter as well with snow outside, with no socks?
do you have any brain cells left?
Yes.
How many? Because I'm pretty sure they're dwindling and dwindling fast. But speaking what is dwindling fast, that is Cosworth's cushion to Red Eagle. Also, I can hear you giggling.
Oh, but now Cosworth goes to the pits. Hold on. Second place is about to overtake third. That
Really?
means number 1 and 2 have already been lapping.
My word! Greggles currently top of the roster in this lobby.
It's
In the
got to
McLaren
be
5.
due to their pit strategy, maybe.
I would agree at the moment. Well, hence why I said at the moment. But I would say they are breaking away much faster than what I would have anticipated. Zero and Flex, though, third and fourth, still close together on track, and I don't think that's going to end anytime soon. Why do you think that's insane, FS, why they just have 1 or 2 junior drivers? Just, I'm curious. You've piqued my curiosity, good sir. But speaking of piquing curiosity, drivers are slowly reeling off those pit stops to ensure they meet their pit stop quota. As Amazed in 6th has just overtaken Red Eagle, who's just come out the pits behind Cosworth. So Cosworth again back under pressure from Red Eagle. Well, oh god, F is watching more motorsports. This is technically esport motorsport, so watch us. But if we are going on pure liveries to sale, look at the livery on Cozzy's Porsche.
Yeah,
The
currently watching.
The timepiece with all the little details and oof.
Think about all the time spent to make that.
I neither have the patience, skill, or talent to pull anything like that off. The best I can do is an offset stripe. That's the limit of my talents. Apart from that, yeah, go to other designers because, well, we're not painters, we're commentators.
Exactly.
But as they are starting to spread out, we are on the hunt for close battles, going down to 15th and 16th between Westy and Mogsy. They're relatively close. Westy in the Hyundai and Mogsy in the Nissan, or as our American brothers say, Nissan.
Yeah,
Jonesy says never painted. Jonesy said never painted, never will.
Mayhem is going like to see my Horizon 4 paint job, but frankly, if we compare Horizon 4 to Motorsport 7, they completely changed like how you make your car liveries with the masking system.
That is true. That is very, very true. But again, you got to remember that wasn't in the game from stock. That came in a later update. So, you know.
Oh, so it wasn't even stock in Horizon 4 in the beginning.
No. Masking came in about 7 months after launch. About update 6 or 7, it came in.
Interesting.
Forza is always evolving. As Cozzy there, you just saw kissing the wall beautifully.
Oh.
As I did,
No,
we just have
No, we
no,
don't have any at the moment.
just a slight flicker.
From
Okay.
Porsche. Hello,
Infinity saying,
Dave.
hello, Dave, saying you've got a free 10 minutes. Well, we're very honoured that you spent your free 10 minutes with us. How's your weekend going anyway, Dave? I will say I feel sorry for Dave at the moment because it was his child's 10th birthday and he has had a lot of cake.
Hide the cake from metal.
Oh, you're the second person to say that. Because Effie's was...
there.
Oh, God. I'm going to kill Scotty for that. Like, actually, stone cold. Just...
Well, they were told me that the second part was my thing.
The second part was you?
Yes.
You turds. And the worst part is I'm too lazy to change it back.
Oh, and there goes and you're kept off the track.
Oh, and Cozzy as well. Cozzy getting a little bit drifty. Let's see, SSR Red Eagle, where are they? They are
right
currently
behind
in 8th.
the Cosworth.
Why are you surprised? Why is who surprised?
I don't know what he's on about. Yeah,
You think I do?
At the moment, Dave, I don't see all the lyrics because I had to reload into the stream or the race at the beginning since they were reloading a track and I got stuck on loading.
Yeah.
The question is Cosworth racing as Door or did he join the different team for his race? Let me go check that.
I don't know. Whilst you check that, I will keep you informed on what is currently happening on track. Now, the current lineup in Lobby C is as follows. We've got NWR Remix currently in the lead, but I believe they're in the pits by the rate of their distance that is dropping.
Actually, Cosworth is in team with Peter G, and team members are Peter G, Nando, and Tavo.
Tavo is a question mark, but Nando is actually quite a good driver. But yeah, going down the lobby, we've got NWR Remix currently in first, then RSR Flex second, Greggles third, VNX Zero in fourth, TMS Amazed in fifth, AMS Custom Dips in sixth, DOR Cosworth in seventh, SSR Red Eagle in eighth, SVR Bracos, I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong, in ninth, KMZ Zebra in 11th because they just got overtaken in the pits. TMS Joe is now in 10th. Dropping down to 12th, we've got LMP Ranger in 13th, PCG Arctic, 14th, EXR Westy, 16th, Mogsy, 16th, Mr. Sunshine, 17th, SSR Inc., and rounding off the group, we've got NWR Kev in 18th. Oh, NASCAR fan again. Look at the magnificent orange. Okay, Mr. Mayhem. As long as, well, moderation, you know, just... I'm gonna kindly skate past that subject. But Cozzy and Red Eagle are certainly sticking together now. These two are looking as though, depending on pit strategies, they're going to go to the end.
Definitely.
So, Haseo, how is your weekend going so far before TORA started?
Doing pretty well. How about yours?
Sleep and food. Mainly because I know I'm going to be up for 10 hours straight talking, and then I'm going to sleep all the way through Sunday.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh yeah, it is a plan. I have broken every alarm clock I own for Sunday.
Oh wait, who's off track?
That I do not know.
Oh, it's Mooksy.
In fairness, asking how many pits they got to do. They have got to do 4 pit stops. In fairness, AMS Swish saying, "I hope you all lose." Well, it wouldn't be AMS without a sweat. And there's NASCAR fan again saying, "Magnificent Orange Z." We know you made the thing. So let's have a look at any close battles happening on track. They're all getting some fair distance between them now, so closeness is becoming a rarity.
And
But
this is the
zero.
C lobby.
Yes, this is C lobby. I don't know how many lobbies there are in total. It says 6.
We got
6
A,
lobbies.
B, C, E. No, A, B, C, D, E, F.
I was about to say Norwegian to English alphabet. Mind you, I am curious. Do you have the same number of letters in the Norwegian alphabet or more?
More.
How many more?
3.
Ooh.
A, Ö, O.
Did you just cough up something, or are those the
No.
letters?
Those are the letters. O.
Okay, the last two sound identical. Oh god, it's gonna be a good day. Very, very good day. I got my
Yep.
buddy Hiseo. I've got some snacks. Good racing to keep me entertained. What else do I need?
Some sort of alcohol.
Yeah, I would take it if it didn't poison me.
Yeah. Think about my language, like in terms of letters. We have 3 extra. And it's same for Denmark and Sweden. They also have 3 more, the same as Norway, but they have different ones that are basically pronounced the same, but written differently.
Oh, okay. But I will say, people are starting now to put in the distance over battling with one another.
Or
The
they just
closest.
manage to get a gap where they don't have to worry about the battle anymore. And no,
That
in
is true.
fairness, the first FTC team will be in D lobby with FRM x FTC will be in D lobby. Then we have the next team, which sadly begins in last place in their category, is Team 71 in E lobby. Then we have the Team 70, which is the Pensoil, currently starting roughly in the middle of their category in F lobby.
Oof. But I'll still say though, qualifying is qualifying. You know, doesn't matter where you come as long as you're enjoying the racing. That's all that really matters, because that's what Tour is about. It's about enjoying some good competitive racing. Cozzy making some good distance here, as I will say. That paint job on Cozzy's car is just incredible. It is possibly, at this stage at least, one of my favourite liveries currently on track. But things will do better. But Mayhem saying, sorry I couldn't do better. Mayhem is perfectly fine. I'm pretty sure you did all that you could do, and as long as you do what you can do, it's perfectly fine. That is one thing me and Hasso can promise you is we're certainly not going to yell at you for not getting a good time. Because have you seen me and Hasso drive? It's interesting. But as we continue here, people are more putting the distance in. I'm trying to see if anyone's bunched, and there's not that much bunched anymore. I will say that Red Eagle's AMG GTR is a very nice blend of colours. Like how you see it go from shade to shade to shade. Zach the one says, my team's in the Camaro. Let's go to the Camaro of VNX Zero. Talk about trouble hitting times. Why is it trouble hitting times, Zach the one? Inferno said, computer said no. Okay. Mayhem said, but he said yes, yes. That PTG paint looks bloody amazing. The watch looks like it's glowing. It really does. That paint is absolutely incredible.
Sorry I was mute a little bit. I was sorting something and figured I'd not make noise through the microphone.
Fair enough, as long as you're not doing random things or anything illegal, should I say. Then
I don't think you want me to try and open like candy or something. Like we hear like paperwork in the microphone.
Oh, where it sounds like a miniature firework display.
Yes. I think you'd rather not have that in your ears.
I had enough of that on Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, I heard all like, no, I'm gonna have that again.
It's all in good practice. Zach the one says, had to do a lot of tuning to get it to be relatively competitive. What type of tuning did you do to get it competitive? Was it stiffer suspension, like some sort of softer rebound? What did you do?
I would say the SR Ink C as well. It has a nice livery to it.
Is that the one saying AMG tune took me an hour to start to finish? Camaro's like a week or more. Oh my god, how? Did we just have a disconnect?
Let's see, we're about to find out.
16th?
No.
No. Just follows the server's being follows again.
Hello, Star.
Hello, Star. How are you, good buddy? Well, I will say, whatever you've done to that Camaro has obviously paid off dividend, because Zero is currently in 4th place, and considering it's in a big, heavy muscle car compared to its competition, it's doing really well.
Actually, it's in fourth place. No, in third place, not fourth.
On
Wait,
my screen, it's
why is
on my
it
screen.
what? Oh boy,
On
it's
my
Forza
screen,
having a odd moment.
yeah, Forza was having an odd moment. Yeah. Anyway, Mayhem saying that 3.5 liter. Ooh.
Was it suddenly saying Zero is in third now? And then later suddenly saying fourth, like, what's going on?
It just said fourth like mid banking, and it's like
I have not star. Apparently, with the
why?
first
What is?
Carrera Australian crash that happened today, or the trucksters pile up at the Darlington.
Wait, is
Yes.
that the Australian Mayhem thing I saw on the news? I haven't.
Most likely.
I haven't looked into it, but all I saw was like cars randomly tipped over on the sides, like left, right, and center.
Yes, Mayhem, this is stint 1. You'll see that in the top left-hand corner.
Oh, Zero, you can see that weight fighting them on the few first corners. Now, let's move. Remember, chat, if you want to see any of your drivers who are in this lobby, yell up and we will gladly tell you them. Oh, Zero now being held up by Zebra as they're trying to catch up to Remix, who is in with striking distance once more, but still struggling to try and capture some of that speed back as Zebra has finally moved across, although is Red Eagle's in the pits. So judging by the timer, maybe that might be their final pit stop, or maybe just one more now that I'm looking at the time. So let's go down the grid and have a little look. Oh, 13th to 15th. There's a nice little pack between Ink and Westy. Ink. Oh, Westy though coming out on that inside,
but
looking
they are
very
a lap or two behind.
That is true. That is
Oh,
very true.
and
Oh.
there goes Ink off the track.
Yeah, there goes Ink, and that allows Arik to pass.
Or Attic.
No, it's Arik, A-R-I-C.
Or Arik. Yep, that's right. I think it's because it was just a blur.
Hence why I very rarely say the clan tag names, because it makes it easier to say what's going on.
Oh.
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 Oh. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
And we lost Kev, but he was
Yeah,
in last
Kev.
place.
Kev did had to retire. That is unfortunate. We never like to see. We never like to see retirements here. It's quite sad to see. Take care, Star.
Alright, Star, you take it easy. If you're going to sleep, have a good sleep.
The AMG runs a 19.5 in automatic.
What?
Do you really have to thrash that thing so hard to get it to perform? Whereas the AMG is just like, oh yeah, I can do a 19.5 in automatic. It's like easy, like give me a challenge. So for the people who have tested the faster class of cars here, what is the preferred weapon of choice? Is it the Mercedes? Is it the Porsche? Is it the Camaro?
Compared to before, it was quite a mix-up of what was preferred. But I do remember our guys wanted a specific car, but they didn't get it because they were not on time. Was that? No, I think that was last time for Sebring.
Yeah, I think that was for Sebring, because I didn't think we could lock in the Corvette, so we had to change to the SLS, I believe.
That's true. Yes, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah. But no, looking from it, I would say the AMG GT is certainly one of the more stable things out there, closely followed by the McLaren, simply because of the mid-engine layout.
That's true.
But going back to what we were saying before, Haseo, you never answered my question where I said, like, before we would see how they would perform, obviously, I would take the Porsche. What would you take?
I'm still not sure.
Oh, as Ink is getting a little bit drifty into turn 3. So let's see here. Let's go down the pack a little bit, see if anyone's close. Oh, give credit though, Greggle's just in monster of clean air at the moment. They've got a good sector of the track where there is no one behind them, no one in front of them. They can just hot lap almost, I believe, to the end of the race timer.
Let me just check here of the live timing, what the top cars are going to be like what the cars are.
Castaway says McLaren is cracked in this race. Define cracked.
Looking at the cars in the top one, we have the Cayman R8, the 570, and one GTR.
Ooh.
That's in lobby A. I think I maybe would have gone with the Subaru BRZ.
Hold on, I'm just hearing things that have happened to Zero. Zero has lost the place to TMS Amazed. Oh, Zero has had an accident. They have got a front right suspension damage. That is certainly going to hurt them massively. Genji informed us in chat that they went off in turn 1. Oh, as they lock up massively on the brakes. Zero will have to pit unless they want to drive a little bit longer with damage and then race clean with a pit. No, Zero's going to be brave and drive with the damage, so
Maybe he's trying to
we'll have to see how this plays out.
He's definitely not having a good time when the braking.
That is the problem with suspension damage. You brake and your car spears off.
But now he got cut too soon behind him.
Yeah, Dips is approaching, and like a shark in the water, they smell a limping bit of damage.
Yeah, and oh, he just has been to the pits as well. So he's got 90% fuel. And here comes Dave, so he might lose out his 4th place.
Zero is really struggling. Oh, here comes Zero in the pits.
Deciding I'm not staying out with this damage, I'm taking it in.
That suspension damage must be really, really damaging them now, because to go in after just one lap, it's like, nah, I need to be able to brake.
Huh? For what, Genji? Huh?
I just hopped in a B lobby and said hi. that is what, yeah. Okay, Genji, for context, no vegan cake here, ever. Never vegan cake. Never vegan cake, Genji. Oh my god. I mean, Hazel, are you a vegan?
No.
Do you like your meat?
Yes!
Do you like dairy?
Talking about milk product?
Basically anything that comes from an animal. So cheese, milk.
Give me the cheese! Give me my pizza!
I could kiss you. The reason why is everyone started gagging up on me, saying that vegan cake and like stuff like this. Like, nature over the thousands of years we have been evolving wouldn't have given us teeth to eat through meat if we didn't require it. As always, though, if you want to see any of your races, do shout up. Zero, though, is certainly trying to regain the distance after that suspension damage, but it has dropped them back a good amount of places. So let's see. Everyone is sort of spread out now, apart from Ink and Joe for 12th place. 12th place as Ink goes very wide, drifting that 370Z, but Joe has a bit of an off and drops back a bit further, so that's going to be quite disappointing for them. Mr. Sunshine and Mogsy for 14th and 15th is certainly trying to put down the distance as well. Remix coming out of the pits, loses second place, has to drop down for third overall in this lobby. Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Dave,
Custom is missing the braking zone into turn 1.
Who did?
Custom dips, AMS.
Oh!
And now Osford is looking like he's not too far behind.
Dips, though, is certainly trying to push again, make that distance back up. But Cosworth is hot on their heels, not too far away in the similar Porsche. But yeah, Dave, going back to that, if you have to say something ain't that bad, you're secretly saying it is still bad, but it's not as bad as what you expected. So why have an imposter when you can have the true thing? Also, fun fact, Dave, I had that for my lunch, much to the gigglement to my co-host, Mr. Hiseo, when he saw me send me a picture of me ordering food, and he went, I had a pizza!
Yeah,
Speaking of which, though, Hiseo, what type of pizza did you have?
It was like ham and pepperoni with cheese.
Ooh, ham and pepperoni. Ooh, dirty man. Ooh. Genji, I will diss it, and I will diss it with all my might, because vegan cake is sort of like tofu. It's trying to be something it's not, rather than embracing something new. Veganism is stupid. I'm going to say that. Vegetarianism, on the other hand, I sort of agree with, because your body still gets some of the proteins and vitamins and stuff like that you need. Veganism, though, is stupid. So I'm going to say this, vegan cake is stupid, I will diss it, and anyone who says vegan cake is better, I will shove an actual piece of cake in your mouth and show you the light. I will convert you to the properties of good food. Also, Forces794 is waving with cute little emojis saying hi. Hello to you, Forces. Yeah, but tofu is supposed to be a substitute, but why have tofu when you can have a steak? That's my point. Also, Shrek is in chat. Nice to have you here, Shrek. How are you, my good dude? In fairness, send that to my personal message and I will deem if it's too risky. I will edit it for PG-12. Well, yeah, that's kind of fun. People always say, like, you know, tofu is like a thingy, it's a meat substitute, or is that just something I've picked up which has never been correct? Correct me if in chat, because that's what always tofu has been, like, advertised here as, should I say. Yeah, I understand that it's used a bunch in Japan, but in Japan they also do things differently and not boring.
Yeah, and also the culture or food culture in Japan is completely different to the rest of the world. Or a lot of Asian countries have a lot of different cuisine.
That is true, but also I would like to say, vegan's still not a thing. Well, not as much of a thing because obviously sushi. Hello, you know. Eh. But less of the cuisine. Genji, they do deep fried chocolate bars in Blackpool. You don't have to go to Japan for that. Oh, and I will also say, deep fried chocolate bar. It's not as bad as what you think. But less on the cuisine and more on the racing. TMS Amaze is trying to catch up to the rear of Zero, who is doing, let's say, a fantastic job of actually keeping the position where they are. Genji, I was moderately close in terms of distance. Don't at me on that. Thank you very much. Ephes, just research it. It's nice. So Zero is currently in 6th place. Amazed is in 7th. As you can see by the timer, we're not coming far off now until the end of the pit window for these drivers. As things are certainly getting spicy-dassy. You can see, though, the weight of that Chimera just pulling it side to side. Whereas the Merc is just flowing through the corners. See, Shrek, now you're talking. Now you're talking, Shrek. Deep fried cake, now you're talking. But mind you, whilst we're talking about cuisine, while the drivers are relatively spaced out, does Norway have any like specialty dishes or cuisine that you know of?
There are some, yes, but I don't know the name in English.
Have you eaten any of them?
One of them is one of my favorite dishes.
Well, tell us what it's composed of and how it's made.
Cabbage, pepper, lamb.
Oh.
And basically made in a big casserole where it's placed in layers.
Ooh.
With also there's also going to be water or like is that will like cook it that way.
Ah, so it's like a little hot pot.
It's kind of like a soup, but at the same time it's not.
Mm.
Since it's not enough to like it's under. Basically, really, Norway rough translation of just the name, it'll be lamb in cabbage.
That does sound nice, I'm not gonna lie.
And it's actually quite good as well. You also get like potatoes as a side serve as well.
Ooh.
That is actually also one of the national dishes.
Okay.
And that's most common in the fall.
Why the fall?
I think it's probably because for old times is that when they were getting the potatoes out of the ground, and like and they were like slaughtering or like getting the animals that need to be like used for maybe I don't know exactly why. I think it's just from old tradition. When Amaze is now catching up to Zero pretty rapidly here, being right on his bumper.
Amazed is really doing a fantastic job. Need to do this quickly.
There you have the Norwegian name, so if you want just to research a little bit. Like in Norway, it sounds so much better than in English if you look at the digital letters.
Oh my god, the little circles. You see,
That's
as
one of the Norwegian.
Englishman, as an Englishman, we know it's an instant foreign language. When we see anything above any letters, it's like, that is not English.
I do believe we also have other pastry dishes as well that are from Norwegian, but I don't really remember the name of them. But I know there's more dishes.
My favorite weird food combo. Oh, I'm trying to think. I don't know. Food is food. Most of it's delicious, and well, the parts that aren't delicious are either not that good anyway or not cooked right. I'm just an advocate for food.
And there I answered your question, Metal.
Ah, fair enough.
So, that has nothing to do with me.
Well, as long as it's not to do with, I'm pretty much happy with that.
So I think we're getting close to roughly the last 16, 17 minutes.
We are already of Stint 1. We've already been streaming for an hour 40. How have we already been streaming for an hour 40? Well, we've literally been
Weird
watching
food
these drivers.
combo.
I'm trying to think of weird food combos, and like obviously you have like baked beans and pizza.
I don't think it's something you remember. You try the ones and then you maybe forget what you've tried before, maybe.
I'm trying to
But
think like.
if you think about it, all food we know today, most likely once at a time was a weird combo, but just got popular.
That is true. I mean, well, look at vegan diets. That is a weird food combination. Nothing joyous you can eat.
I don't eat a lot of fish dishes, no. And looks like somebody made it past zero, and that will be amazed.
Yeah, Amazed did get past zero finally. But Zero's still fighting the weight of that Camaro, but luckily for them, they've not got much in the way of pressure because the closest to them is Custom Dips, who is dropping back.
No, Castaway. I believe you're still starting on where you did in quality. The next time you're starting this will be in lobby, or in stint 3 is the next driver that's going to start in this position.
Yes.
Oh! Eric unsafe rejoin.
Oh, that was a bottom clenching moment as Arik has only just rejoined as Dips just passed him going into turn 3. Yes, good luck, Castaway. But these drivers, I've got to say, they have been working really hard for this because even in our own team, I don't know if you've been keeping an ear to the ground, Jose, but the amount of practice they've done for this, it's so much more than the other events that they've done so far.
I think it has to do a lot with how some corners can be so deceptive.
Still not as deceptive as turn 1 in Daytona.
Yes.
A 200-mile-an-hour corner going downhill and to the left.
Into like basically a crawl.
Yeah, with a tire wall that likes to clip you, as I think your car found out.
Yeah.
Oh, did you hear that little delicious bit of defeat from my co-host? What is more deceptive, Genji? Daytona's more deceptive, or Homestead is more deceptive? Because Homestead, if you just hug the pit wall, you're fine. Daytona, well, how is turn one here more deceptive? And Jubert saying Heseo can't drive. Yeah, Jubert, we already know this. I can't drive either. Why do you think me and Heseo are always at the back? Did you just do that?
Do what?
Poor Jubert. You just bullied him in chat. Oh my god. You evil man. Mwah! As you do that though, EXL Westy has just got past KMI KZ Zebra. But they are certainly coming back. It's Mazda versus Hyundai. oh, Haseo, let me ask, what's it actually like kicking a puppy? Because you just did it.
That's not a puppy.
What would you consider him as then?
Definitely a grown-up dog.
Wait, what's the bet, Hooper? I can't remember the bet. Yeah, have you forgotten about the huge tire wall at Daytona that likes to remind you that you're going at 200 miles an hour to nil? Oh, there's NASCAR fan again. Magnificent Orange Z!
And hello, Rotmaro.
Hello, Rotmaro. Let's go to Greggles, shall we? Greggles is...
Oh, and Zero is off the track!
Ooh. That big, heavy Camaro.
I think that's what we're seeing, people trying to go too far on the right, hit the grass, and they're just not getting enough braking on the asphalt.
Greggles, though, I must say, done a fantastic job in that McLaren.
He has.
I mean, I thought the McLaren was going to be quick, but my word.
So let's see here in live timing. It's actually the Porsche Cayman that's the top three.
Really?
AMS, Emperor and Spoons and SDM in the top three.
Oh, wait, Spoons is not top?
But it's like, best 2 lap times is 2 minutes 37 and 0.112. Spoons is 2:37 1.175, so it's 0.06 of a second difference.
Oh. You know, when it gets down to those sorts of times, you do think to yourself, like, what is that? Literally a screw on the bumper?
Yeah. Wait, no, more like, how close are the doors in each corner?
Oh Lord, that would be something to see. Oh, fair enough. I was about to say, like, Spoons, not top. The world is about to end. But we just have roughly under 10 minutes to go in stint 1 already. Heiko got third in his lobby. Well done, Heiko. Very well done, Heiko.
Oh, so D-Love is already done then.
Dang.
What the lot of traffic around 6th place with back markers.
There's quite a lot of back markers, but there are starting to tighten up, so I'm trying to find people who are close. Flex and Zero are still really close. Flex got in front of Zero, but Zero, I've got to hand it off to them in that big, heavy Camaro. Doing a fantastic job of not only keeping up, but actually being competitive. Well, Heiko is the master of the slow car, so gotta give it to them there. So I'm getting word that B Lobby has just come to a stop.
Well, we're not too far off either. Maybe
No.
6-7 minutes, depending on how accurate I manage to time it off the hand.
I would say we're closer to 6 minutes. I'll have faith in your timing, good friend. Wait, Rockmo, are you in the slower class of cars today?
No, I think he prefers P class above.
Yeah, I know, but with him saying like, man, I hate these things, that, well, at least to me suggests that he is in the slower class of cars rather than the faster class that he prefers.
Unless he's still in GT4, but still prefer a faster one.
True. Because that's what amazes me. You can have a fast, slow car, but then you can have a slow, fast car. Final few moments here of this stage. Let's see. Oh, who's that? Zebra runs wide into turn 1. Oh, and they have quite a bit of suspension damage as well. Zebra now limping back to the pits, and I believe that it's only going to drop them down even further because Ink is closing very fast on them, which means they'll lose 13th to Ink. Why is GT5 bad, Rockmaro? It ain't bad. They're fun. They're fun cars. But I will say this, as I say, for an opening stint, it's been a lot cleaner than what I expected. Or is that just me being a cynic?
Yep, he's in
Yes,
GT4.
no, yes. Ah, fair enough.
Like, look what he's saying.
Yeah, I can see. Kratzy saying, where be the NWR lads? Let's have a look. NWR Remix is currently in 2nd. And I might as well say, well, you can't see it on the stream because of Heseo's interesting PC version, but the livery on the McLaren, mamacita. Your Camaro, is that by 0? Yes, Kev did DC. Also, thank you all of you for actually joining us this Saturday for this wonderful tour event. It's going to be a very, very long, but also a very, very good Saturday evening.
Are you talking about NVR Kev? Yes,
Yes.
Kevin disconnected.
Only a couple more minutes to say, and then we should be coming to an end.
Oh, I was 2 minutes early.
Eh? Oh! Oh! Okay then, well, that is that. We are stopped for this round. Okay. I like it how the camera is still moving, like trying to make it dynamic.
Yeah, I know what you mean. At the moment, I'm not sure if there is a specific e-streamer lobby.
Which is a shame. That actually is a shame. So whilst stint 1 rounds to a close and we wait for stint 2 to eminently arrive like an eager little train pulling into the station, Haseo, did you notice something else pull into the commentary booth?
Do we have a little kitten?
We should have a little kitten, but it depends if that little kitten is currently sat by the megaphone. Is there a little kitten there? Scuddy, Scuddy, McBaddy.
There indeed is a little kitty cat here.
How are you doing, Scotty?
I am finally waking up for today. I've been yawning all day so far, but starting to feel awake.
What?
Have you been listening to the freaking Haseo sleep therapy tapes again? I told you those things are powerful.
Well, that yesterday, I went to sleep at about 2 a.m. and woke up at 5 a.m., so I only had 3 hours of sleep. Was fine all of yesterday, but seems to have struck me down today. So, but hopefully, I've got some Lucozade next to me. Some Lucozade Revive even. So hopefully that'll keep me going through the rest of the 8 hours.
You're as bad as both of us because, well, after the croc shot of Haseo, I know he's got quite considerable cartons of shock
Jubert, do we have sound now?
You're not missing much. You only got the sort of background sounds, I assume, of Forza.
Ah, yes, Forza background sounds. The odd exhaust sound that is surprisingly still better than the sounds in Horizon 4. NASCAR fan says, sound!
Thank you for the follow there, Mooksy. Hello, Cassie. How are you doing? Nice racing out
Hi,
there.
Kazi!
Thank you for follow SSR getting her. Sounds like Cassie's not too happy with the Porsche.
Ooh.
And Jubert's like, sound is back!
Would you like to hear something brilliant?
What's the brilliant thing?
Reports are coming in of whilst B Lobby's waiting, they're talking about the Heritage Festival last weekend.
Wait, where are they?
YouTube, the commentary Bible on
Oh.
YouTube.
So what's this Motorsport Heritage Festival you're talking about, Metal?
It was 8 events, 16 races, 8 lots of qualifying, and 0 Haseos. Yeah, my voice died over that weekend. 8 streams, hosted with a plethora of co-hosts, everyone from Huracan to Shrek, Fvis, Gaming Lover, even Big Daddy Boss Man Jax himself joined me in the commentary booth, and it was just fantastic. It was a whole weekend of racing to celebrate FTCR turning 2 years old. Crazy Cos saying, "Oh, Paul Haseo. Why Paul Haseo? Why not Paul Metal? You never see Paul Metal, do you? No one has sympathy for me. No one." As we say that, we're getting ready to get the rolling start. So get ready with that timer, good buddy.
You might want to check the chat before you start, Metal.
Because there is a pace car out there.
There is. I should say the pace car is not because we're doing a whole formation lap. We're only doing the first few corners, but it's actually because Forza cannot do a proper pit lane.
Haseo, can you do me a favor?
What's that?
Can you redeem the 1,500 points to Exo Rallon? Because you know I'm not going to do it. Now, the main question is, will Scotty's internet, as there's already a small spin at the back, okay? Between DDM Drive and NWR Stevie, okay?
Might have just been a little bit of lag as Jam the pace car left. But as we get underway for stint 2 here at Homestead, We've already got a battle for the lead in GT5. Or GT4, sorry.
Maynard is pressing with Brady. And there's NASCAR fan again saying magnificent orange Z spotted. We know! People are saying good luck Nando. Where is Nando currently? Nando is currently in 7th. So let's see. Nando is currently trying to overtake, but is cautious into turn 1 as they are. As Nando goes straight into the wall. I think we might have had a controller disconnect.
Oh, F in chat for Nando.
I think.
He's,
Oh,
getting
what's
back
going on
again.
with the GT5s?
A bit of contact Ranger just got on the back of SSR Inc. And that's allowed Incinerate to get up into 11th overall, which believe is 4th in class.
Oh,
Going
we have a
defensive.
lot of contacts already here in the GT4s. Nice to actually see deliveries for once.
It's always great to see deliveries. A lot of people in the community have put so much time and effort into deliveries for this event. And all the
still
cars
say at the
are
moment
looking
my
stunning.
current favourite livery has to be the PTG livery currently on the Porsche Cayman GT4 that was being driven by Cozzy.
That's currently driven by Nando at the moment.
Yeah, that paint job is, there's no other words for it, it's incredible.
Yes.
Oh, but there's a battle going on for second place as Remix and Greggles are all trying to take the same corner at the same time to turn 3. Maynard slips in between. Remix currently in 2nd, and Greggles drops to 4th. As we know, though, Greggles will be looking to make a move, which they are doing right now. Going on the inside, and Custom Dips is also trying to capitalise. Maynard drops down to 5th now.
And Incinerate got wide through turn 1, and that dropped him from 11th to 14th in the GT5 class. As Drive is trying to look to get past Inc. for P11.
Nando is still all the way in the back, so he must have done a pit stop since he may receive damage then from the looks of it.
VNX Crow saying, come on, Cass, do your thing.
Uh-oh.
You know what the infamous black screen means? And I think they've had a lead car that's disconnected.
Castaway?
Castaway is disconnected.
We just lost Castaway.
Oh, VNX Crow is not going to be happy at that. Shift Away says F. Yes, Zach the one. Castaway is out.
Oh, as Night.
All the responses for Castaway.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Inc. is now the latest of people to go wide at turn 2 and lose a couple of positions after Drive got to the inside of them at turn 1.
Oh, it looks like there's a tight little battle for 15th here between PTG Nando and NWR Stevie. Stevie hanging onto the back of Nando, looking for that pull. But
yeah,
as
Stevie,
you can see,
trying not to lose any time as Nando's making their way back through the GT5 packs and trying to pick up some of the slipstream, as you said, and trying to even benefit from having Nando come through the field. But he's got a bit of a gap up to the rest of the GT5s.
Yeah. There's a big gap forming now. However, what isn't a big gap is the battle between first place as Remix and Brady are bumping doors. McLaren versus Mercedes as Remix just edges out himself and drops back to second. Brady in the AMG GTR keeping their pace very well. But here comes Remix on the inside, just not having that raw acceleration to capitalize.
And Incinerate just getting a bit deep, going into the hairpin, trying to pass Sunshine, making up for a bit of lost ground. And Inks now coming into this fight, making it a three-way battle. As also Maynard up ahead is fighting Drive. But Incinerate went for the dive, but didn't pull it off and has lost the position to Ink.
Meanwhile, Brady is on the rear of Remix after they did overtake them, but Brady is certainly not going to relinquish that position without a fight. However, Remix, now that they are not trying to edge past and delicately move, they are slightly pulling out ahead. So, but they get a bit twitchy on the exit. That McLaren's certainly lively on the rear end.
Ooh, as Incinerate got wide at turn 1 and is slowly slid across the grass into the wall at the outside of turn 2, losing a lot of time. As Ink was trying to go for a move on Sunshine.
Dropping down to the slower class, Emma Go, I believe. Apologies if that's wrong. Is currently being chased down by Muggs. Now, Muggs is making this a battle of the 370Zs, so hopefully they'll be able to battle all this way to the end of the stint. Dropping down, Ranger and Drive are relatively close. Drive just out a slipstream from Ranger, but I believe Drive does have the superior top speed over Ranger, so the embankment might cause a little bit of a gap closure. Only time will tell. They are starting to spread out apart from 6th and 7th place, which is Emigo and Muggs.
And Maynard's starting to come into this battle too. He was just a few laps ago was a few positions down, so he's been putting some good laps in to catch up. And I've just remembered, Forza doesn't like to tell you the lap time for these races.
No, it doesn't. So that's another argument for another day. However, here comes Maynard overtaking Muggs. Will they go for the double on Emma? Ooh, they're trying.
It's just clicked for me. Maynard's in the GT4 class, making their way through GT5 traffic. Must have made an early pit stop. Once again, another thing we don't get to see in Forza is if they made a pit stop. But that's them back on through the GT5 traffic for now, and should have a good number of clean laps ahead of them.
Let's check back with our race leader, which is NWR Remix in that 570S. And at the moment, that 570S is looking like the car to beat in C lobby, at least.
And Emmerich has now gone wide at turn 1, gone to the grass and slid into the wall at the outside of turn 2. And they've lost a lot of time.
How many people are going to see me caught out by that?
Oh, a lot of people. Turn 1, it's on the edge of being flat out in a GT4 car. Well, it probably depends on what car you're driving and how it's set up. And that means, you know, if you do try flat out, just don't quite get the turn in right and understeer slightly wide, you're straight onto the grass. and once you're on the grass, there's no hope in slowing down before you hit the wall.
So tell me, Scully, because I was talking with chat about this earlier, and they all seem to disagree with me as usual. So I want to see if there's sense or, well, if chat was leading me wrong. What would you say turn 1 is worse in? Homestead or Daytona?
Uh,
I think I might have stumped him.
Looks like it.
What I like about Homestead is that there's no margin for error. I sort of like the corner, it's fast, you can just throw the car in, it's quite an enjoyable corner in that way. No room for error, as we see Emridge come in for their pit stop.
We got ready somebody else out as well in turn 1. Or turn 2.
Yeah, that would be Muggs,
Ooh.
who's just dropped behind Sunshine and Ink. That turn 1 is certainly catching a lot of people out, but back to the main question, Scotty. Daytona or Homestead?
Magnificent Orange Sea!
Personally, I'm not a fan of the Daytona track, so I'm going to say Homestead for that reason.
What, Homestead's harder?
Oh, which one's harder?
Yeah,
if you're saying turn 1 specifically, there is...
Like in
Daytona's easier. Daytona's easier to make a mistake, but Homestead is more punishing if you make a mistake. So...
Weird. Like, if you make a mistake...
Thank you for the follow, BRD Minimize. I didn't think I would stump Scotty this much with what's harder.
Well, really, I'd say Daytona's harder, but Homestead is less forgiving.
Okay. Well, it looks like
Actually,
you
that
agree with me
statement-
instead of...
I think I will have to agree with that statement as well, in terms of Daytona, even though you make an error, you do have all the rental space that's still tarmac.
Yeah, so if you run wide, you maybe lose a second. Here at Homestead, the seconds just tick by while you're on the grass, and in the faster cars, there's a chance you've hit the barrier harder, and maybe even caused yourself damage. Whereas Daytona, that's only really going to be an issue if there's contact, or if you've had a major issue.
Completely disregard your brakes.
Yeah, as if you've completely locked the tire, or you've had a brake failure, or you've
I think even
hit someone
with
and
the-
lost
I
control.
think even with the brake lockup, I don't still think it'll hit the tires. I think it'll still come to a stop before that.
It depends on the driver. A good driver would be able to keep the car under control and get the car slowed down in time. A not so good driver would probably keep the tire locked up and therefore not be able to slow the car down in time and might end up in the wall.
Fair enough.
And we got another driver out in the grass. DDM driver.
I kind of wish I could just position my camera at turns 1 and 2 to watch all the drivers that go wide.
Like how they
It's
do,
like-
like all the videos you see from Nürburgring of all the people making mistakes.
Yeah.
It's like, they've gone off, they've gone off, they've gone off.
Like just make a montage every time it goes off, like turn the camera like, oh there's another one. Oh there's another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Third one is
Oh.
this side corner. That sounds like a true fat Cassie.
Speaking of which, Cozzy, how did you find your Porsche stint?
Judging by what he said earlier, his hands.
DJ Haseo, is there something I don't know?
I think it's because of how I went with another one. Like how it's a broken record for a little bit.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm a freaking gramophone.
Oh, another bunch of dust! Hello, debt collector. Where's
Hello,
what
debt
rat?
collector. What rat? There's no rats here. But as you say that, there are some groups starting to bunch up again. Mainly 10th and 11th between Sunshine and Ink.
I don't know where Road Rat is.
Let's have a look. Is Road Rat even in this lobby? I
No.
don't think. No, Road Rat is not in this lobby.
Ooh, as Brandy's just made a pit stop and come out just ahead of Greggles, but Greggles is fighting to get by as they head down one of the middle streets.
Oh, Greggles is hard on those brakes behind Brady. Oh, but Brady goes into the grass, practically gifting 4th place to Greggles.
Small little error there after just pitting for Brandy, giving up the position, but it's not all over. It's about the distance you cover in the stint. As they now come around the final corner banking.
Brady is holding on to the back of Greggles quite well, though. They're not certainly going away, and that Mercedes does have what appears to be more straight line performance than that McLaren.
They keep it clean through turns 1 and 2.
But the question is, though, Scotty, since you're more of a pro driver than me and Hiseo, round Homestead, would you rather have more power or more cornering? If you could only have one.
Ooh, to drive, I'd rather have more cornering. That's just more enjoyable. But of course, in a racing situation, you can get stuck behind other people in the corners, so you'd want the straight line speed for that. And that'd be certainly useful in the GT4s when they're wanting to pass the GT5s. If they're slow in the corners anyway, they're not going to lose as much time, but when they get to the straights, they can just slip on by as easy as you like and not lose, and not be held up where their car is strong. As Farias has just exited the pit lane in his Mercedes.
Well, yes, Effie, Scotty have joined us, and Scotty says, in the Porsche you have to drive absolutely flat out, as an intensive hot lap, one after another, just to keep up market share is very high.
See, that's what scares me about some of the cars. Like, if it's got a low margin for error, that's fine. But if it's got a supremely high margin for error, just for a lap time, it's like, I will go with something slightly slower, just for the sake of peace, if you will.
And he's driving the Porsche that you want to drive.
And yeah.
Seems like somebody's redacting their statement of the car they wanted.
Well, in fairness, I did play the game properly, and I chose it before we saw the performance, instead of like waiting a good hour and a half, and it's like, maybe this then, and it's like, really?
That's because that Porsche didn't remember all the cars.
Oh, it's okay, Hiseo, they're only on screen. You know, the little moving bits of colour, you know.
But the BR,
Just
you
say.
don't have a BR7 in this lobby.
We don't have a BLZ and we don't have an Audi R8 either, but still.
As we have a couple of cars into the pits, we have Incinerate in the GT5 class, and our GT4 leader, or was before they pitted, Custom Dips.
Like, Custom, he's in the
Oh, but
GT4.
Brady's
Yeah.
back on the rear of Greggles. Brady looking on that inside, trying to get some of that action from Greggles, but Brady cannot catch up to that McLaren. But the problem is for Greggles now, they're stuck behind Ranger. But not for long as Ranger moves across, and Greggles is momentarily at least back into clean air.
That's not bad, Kasi.
That is not bad, 4,000 feet, considering that's what, maybe 2 laps? Is it 2 laps?
4,000 feet.
Yeah, roughly.
Oh, we got a standstill at the pit straight.
Oh no, never mind. That's half a lap. Never mind. Oh, what's the standstill?
Did somebody hit
is-
the firewall and...
It is Kimmich Kader.
What's them like?
They are, ooh, it's a lot of damage. It's 100
Did-
steering engine
I got the
clutch.
feeling somebody just missed the pit entrance. And then went outside and not into the pits.
Yeah.
That is a very good guess, I imagine. And that is going to be so costly. A whole lap just
Of
trundling
crawling.
around. Yeah, crawling around.
Crawling to the pits.
The engine effectively in limp mode.
The worst part is about all this, it's only going to give Haseo flashbacks. Isn't that right?
Oh, shush.
What? I wasn't the one who clipped the wall in Daytona. On the inside. Twice.
Yeah.
And they've, just to make things even worse, they've disconnected now.
Yeah. Pador has DC. That is very unfortunate. Also, if anyone in chat wants to see some of their favourite drivers yell up, we will gladly tell you what they're doing, how they're doing. Don't worry, Haseo, we've only got X amount of hours to go.
I was only stretching.
Me and Scotty were doing the sorts of that. Okay.
Yeah,
Jonesy is
I love that
requesting
excuse.
Remix in the lead. Sam?
Yes, Remix is in the lead. And thank you for the follow there, Brother Lubes.
Yes. I thought you said something else then. I'm going to glide past that. Yeah, yeah. Haseo, he's saying put the camera on. Remix momentarily, you spoon.
No, that's my job, Metal. Thanks for confusing us.
More than gladly. As a multitude of people actually dive into the pits. Oh, 9th and 10th between Ranger at... Oh, never mind. Sunshine and Ink collide coming out of the pits, and Mr. Sunshine right after a pit stop. Well, they did have suspension damage, then disappeared. That's Forza being Forza.
I am
Ranger now
pretty well
in
Hooper,
striking distance from Drive. Drive is hunting them down. Battle of the Little Hyundais. Hooper in chat saying, hi Scotty, how are you?
I'm doing pretty well, thanks for asking, Hooper.
Whoa, as Drive goes for a dive bomb and a half, but can't make it stick as Ranger just goes for the undercut. Also, Effis, you will enjoy your last weekend because tomorrow I am still doing my usual thing. So, yeah, tell the little Muppets, and it's basically tomorrow is today. And tomorrow, sorry. Yeah, tomorrow is today and today is tomorrow. That's not confusing at all, is it? There's even a little battle at the back between PTG Rascula and SVR Incinerate, where they're trying to catch up to Rascula in the little BMW. Incinerate looking on the inside, trying to poke his nose around, but can't get the acceleration to make the undercut strategy work. Ooh, but here comes Incinerate on the inside of Rascula for 15th. Incinerate goes for the dive bomb. Rascula, though, goes for the switchback and just makes it work. Oh, Incinerate is certainly trying. Here comes Rascula with another switchback, but this time Incinerate is side by side. But Rascula does have the inside line this time. Well, FS, we will certainly see about F1. Here comes Incinerate. Side by side on the start finish straight. Incinerate goes very, very, very brave into T1, but now gets held up by a GT4 car who's just come out of the pits. Maynard
taking a few corners to warm their tires up. But Rascula doesn't seem to quite have the pace to counter-attack after a very brave move from Incinerate, and respectful of Rascula to sort of back out, give him the space as Incinerate pinched down to take apex of turn 1 and not run wide, as we've seen many others do on the exit.
Going back with the battle with LMP Ranger and DDM Drive. Drive is still hooking onto the rear of Ranger and is slowly, I don't know about you, Jose, but I would say they're slowly catching.
Slowly but surely.
Drive looking for a little oh, here comes Drive, but no, they shut the door on their first. Ranger keeps P9 at the moment. Drive certainly making moves, making looks, but does not have that added pace considering they're in the same car. So they can't make risky moves like a dive bomb or a undercut.
The only difference between the cars can be in how they're set up. The GT5s not having any aero means they can't sort of put on an extra downforce to try and be faster in the corners, or takes them off to be faster around the oval part of the lap. So the cars will be very similar.
Drive almost nudging Ranger off the track, had to back out of that move, giving Ranger a bit more breathing space once more.
As it looks like, yeah, Inc is coming in for their pit stop, just as Sunshine behind them is getting caught up by Muggs.
Yeah, Sunshine is being caught, and caught rather quick.
He's got a little bit wide onto the grass at the exit of turn 2, but has got away with it.
Greggles locks up quite badly in the McLaren, overshooting the final few corners and just utterly burning some of their tyre off. Little costly mistake, but I don't know, maybe a good second or second and a half that has now been lost to the back of Brady again.
And in this battle in the GT5s, they've got Maynard in a GT4 coming through. They get through on the straight, so no opportunity created for Muggs.
Muggs is certainly fighting and fighting well this time as Greggles continues to lock up. But no, looking at Mr. Sunshine. Oh, here comes Muggs on the inside. Nothing Sunshine can do. And it looks like, as of now, maybe.
It's a move done if he can get turn 1 right. He locks it up, trying to get the car slowed down for turn 2, and he runs wide, giving the position back to Sunshine.
Sunshine a bit more cautious on the brakes, but evidently pays off as they retain their position of 12th place.
And that's something we failed to mention when talking about turn 1, is that right on the exit you're having to then brake heavy once again for turn 2, and if you just slightly lock a tire, that can just get you on the grass before you even start turning in for the corner. So turn 1 not made any easier from that turn 2, as Muggs proved there. But Muggs had the pace to catch up to Sunshine, so give another couple of laps and he could be right back on that rear bumper, looking to make another move.
Heiko saying, braking. I was a pace car for Lobby A just now and drove a Tamo. A Tamo Pacemo. The Tamo Racemo was the safety car for Lobby A. It is possibly the most unsafe, slow, useless thing ever.
That's one way to get on a Forza broadcast.
Hey, if I can say one thing about myself, I'm honest. NASCAR fan saying, I witnessed the Tamo Pacemo. Okay. Well, Heiko, you better start planning retirement because after driving the Tamo Pacemo, there's not much else you can do to improve that. Oh, Lord.
On the top of Forza.
So let's see who's relatively close to one another. Everyone's quite annoyingly spread out at the moment, apart from Sunshine and Muggs. Let's see if they are mastering the corners they failed at before. Muggs certainly is doing very well to hold on to the back of Sunshine through the corner they just previously made a mistake in. However, with Muggs being extra cautious, they have lost their pace towards Sunshine, and Sunshine, if they just drive low, smooth and calm, they will be just fine. I know, Hesea. I know. Don't worry. So, Hosea, what current one are you watching?
Just watching out some statistics. Did a kitten steal my tongue?
Ooh.
Okay.
And
Oh, and
Sunshine had a wobble on the banking. I don't know if they considered going into the pits, but then sort of realized they weren't going to make it and bailed out of it. But that's given them session up to Mugs. They get a couple
How
of fields on the grass.
kilogram tires and fuel?
Sunshine is 79% fuel and 14% tires, so they're plenty all right for both.
Mm-hmm. We should say it is 4 mandatory stops for everyone in every stint. So I'm not sure which car or cars were sort of pushed the field to those 4 stops, but does mean
Let's see of the top fuel, because I think the Camaro will be a thirsty boy.
ooh, that is a good shout.
The Camaro will be a thirsty boy. I think the Mercedes as well, because I'm currently looking here, and
Well,
Brady.
Genji's
who
saying
will
it's the Mustang, which would make sense. But yeah, one or two cars just sort of making it a lot easier for the rest of the pack, and would leave it quite open for a strategy, as this time Sunshine does come into the pits. Which, it should be said, isn't the easiest. You've got to come off the banking, down across the apron. I don't know, I don't quite have the stats for how steep that banking is.
I would
But-
say it's a good 20 to 25% degree incline.
I'm going to find out.
Probably more.
So I'm currently on board with NWR Remix because I want to see how much fuel that McLaren uses in one lap, roughly.
The banking is 18 to 20 degrees.
So it was less.
So I was actually roughly right when I said 20 to 25.
No,
Percent.
you said 25 to 30.
No, he said 20
it?
to 25%.
Never mind me.
So I'm currently watching, and the McLaren just on the infield has used 3% of fuel. That is it. We're 25% through, bud. We're doing well.
Let's go!
Haseo is so falling asleep before the end of this stream.
No, I'm not.
I mean,
No,
to be
no,
fair,
no.
if you fall asleep during it, that's better than before the start of it.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
yeah. No, Scotty, I don't know what you mean. He has never done that before, where he's fallen asleep before an event. Or yesterday. NASCAR fan says Lovier has to do a restart. Bring out the pace mo!
Heiko, you're being called!
You have never sounded more like a parent in your life.
Wait, that sounds like what?
Meanwhile, Stevie in his Honda Civic is going for a move on Incinerate. He got to the inside coming out of the first hairpin in the midfield, but has had to go round the outside of the second one as they head on to the back straight. But he's got the move done, unless Incinerate can retaliate in the slipstream around the banking.
I am not dissing the capabilities of the great and wise Mesa. I am doubting the capabilities of you, Spinala boy.
Oof.
Kitten feels targeted.
No, not. Oh, actually,
I
I said
wasn't
the
saying
wrong
oof
thing.
for myself, as
I
you.
said-
I was saying
I
oof for.
Season finale, so it
Wow.
was spinning out.
Wow! It's gonna get thrown under the bus at Mach 4 speed!
Thanks, Azio.
Sorry.
So, have we been keeping track of how many mistakes Hazio's made this stream?
We're currently up to 13.
So
And
that'll be
there's
triple
Kenji saying,
figures by
"Oi!"
the end.
Oh, a word I can't say on a TORA stream. I've done goofed.
Interestingly, Ranger and Drive have been following each other for pretty much this entire stint, and both of them have also pitted together.
These two are really just gonna bit stop shenanigans. Also, whilst people are roughly spread out, do you want to have a laugh at how I've goofed?
Yes, please, Char.
I forgot where I put some of my food for this stream, and I've just thought, I could really go for a little bag of unnamed chocolate coins right now. I have just looked, and the
And
bag
it's
was
melted.
no, the bag was leaning up against the exhaust fan for my PC. I have not even opened the bag, but I can feel it.
They've
And
melted.
It is there is no solids in this bag. It is pure melted.
Meanwhile, after they've come out of the pits, Drive is going for a move on Ranger around the outside of the first hairpin. That gives him the inside for the second hairpin, leading onto the back straight. And it looks like they've got the move done. But Ranger's trying to
Very
come
good
back.
move. Also, I would say Drive's car is supremely evil because it does represent the number of the beast. I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. Genji saying, leave my stiff 037 on. When it stops spinning randomly, when it hits either a grain of sand or an uneven bit of tarmac, then I'll leave it alone.
Ranger having a little look into turn 2, but can't get the car slowed down into the inside.
Ranger certainly looking and trying, as the gamer tagger can't say Emmerich. Finally, it's only taken me 3 attempts. Is slowly closing. NASCAR fan says second restart. Oof. Wait, is that in lobby A still?
Yes.
I imagine so. Here, I'll tell you what. I'm glad we're not the commentators in Lobby A at the moment.
Well, if we were the commentators in lobby A, Haseo would actually have to, well, speak.
What?
Haseo, I have heard you say approximately 12 words since Sky joined.
Because you guys have been so busy.
Metal, you've literally said that he's made more mistakes than he said words.
Well, since you joined, yes. NASCAR fan says lobby A is a tiny bit of a mess up at the moment. Well, mistakes happen, that's racing. And speaking of mistakes, Drive went a bit too wide and left the door wide open for Ranger.
And they're now going side by side through this technical section. As you can see in the background, Emmerich is closing up. Drive has managed to hold on for now, but Ranger in the slipstream, coming down towards the
Ranger
hairpin.
is also looking for that little bit of leeway for
And
a
then
possible
they're also
dive
getting
bomb.
a GT5 or GT4 right behind them.
Mm-hmm. As Scraggles goes to the inside of both of them. That could compromise one of their exits.
Oh.
The benefit though is Drive is going to get a little bit of a slipstream from him as they come towards the banking.
Ooh. Drive, though, gets the better line and breaks out quite a bit of a gap, which I think they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief for.
Oh, his driver's got wide through turn one.
Oh!
He spun the car and he's nearly rolled it as he slid his way into the outside wall at
You
turn
certainly
2.
saw those two left tires raise in the air. And that has allowed Emmerich to slip behind Ranger for a possible...
No, it was not Arthur. It was what it was driver.
Drive.
Or
Yeah.
drive.
Yeah, it was Drive and now Muggs is all over the back of them.
But what makes it worse is Drive has got complete front right suspension damage. Meaning that their braking, their turning, everything is going to be thrown out of whack now.
Yeah, that can lose you a few seconds a lap as Muggs goes for the dive into the final hairpin.
Also, hello, Doxer. Nice to have you in chat again.
And it's just the front right corner. And there's no arrow on these cars, as we mentioned earlier, for him to lose. But he'll probably be going into the pits not to lose any more time. In which he does. You can see he got a bit of a twitch there as he came off the apron.
Uh-oh. No one disconnected. Okay.
But there's another example as to how just making the smallest of mistakes at turn 1 can cost you so much time.
I will say, though, if any of you want to see one of your drivers up on the big screen, just request them. We will gladly show you them and how they're doing. NASCAR fan says, I got the pace, Mo! Oh, Lord. Do you think we finally found the use for the Tamo race mode?
Yeah, I think we have.
Either that or it's still equally as useless. Oh, Jubert in my personal thing saying we're doing a great job. Oh, thank you, Jubert. Also, Jubert, you can speak again. The big bag mean Haseo won't block you again. As Maynard is now on the inside of Drive, making it very difficult for him to actually get a fast line. An advert for toothpaste. Okay, I'm not going to ask why. Oh, and Drive slips in front of Mr. Sunshine as they come out the pits. Oh, God. Here comes Heiko. Pace Mo, bottom text. Click by Heiko Wright. Okay. For those of you who don't know, Heiko is one of our favourite little Germans here at FTC. As Ranger and Emmerich are still battling it out. Nando and Ferris. There's actually a fresh battle. PTG Nando and SSR Ferris having a good little jostle as Ferris is looking to catch up to Nando. Also, Heiko, why is little funny? I don't know your height. You could be Scotty size, you could be Haseo size. I don't know.
Like 190 something, I think it was.
I have no clue.
To be fair, I don't remember Heiko's height. Sorry, Heiko, if I should.
Look, as long as Heiko's not the same height as Lady Demetrescu from Village, I think I'll be fine. So 2 meters, that's nearly 6'6". Oh, okay. So you are taller than me, and I believe you're taller than Haseo, but still, you're still a little guy. You're our little guy of FTC.
Everyone's a little guy now, the Resident Evil 8's come out.
Actually, whilst this is happening, I will send you to something I've found, which I can't say on stream, but it's still funny. Where is it? Where is it? That is sent. By the way, someone actually did do that to scale as well, so that is the actual height of that character versus that character. And Heiko in chat saying uwu. Uwu to you too, Heiko. Zach the One, we are usually mainly an adult stream, but for this we're PG-12, so if you can lighten up the language just a little bit, we'll be just fine. And I think I heard a chuckle from Sky.
Emmerich now is just been closing in little by little on Ranger, and they're finally nearly within touching distance of that rear bumper. As Emmerich gets a bit of wheel spin coming out of the final hairpin. Will that give Emmerich a run as they come down to the final corner and around the banking?
Ooh, they're certainly trying.
As they fling their cars into turn one, Emmerich just sliding the front tires, getting a bit of smoke.
And here comes Nando now on the back of Drive and Sunshine. This is only going to cause problems for Ferris, as they're going to want to take the fastest line around the embankment as possible. And that's going to be made almost impossible thanks to Sunshine, as you can see there, having to go very wide on the embankment just to get past.
Yeah, not ideal. Had to go high to get past one car, low to get past the other. And switching those lines in the middle of the corner isn't ideal. They've made their way through and they're still on the back of Nando, starting to apply the pressure.
Nando is really trying to actually
His Ranger's
break
gone
away.
to the grass coming out of the final hairpin this time. And it looks like Emmerich has got to run there to the rear corner, but they're not alongside just yet. They're going for the tighter line down the bottom of the oval. And that has got them alongside. It's got them slightly ahead for now. But is Ranger gonna have the speed off the top? They're side by side coming into the first corner. Ranger lifts off and gives the place up.
Ferris goes for a dive on Nando, but Nando makes the undercut while Ferris shoots it off into the grass, losing all that time and pace.
Ferris going for one of the other alternative rallycross jokers on offer at Homestead today.
I didn't know that was a thing. Something else, I would say, TORA has innovated, Homestead Rallycross.
Yeah, we've seen a number of drivers take the Joker lap at turns 1 and 2. But nice of them to give the option of the final hairpin as well to our drivers today. Ranger now trying to put the pressure back on Emmerich. And he's
And
looking
he
to get a
does
better
as
exit out of the
the thing
final
is, though,
hairpin.
that 370Z has the speed,
He's in the
and it's a
slipstream.
speed, but that is a speed that poor little Hyundai can't actually match. I mean, just look at it go. Oh, but Ranger hooking on to that draft.
Both of them make it through turns 1 and 2 without touching the grass.
Ranger
Emmerich
looking
a bit
on
wide there.
But
That
Emmerich
leaves them-
positioning themselves very well with their track knowledge and making sure that Ranger can't slip up the inside. The field is a little bit spread. Oh, who's gone off there?
Oh, yeah, we have had someone else going wide at turn 2.
I believe that was Raskula.
It was indeed, and that's put them back into this fight with Sunshine and Drive.
Now, Raskula is not going to want to get mixed up in that battle because, as we know, Sunshine and Drive are both very scrappy drivers.
And they've also got our current leader, Brandy, in the GT4 class, making their way through.
Brandy is making their way through. However, they're going to caught up by not one but two GT5 cars.
And meanwhile, Ranger has made a dive for the pits.
Here comes Brandy walking past in that Mercedes AMG. Beautiful car still, I'd say. Oh, but Raskula, not wanting to get in this battle, dives into the pits.
Oh, and Ranger has come out of the pits just ahead of Incinerate.
Incinerate, though, is on the hunt in that little BMW. Well, as we've seen, the little BMW, not as competitive, at least in this lobby, as it should be. Incinerate still on the rear. Oh, as they get very drifty on the exit, letting Ranger walk away a little bit.
Indeed. Incinerate
Sunshine and Drive are still at each other's gullets. What is the safety car meme, Genji? So we've had the Tamo Pacemo. We've had I can't remember the other one. The BMW Pace Setter. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. You know, why is everyone choosing these useless cars as pace cars?
I mean, it doesn't matter. The car's just basically a placeholder for the pits. Because Forza is a flawless game, the first person on the grid, I believe, who takes the first pit box in the pit lane, if they drive too quickly into the pit lane, which you tend to do at this track, your car doesn't slow down in time unless you just drive through the pits without actually stopping for your pit stop. And obviously that's a bit of an issue So instead of saying to that one driver, "Oh yeah, you have to slow down extra going into the pits," we just have a placeholder car, relieving us of that problem.
Oh, fair enough. Drift in chat. What up, Drift? You are currently joining us at hour 3 of 10 here at Homestead.
And meanwhile, Muggs has just pitted and come out of Incinerate as well.
Oh, but drive on the inside of Sunshine. But Sunshine positioning themselves in such a way that they will have the inside line after the straight. Drive, though, has that acceleration. Is Drive now. Drive gets the move done and overtakes Sunshine, but Sunshine is not going to take that.
Hello,
Lying
Sabine.
down. Hello, Sabine. Sabine, that is our word on the street, but it's the wrong word on the street because vegan cake is for the weak and feeble.
It's still for metal.
Fuck off. I know it's supposed to be a little bit PG, but I will not refrain from language to defend myself. Bloody little pudgy
As
Irishman.
Incinerate's got wide at turn 1, has managed to still get the car slowed down on the grass in time to make turn 2 reasonably.
Ooh, and
That
driver went a little bit wide with going side by side with the Sunshine.
He did
Sunshine
indeed.
gets the move done and overtakes back.
So
Drift, what do you mean, don't you dare say you? What do you mean? What about you? Oh, but Drive is on the attack of Sunshine. Sunshine just begging and praying for a break, which they are not getting at all from Drive. And Drive makes it pass once more, taking 13th away from Mr. Sunshine.
Hello, Send It.
Send it with the adorable little emotes. How are you, buddy? And more importantly, Send it, are you driving today?
He's not.
Oh, fair enough. Are you enjoying yourself watching this so far, at least? As Sunshine goes for the dive bomb on Drive.
I'll tell you what, Farius is going to be getting very frustrated. Oh, they get
Oh!
Forza connected.
Ferris goes past. Drive letting Sunshine keep their position.
Yeah, but Farius would have been a little bit frustrated getting held up so much in the first sector there.
They were
So-
held up, but I'm just grateful they weren't involved in any incident, because that could have been a bad incident.
Yeah, they're lucky there's no Forza tire wall there to prevent corner cutting.
Oh, Sunshine nudges the rear of Remix, causes them to have a little bit of a twitch.
And apparently there's a 6-car battle going on in A lobby.
Ooh!
This track is actually Homestead in Miami.
Miami, home of successful models, plastic surgeons, and the elderly.
Does that include the pace car send-out or not?
That is true, because the pace car is everything.
So that may only be 3, but that's still quite a few, unfortunately.
That's roughly the close to the same he has.
Ooh.
That's actually the same as us then.
Ooh, when
Yeah,
did Ink? When did
that-
Ink disconnect?
That's a good point. Ink's now disconnected too.
I did not notice that. Can we have a effing chat for Ink, who I did not notice disconnected? I wonder where they went.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I believe... Incinerator's disconnected!
Ooh. Effing
Well.
chat.
So now we are up for disconnects, which is really unfortunate. I don't know if it's just Forza's servers playing up today.
Oh, no. Scotty, Haseo, I have found the source of the disconnects.
What is it?
It's Crow. He just appeared in chat. Someone disconnected, then Crow appeared. Blame Crow.
And he's trying to pass blame by asking who's fiddling with the server cables. Don't lie, Crow. We all know it's you.
Yeah, Crow, we all know
So
it's you.
suspicious the moment he comes in chat and then that's what he's doing.
And now Sendit is doing the famous hashtag at FTC. Hashtag blame Crow. You know, Crow is that person to unplug a plug to charge his phone up and fails to realise that the thing he just unplugged was probably life support.
Something like that.
But Drive is still sticking on the rear on Mr. Sunshine. This is some Avarian just prejudice. It's not prejudice if it's true. Your keyboard didn't break, Crow. You just did a goof. Admit you did a goof, and then we'll let it go.
Oh, we've got a lot of cars in this little pack
I can
making their
see
way
that.
through the first sector, and it's a mix of GT4s and 5s. We've got Faris trying to chase down Nando in GT4 as Brandy just exited the pits behind Remix for the lead in GT4. And
What a little
just-
group!
Yeah, they've just passed Emerage and Ranger fighting in GT5.
Nando is trying to keep off Ferris, but Ferris going with the...
Ferris gets into the back of them, and that spun them out. They're
It looks like
respectfully...
they are going to be waiting.
Yeah, they've respectfully waited up.
Yeah, Ferris has waited up.
They just...
Meanwhile, Iron Greggles is now sat behind Nando, who's going to be looking to overtake them as they retake Mugs.
Ferris just missing their braking, locking the tires up, getting into the back of Nando there, and subsequently they've pitted.
Going back to chat quickly, Crow saying avian, not a variant. I'm smart. Debatable. He says, also, woo action. Yes, because for those of you who don't know, Crow is the only human being in human history who joins the commentary booth just in time as the action dies. And Greggles spun out Nando.
Nando is not having a good day.
I don't think that Porsche is having a good day. It's got one of the best paint jobs, but the worst look.
Yeah, 2 instants in 2 laps is quite unfortunate. They've not got damage though, so that's the main thing, because I'll lose you a lot more time. But yeah, and also that's going to disrupt them from the rhythm that they were in, so hopefully they can get back into that rhythm and keep up those laps.
And there goes Crow. He says, anyway, back to my nap. Well, enjoy your nap, as me and Haseo and Scotty have got another 8 hours and 45 plus minutes to go. I think I just heard a sail cry. Anyway, never mind. He's just wonderful and hapless as always. Drift, that is Crow's MO. He turns up, breaks stuff, smiles, laughs, and leaves. That is
I'm
Crow
asking,
in a
has you?
chat.
Did you remember the double underscore?
Oh, that's what it was.
I'd take that as a no.
Do you even know what I'm referring to, Metal?
Not a single clue. But whilst before you told me that, Tixel said it says only A lobby drivers that are disconnected so far is AMS TQ, DTS Mondo, SSR, Bobbits, and Heiko. No, Heiko!
Who was the Heiko was the pace car, so there's 3 disconnections.
Okay. Okay, look, I just had a mini heart. I had a mini heart attack. I had a mini heart attack. Also, that's the time you pay attention.
I was thinking you were shouting Haiku because, oh no, Haiku's the pace car, you muppet. You've got that. You know, he doesn't count.
Scotty, I've had a lot to deal with over this past week, minus you two muppets. So in the nicest of ways, give me a break.
Hey, you didn't have to deal with us yesterday, so you can't complain too much. As a ranger made a mistake at turn 2 and 3. I just seen in the back of Hazio's shot they were off the track and have lost a position to Mugs.
Drift says, I am a pirate. I don't really know where to go with that in a family-friendly manner, so I'm just going to skate past it. Genji saying FRM times FTC is currently running 3rd in lobby. Well done, boys! Just saying, yeah, give
getting a break.
Metal doesn't like breaks. He chose to stream 16 hours last weekend.
No, I didn't choose. Haseo decided to celebrate fucking National Norway Day early. Understandably, because of like seeing family, because of lockdown, blah, 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 blah. So I can't be too mad at him for that. My voice, on the other hand, is still mad at him. It was yesterday with the nap. Yeah. But anyway, enough from Betty Buys. Drift trying to get past the cursing language in Twitch chat quite creatively.
Technically, it should already be in the first board that you're taking him.
Yeah, technically, but then again, there it is. Nando is currently sat in the middle of no man's land between Maynard and Ferris, both of which are an extreme distance away, as everyone is actually quite spread out at the moment. Apart from 1 and 2. 1 and 2 with Remix and Brandy, they're actually quite close. Drift says, big news, I'm pro. By I'm pro, you mean I'm racing, I'm quad bike through Amwood.
And
By
Nando's
am,
in
they
the
mean
pits.
amateur. Joking, of course.
I didn't even hear the joke, so I'll take it as such. Remix is currently leading this pack, but Brandy is closing ever so slightly per lap. And we've got just under 25 minutes to go. So, since everyone's a little bit spread out, I think it's time to break open the conversation of chat to bust down the door of wonderfulness and disparity that is the wonderful fun facts provided by our FTC correspondent in chat, Mr. Effis Jens. He has provided a list of fun facts to say through the stream, as well, we predicted that cars will be spread out, so we don't exactly want you to watch a silent stream. No, that's not us. So, would you like to hear his first fun fact of many for the evening?
Take it away.
Fun fact number one. This Tuesday just gone, Porsche announced that its LMDH program for both the World Endurance Championship and the IMSA Championship would be run by the Penske team. Penske and Porsche already have endurance racing history together, and with them teaming up again, this team will be factory backed, meaning they've got the funding of Porsche with the race history and technology of Penske and Porsche.
And Penske, a very big name in motorsports. In IndyCar, they're championship winners. In Australian supercars, they're championship winners. You name it, if Penske's in it, they've probably won it. So that is big news indeed. And so we'll have to see how that plays out in the Mon Daytona hybrid class.
Which I will say, did any of you chaps happen to see the new Toyota hybrid that they're testing out for when the rules change?
You mean the new hypercar, which
Yes.
raced last week at the 6 Hours of Spa?
Yes, the little bit of a disaster that vehicle is.
You mean that class?
Yeah.
Because fun fact, the 2020 Formula 2 pole time was 3 seconds quicker than the hypercar pole time from last week at Spa.
Ooh,
Yeah.
shouldn't that be the other way around?
They should be like 3 seconds slower than F1, really. And in the first free practice session, the hypercar wasn't even the fastest overall. It was an LMP2 car that took fastest overall in FP1.
Well, of course, because that makes sense. NASCAR fan says, yeah, I watched the last 2.5 hours of the 6 Hours of Spa. LMP2 beat speed.
Yeah, and in fact, the record LMP2 pole time around Spa is still quicker than that hypercar pole. So, and Toyota going into the weekend were asking for the LMP2s to be slowed down a bit.
That's not promising, is it?
No. And as far as I'm aware, there's the Gleichenhaus hypercar that's not racing in the whole championship. I believe it's just doing the Le Mans race. That has had more issues, I believe, in its testing.
Well, again, it is Glickenhaus. I'll be surprised if there weren't an incident with their vehicles. But mind you, we all know the real reason why Effis watched the 6 Hours of Spa, and that was because of a young lady called Sophia. But that is just playful banter between us and Effis. There is obviously no hard feelings anyway here.
Really?
But-
Really? He actually watched it because of that whole girl team?
No. He literally just watched it for that one woman.
Oh, you're saying... Oh, you saying he's got a specific interest?
Oh yeah, very much so. Very, very much so. even to the point where he said he would nearly quit everything to meet her. So, yeah.
It's a shame FS isn't currently in chat to defend themselves.
No, just think. All of this has been said, and he will never know. But mind you, everyone is just hot lapping at the moment. There isn't really much in the way of overtaking or passing action.
It's just that phase of the race where everyone's racking up the laps, racking up the distance, because that's what matters at the end of the day. That's what's going to get them higher up the final leaderboard. Worth mentioning, we only have roughly 18 minutes of the stint remaining.
Yes,
so
we
we'll be
do.
coming to the end of the pit window. There's only 8 minutes of that remaining. Once we get to 10 minutes left, the pit lane closes for the 4 mandatory stops everyone must make, and so that'll give us a clear picture of how everyone stands. Something to note is that Emmerich is just entered the pit lane, whereas 1 or 2 laps ago, I can't remember, Ranger entered the pit lane, and they were right next to each other then, so we'll have to see how they come out.
So you do know people are starting to take their final pit stops.
And that means once it's final pit stops, it's hot lap time, because all you can really do, as Brandy is currently in the pits, our current stint leader, Team S Brandy in the GT4 division, the faster division, is... Ooh, let's see. I think
They're in the pits.
Remix
is
might...
now coming out. The doing one thing with Remix livery is that actually is a Formula 1 livery turned around to be a delivery for the F70S as he just takes over Brandy.
But I will admit, though, for a livery, it works very well.
It does indeed. It is such a lovely livery, and love the rainbows on it. Lovely touch. But I should correct myself. I said it was Ranger that Emmerich was fighting. It isn't. It was Muggs, and they've come out just ahead of them. So Muggs will be looking to chase them down.
Oh, that is a sickener in chat. Shrek saying this is when the lobby DC'd with
and Remix hit the grass right before the final hairpin, losing a little bit of speed.
Yeah, he just gone to the inside curb, and that kicked the rear out. He caught the slide well and has lost minimal time, just a slight trip with 2 wheels on the grass.
But Metal, how long before you think Epis is going to come on radio and chat?
I would say a couple of hours. Either that or he doesn't know. And no one will tell him, will they?
Read what the Drift said in chat.
Yeah, but Drift is also as reliable as a 1980s Lancia, so, you know, take it with a pinch of salt, I would say.
Ooh, here goes Remix behind Sunshine into turn 3.
Remix is certainly getting held up a tiny bit by traffic, but actually they're getting held up a lot by traffic.
You can just see how much of a difference it makes depending on where you catch the GT5 traffic. If you catch it after the first sector, you'll usually get by with these because the track's mostly straight. But if you catch it in that first technical sector, you have to sit behind for the whole sector, and that just leverages lap time away.
Drifting chat saying, no sir, I am a Lotus, not a Lancia. So that means you are lots of trouble, usually serious. Okay, good to know.
I was going to make the same joke.
Good to know, Drift, that you're even more unreliable.
Meanwhile, Emmerich has got a couple of wheels on the grass at turn 2 for the second lap in a row, and that's allowed Muggs to close up and start applying some pressure with 14 laps to go in this stint. As someone else is off at turn 2. That would have been... Trying to find out who. Ranger got wide there at turn 2. I've seen it on the map.
Oh. Just saying, no, a Sunday driver. No, a Sunday driver drives possibly a Rover or a Nissan Pixo. Or maybe an old Jag that likes to break down. Not a Lotus. Have you ever seen a Sunday driver, aka an 80-year-old, try and squeeze themselves into a tiny little plastic coffin? No.
Metal, it's only a plastic coffin if someone like you's driving it.
Hey, I'm a perfectly unsafe driver. I know what I'm doing most of the time.
Perfectly unsafe. Darks are cheering on Mugs to get P9 overall.
Come on, Mugs.
I thought
Doctor
Mugs
is
was in
yelling
P-
for you.
Muggs is in P10 at the moment, trying to get P9, but it looks like even Darkser is pitting
Wait.
against Emmerich. Poor Emmerich.
Apparently it's because Mugs is Doctor's teammate.
Oh yeah, I know that, but I just feel sorry that, you know, of all people to have a teammate, Muggs' teammate is Darkser. You know, so Emmerich literally has the entire house of cards stacked against him with a brick, with a little bit of cinder block on top.
Right then, Hazu, who's your money on for this fight for the end of the stint?
12 minutes ago, judging by how it's looking, I think Mugs can do it.
You're putting your money on Mugs. Metal, who are you putting your money on?
I'm gonna say, fight the system, Emmerich.
You'll be the sole one as I'm going to put my money on Mugs too.
You traitors! You traitors!
I'm sorry,
You
I've
traitors!
it's
You
not my
traitors,
fault. I've
right?
previously worked with Mugs.
Okay, Scotty, you previously worked with Mugs. Remind us what has happened in your past few races. You know, with curbs.
I'm not actually raced as Mugs with a racing team yet, but as an organisational teammate in the filler race community.
Well, okay. But remember, don't mention fair race too much, otherwise Starlight will appear and start fanboying over you again. Possibly the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Considering, Scott, you're 17, correct?
Indeed.
Yeah. Starlight is technically a couple of months older than you. So he's fanboying over someone younger than him. And it's just hilarious.
I mean, that's not new, but I'm going to cut in there.
No,
Mugs is got to the inside of Emmerich.
Emmerich! Drive better! Come on, Emmerich! Yes, go, Emmerich! Utilize the draft! You only have just under 11 minutes! Emmerich, cut them! Just go left! Go left! Emmerich, you have
Emmerich is trying to carry his speed on the top of the banking.
Oh,
Mugs
he's
has
trying
got
to
to the
undercut
inside.
towards turn 1.
I feel betrayed. Mugs missed turn one.
Oh, right, he got onto the grass.
Oh! Wait, what's with that
Emmerich!
bumper? Darcy, I
Emmerich!
think I need a body straightener for this.
Go, Emmerich!
But we still got 10
Oh.
minutes left.
Oh, Rockmore was saying in chat that's a lot of DNFs, and that just noticed Incinerate.
fans against me, saying the magnificent orange must win.
We did see that the moment it happened, so it's already called out, Scotty.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
Incinerate.
yeah, it's Incinerate. That's a bit a while ago.
Yeah. Come on, Emmerich. Come on, Emmerich. You basically have just under 4 laps. You could do it.
As the pit window is now closed, so all these positions are for genuine positions within the stint.
Emmerich, why are you going so wide on the embankment? Cut in! It's a shorter distance! I swear, if Emmerich makes a mistake last minute and Muggs gets past, I think I might, like, internally be sick a little. Whoa, and Remix goes drifting in P1 as now there's a battle for first between Remix and Brady, and poor Emmerich is gonna... Oh, God! Okay, who's gonna win out this battle, Remix or Brady? I'm saying Remix.
Looking at this, I think Brandy might go for it, but it's whether he makes it another question.
Scotty, who do you say, Remix or Brandy for P1?
I'm going to put my money on Brandy to make a move for the lead.
Damn it, why is everyone pitting against me today?
And so you know, that's not on purpose. I had my headset off because someone was talking to me. So I didn't hear you.
Metal sounds so defeated.
I'm not defeated, I'm crushed. There's a difference. So I've got you two pitting for Brandy when I'm saying Remix for the lead, and I've got you two saying Muggs when I'm saying Emmerich for 9th place. You swines! Come on, Emmerich.
Metal, at least if you're right, you can say you're right on your own.
Actually, that is true. I get a momentary lapse of superiority, which, well, I firmly... No, Emmerich, don't go on the grass. I saw that back wheel clip the grass. Emmerich, be a good Emmerich and drive well. You just have just over 7 minutes. Come on, Emmerich. Pretty pleased with the cherry on top. Even NASCAR fan is saying you got this, Muggs, and go, Muggs. Simply because of orange paint is best. Oh.
Muggs has closed in that gap that opened up after their mistake.
No, he hasn't.
He has
No, they
just
haven't.
about.
Shush. No, they haven't.
So
I believe in the...
denial.
I'm not in denial. It's called blissful ignorance.
Right.
That's
I'm
exactly the same.
Firstly, I would like to say an apology to everyone in chat that Metal is wanting a very dull and boring race to the end.
Wow,
The rest of us
okay.
here
I'm
want
sorry
some
for wanting a
excitement.
tight ending. Oh my God! So NASCAR fan is also their teammate. So they had to be. Who is not Muggs' teammate? Can I know their name? Can I know their names so that I can have someone on my goddamn side?
Well, as Muggs is really applying the pressure on Emmerich, Brandy is fallen back from Remix a little bit as they've had clean air. So it looks
Jubit
like
says,
Remix.
Look at DMs. Yeah, Jubit, I already saw your DMs, and thanks to you for it. My God, is anyone not on not on Muggs' team? Just please. Oh God, I got Drift on my side. I actually might change teams since Drift is supporting Emmerich. Oh no.
That made you change your mind quickly.
Well, it's like discovering that the team you're suddenly playing for has a slight hobby of kicking puppies. It sort of daints the taste, really.
Yeah.
Don't agree. Look, I already know I'm in a bad situation, and I'm praying Muggs can't get on.
Oh, he's going for the move into the inside of turn 2. He's got the car stopped, but Emmerich has got the cutback. That gives him the inside for turn 3.
Come on, Emmerich!
And Muggs has to slot in behind for now. They've
Yes,
got
Emmerich!
4.5 minutes.
Juba, I would
This
never
is gonna
kick
come
you,
down to the
only
wire.
cuddle.
And
Dogs are
Dark
saying,
goes
come
like,
on, Muggs. Come on, please, Emerge. I've never been right on this channel
What's
before. and
funny
I just-
is Brandy and Emerge is actually on the same team.
Wait, really?
Tempest
So-
Motorsport.
So I'm pitting against one and rooting for the other.
Yes.
Well, that makes.
Make your mind up, Meadow. To be fair,
Double
wait, aren't
standards.
we all? Aren't we all? All of us are going for mugs or going for brandy. So we've all decided to
Envy.
back one Tempest
Envy.
car, not the other.
Just end me. My better days have passed me. Just put me out to pasture.
Metal, both me and Scott is in the same boat as you on this one, technically.
Yeah, we've
I know
all
that.
done it.
I know
Oh,
that, but I'm the tit that got out. But...
Turn one, look out!
Oh, please, Mugs, miss. Just miss. Please. Pretty, please.
Mugs all over that rear bumper.
Shush, no, he's not.
Emmerich going defensive into turn 3.
He's struggling. He can't get past. Come on, Emerge. Come on, Emerge. Please, pretty, please.
Let's go!
I didn't know we had budget Luigi in chat. If that's the case, I got a clogged toilet. You're a plumber, aren't you?
Meadow, I wouldn't hire him as a plumber. He'll just fall asleep on the job.
Oh, can you imagine him just finding Haseo asleep face down in your toilet? That is something. That is a sight.
I'd rather not
really
even-
Oh, Emmerich has gone deep.
No, Emerge! No, Emerge!
They bang wheels as they exit the hairpin. Mugs
Oh,
has to slot back into the slipstream.
It's under 3 minutes, please, Emerge. Pretty, please.
We got 2 minutes left.
Even Darks is like, no! So, chat, last bets. Who's going to get this? Is it going to be Emerge or Mugs? Uh-oh. No, I spoke too soon. Mugs, go away. No, Mugs. I
They head
need to
through
win
turn
this
1
bet.
once again.
Oh, no. Oh, please, Mugs. If I get any more tenths, I'm going to produce a diamond.
Mugs is looking for the gap, but Emmerich is doing their absolute best to keep that door shut.
Please, Emerge, it's under 2 minutes. It's basically a lap.
We're gonna get one more of turn 1 to turn 4, I believe.
Oh, my heart can't take this much more.
I can just
Oh.
see them in the distance on my end.
Please! Please!
My
Emmerich
just
going
got crazy.
defensive,
Max!
Looking to the outside, Emmerich covers off the cutback very well.
Please,
Mugs is
Emmerich!
nowhere to go.
Please, Emerge, I'm praying to whoever's listening. Please, Emerge, do well. Take the tight embankment. Listen to me, Emerge, otherwise I will find you. Emerge, please, keep Mugs behind you. Don't listen to Darkser. Don't listen to Darkser.
Oh,
Mugs
somebody's
going on
looking
the
for
outside.
outside!
Oh. There's less than a minute. Please.
Mugs is going for it.
Oh, he's going for it!
No.
Oh!
Emmerich is putting a counter-attack on. Up the inside into turn 3. Mugs has got the inside for turn 4 though.
No. No.
Emmerich
Emerge.
looking for the
Oh,
comeback.
yeah!
Their exit going towards the hairpin.
But we got like 5
Please.
seconds! 4,
Please.
3,
Please.
2.
Please. Please.
Breaking
Pretty
into
please.
the hairpin. They get forcibly connected as they stop for the end of this. And there we go. The end of stint 2.
Yeah, we're more or less on time.
Hey, good job, Hazio.
Oh, shut up.
I think we're like 2-3 seconds off. But what I mean time is, we got now 15 minutes until the next lobby.
Look, in a way, it's sort of good because Brandy lost your bet, but Emridge sort of screwed me in that last bit because he can't cover an inside line.
I mean, to be fair, the move going into turn 2 is a rare move because you're right on the limit through turn 1 and instantly braking for turn 2. So actually being able to then pull the car in tighter through turn 1 and brake later for turn 2 is usually impossible. So I was very surprised to see that move, but good job from Muggs.
Yes,
to
good
make it
luck,
happen.
Darkser as well, because Darkser will be in the next stint. Also, I'm not salty at all from that result. I'm perfectly fine.
You sure?
No. Not at all. Nope. Mm-mm. Oh, who's sending me a message now?
Probably Jubert.
I like how you call out Jubit before I even pick up my phone. It's not Jubit. Holy hell, it's not Jubit.
Who was it?
FTC retweeting ourselves on Twitter. Yes, SSR Inc. did disconnect. Also,
Speaking of which, it's NASCAR fan who's our pace car next stint.
Oh, great! I've got the whole field to know that I lost a bet. Shut up. Here comes the NASCAR fan. Tamo Pacemo! Muggsy saying the boys redeeming my poop stint 1.
Well, this is
It
not
weren't that
good.
bad of a stint. It weren't that bad of a stint 1, was it?
Why is my game bar not opening?
I assume Muggsy sent for their stint 1. Shame here that was per stint 1, but good here that your teammates are recovering well from it. Hopefully the rest of your race can go smoothly.
Just saw Remix there do a little bit of a drift around turn 1 and then come to a stop. So our next lobby host will be NWR Jonesy and SFM Darks.
Well, this is not fun that my shortcut for game bar is not working.
That is the latest Windows update. Yeah.
Yes, it was working just until now.
Yeah, what do you expect?
At least I can find it in the Microsoft Store and open it.
Wait, you have to go to the Microsoft Store to open it?
At the moment, yes.
Haven't you just done, I don't know, search?
Yeah, but then then if I had to do that every time, when I'm trying to open it. Oh.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Because apparently I still have Jonesy added as a friend. That's nice to know.
There's a lot of people online today looking on our friend list.
Actually, yeah, let's have a look at my friends list. I've got 149 people online. Holy bajoli.
I got 36. Oh, now it's starting to work again, stupid game bar.
Well, that 36 is double my entire friends list because I don't add people as friends.
That's just rude.
I just like the short friends list.
Who the hell is on your short friends list?
Some people. I'm not going to name any names.
I think I got an
Why is
idea,
that?
but I'm not gonna name them because I'm not gonna.
Yeah, as you would know, a few people on this list.
Would they be from FRM? Or
They
should I
would
just
be
say FR?
just FR, you would be right.
Drift says, I have 450 at it. Well, that's because it's you, Drift. See, there's Scotty, who has a very tame friends list. Then there's people like me, Hosea, who have our friends list. And then there's Drift, who is a spam friends list. Where it's like, oh, you said hi to me, friend.
I think currently I probably only have like 100 people in my own friend list. Total with offline.
Jubert says, I have one friend. Oh, that's not true, Jubert. Well, whilst we do wait, I am going to excuse myself for another drink and, well, something I can't say on the TORA stream. So, yeah, be back in a few.
So while Metal goes and relieves himself, how are you doing, Hazio?
Doing alright, how about you guys? And how's Shad doing? Dark's rather sending his invites. For what?
Also, Hazio, I'm gonna assume you've already mentioned the very obvious thing on stream at the moment.
Are you talking about this?
I'm talking about the fact that the background currently doesn't have very many nice views, considering the track we're at.
Well, looking at the package I got, it didn't have the nice video it usually does have.
That is strange.
So when I compare to the B-roll from other packages I have, it doesn't even have a video for the B-roll. It just has an overlay.
Ah.
So I had to use the slider pictures that was available in the package.
May I ask when you figured this out?
The moment I tried to add all the overlays into this,
Which was...
2 hour or maybe an hour before the stream.
Ah. I was gonna say, if you figured out early enough, we could have created our own stuff.
Yeah, I didn't look at anything else stuff to add before an hour beforehand.
Well, great to hear you were prepared as always.
How
Or
long?
was that when you woke up this afternoon?
No, I'd already been awake for probably 6 hours by that time. I think I woke up like 9 or 10 today.
Oh, that's a fairly reasonable time to wake up.
Seems like people are not inputted data yet for Stint 2. Speaking of which, I need to...
It'll probably be quite a while before we get a final Stint 2 results, considering the delays at least A lobby had.
But we will not be counting on those in terms of our own starting time for stint 3.
We have 15 drivers already in our lobby. As I say that, 2 more join, making that 17. So I think we nearly have everyone.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Nice to be back. First time someone's actually welcomed me back in the near
Welcome
year that I'm... Oh, the first time Sam actually says welcome back, and it sounds like he's swallowing a whole muffin.
Huh?
Well, I heard like you were like mid bite.
Yeah, he had fallen on his bed. Hadn't quite got asleep yet. If you were away for another minute or two, you probably would have. But
Scotty, that question. Are you familiar with the experiment of Pavlov's dog?
no.
It's the dog with the little electric shock collar. Like every time they shocked it, like got food and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to get a Wi-Fi enabled one and send it to Haseo and make sure he wears it on FTC days, so that if he's ever asleep, we can just log in wherever we are and just go, "Bzzz, wake!"
Well, the thing is, he'd actually need to work the whole time because, like, think about it, if he's asleep on the run up to an event, he's obviously not going to have it on yet, so we wouldn't be able to buzz him. So he'd have to work all the time. So when he does fall asleep, and we're waiting for him to join our Discord channel before an event, and realize he's not appearing, we can just be let's give him a buzz to hurry him up.
Sergio in chat saying evening all. Evening, Sergio, you beautiful beast of a man. How are you?
I think we're missing like 2 more people.
Oh my god, Lobby B still got 7 minutes to go.
What about Lobby A? That's even further behind, I believe. It's hard to tell because they don't have a timer up. And they had a lot of disconnections all the way up until P15. That will be 5, 6 disconnections in a lobby.
Mm.
Oh wow. I think we were the same.
I know up to 14, so 13 is the last place. Why are they hearing double of me? Hello?
What? What? What do you mean? Why is there double of you? What?
Is it through Scully, maybe? Yep.
Oh lord. Yeah, it's Scotty.
Oh, goodness me.
Don't ask why, I don't know.
Oh my god, Sergio's been chatting away in chat, hasn't he? NASCAR fan is famous or infamous. Why not both? Greedy. Very true, Sergio. Sergio says, I see that my Tamo Pacemo is being observed. Sergio says, a Marmite car. No, it's not a Marmite car. It's well, it's just it's a bad car. It's a bad car. Speaking of which, how are you doing, Sergio? How was your Saturday? It is Saturday. Yeah, it is Saturday. I had to double check to see if today was Saturday. Holy moly. My brain is mushing.
It's melted.
Yes. NASCAR fan, I will say this loud and proud. The Tamo Racemo is a bad car. I'm waiting for an imminent explosion. I got an E. That is not really what I was expecting. I was expecting an explosion and then I got an E. Oh, Sergio, that's just rude. He says an E is a pretty big explosion if you ask me. Wouldn't it be a capital E then?
Okay. What's going
They're doing
on?
it to fix the. They're doing it to fix the racing line. Oh, we're starting immediately. Okay. Okay. Imminent words from Darkside. Okay. Holy hell. Is Scotty still here?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just it's the most quiet I've ever heard from you.
I was having a digestive caramel millionaire slice.
I have never heard you sound more pretentious in all my life. Genji says, I'm back from food and NCIS. Wasn't planning on NCIS, but got distracted. Genji, how old are you if you're watching NCIS? It's basically over 200 episodes of person die, find out how person die. Don't worry, Darkser, we will mash it like the little potatoes I had for dinner. Well, yesterday, not today. Today I had a kebab. It was quite nice. Genji, I'm not wrong though. It's person die, find out how person die. Usually semen. That's always involved somehow. What the hell is going on with the loading?
It's Forza.
Yeah, but why?
Because Forza.
That isn't an excuse. I said that in an official Forza thing and I got in trouble for it. So I need a valid excuse.
Well, would you expect Forza can't accept that their game's not that good?
Yeah, but Skyrocket says Lipper. Okay. Crow says today I had one peri peri chicken burger, one chicken fillet burger, one chicken steak burger, and mozzarella sticks. Crow, have you ever tried a chicken sausage? Because I found out today that that is a thing. Nascafan says today I ate some walnut shrimp and broccoli and chicken from Panda Express. Panda Express aren't that bad. They're a tiny bit overpriced, but at least they're fresh. Crow, it's me. I don't live under a rock. I just sometimes visit under a rock for long periods of time. And also, forgive me, but when I think of a sausage, I usually think, pig.
Usually chicken are for those who have religious reason they're not eating pig. Like in Norway
Exactly.
we have even turkey sausages.
Ooh, I've got it. Oh, I've got to try them. Sergio saying, crow no fly, crow full of chicken. Crow, to answer your question, no, and no. Although I have eaten zebra. That was an interesting meat. Now, hopefully...
I didn't realize Darkser was being so literal when they said spam the spectate button.
Well, it's Darkser. Crow, Sergio saying, don't eat crow sausage. I'll have to find it first underneath all the plumage. In fairness, we are holding out just nicely. Haseo nearly fell asleep an hour in, but we woke his ass up with some comedy, so yeah, we're holding out just fine. And we've got a cute little leprechaun to aid us. Is this a pace lap or race pace?
Remember, the first sector will
Oh,
be
yeah.
done as a formation sector, and then it will be
So
racing.
I believe after the 2 kinks, it will be lights out, correct?
No, it's at the end of the technical sector going on to the first straight on the infield.
That's basically where he meant.
Quite. Yeah. See,
But
Haseo
when you say
knows
two
me.
kinks, I think you mean the first 2 corners.
No. Anyway, prepare to have your eardrums blown out. Lights out! Away we go once more for Homestead Stint 3 as people are getting underway. Jonesy looking very tight and technical as Duke the Rebel in the McLaren 570S currently leads the charge for the GT4 cars. Oh, and we've already got someone going off. Who is that? Someone sliding off. I believe it was V-Nex Zach the One in the Camaro. Getting all sorts of sliding. We've got PTG Tarvo rocking the currently cursed Cayman GT4. As everyone makes it quite clean off the start, so congrats for that.
There's been quite a bit of contact in the midfield of the GT5s, although no one's been off the track that I've seen. Although we've got a
Ooh,
fight
and
for the lead
Jonesy
already.
goes wide into turn 1, missing the braking zone and goes onto the grass.
Oh, I'm watching Darkzer. He's on the tail of SSR Inc. As Inc is getting all sorts of twitching. The sister 370Z Darkzer cutting it close on the inside, keeping close to the rear of Inc.
But we've
But
got
not
move.
that close enough.
We've got to move for the lead of GT5. Absorb is going past Brixie to get the lead, and Drive is looking to take advantage of it too. Into the hairpin in the midfield. Brixie gets held up a bit by Absorb on the apex, and Drive ducks underneath him to take second in class.
Don't worry, Haseo. We've got 6 hours left. We're 40% of the way through.
Brixie goes for a dive on Drive to try and reclaim second, but doesn't have the drive out of the corner, and is now coming under pressure from Inc behind.
Further up the infield, we've got Zach the One under immense pressure from PTG Tarvo. So we've got the big bad American muscle versus the lightweight German sports car
And
going toe-to-toe, as Red Eagle as well also joining the fray to make this a 3-way battle.
Oh, and we've got a mistake in the GT5 pack. Kimmix gets a wheel on the grass through on the exit of turn 1, manages to slide the car and slow enough into turn 2. That's lost him a little bit of time behind Darkster, and Gale Force is starting to apply pressure to them now.
Oh, and Tarvo runs onto the grass, which means them and Red Eagle are going to be going toe-to-toe with one another. Red Eagle goes for the dive with the superior brakes of the Mercedes. Tarvo trying to use the lightweight nature of the Porsche, but he's not making it stick and has to tuck in behind Red Eagle as there's nothing else they can do. However, Tarvo is on the rebuttal now, getting out the slipstream of Red Eagle, forcing them higher onto the embankment, making them drive further. Tarvo has the inside line before the apron, meaning they have overtaken Red Eagle before the start-finish straight, back in hot pursuit of Zach the One.
And meanwhile, this fight in GT5 is hotting up. Darkstar has got their way into third in the class, as Brixie's fallen to fourth. in his class.
Oh, we've also got NWR
Oh.
Jonesy, who is trying to catch up to Red Eagle. Performance is...
Well, that's a massive incident. Brixie's forced someone into one of the tower walls at the exit of turn 3. It was Ink. And
Ow.
that is a lot of damage. It's 100% on
Ooh.
both front corners and to all the internals. So it's going to be a slow crawl around pretty much the entire lap as Drive goes by, who's already made their first stop.
I think the only thing Ink can take a look for granted now is he's not done a single pit stop, so yes, he does lose a lap partially with this, but it doesn't mean he's out of it yet.
They're not out of it, but they're certainly down for the moment.
Exactly.
Yes, it's still really tight in this mid-pack in GT5.
Yeah, we've got OTR Phaser going on the inside of NWR Tadpole. Tadpole trying to go toe-to-toe with Phaser, forcing them onto the apron. Phaser has to tuck in behind Tadpole, accepting 12 plates for now. But Phaser, locking up on the brakes. And Vanisher as well, going side by side with Itachi. For 13th. Oh, Itachi gets twitchy. As Tadpole is now trying to catch Gale Force. That is the sound of a wild Haseo. That is the sound of a wild Haseo doing poor amateur dramatics. As Tadpole goes on the inside of Gale Force, trying to do the drag all the way to the brake. Who's going to be braver? Tadpole is braver, but Gale has the inside line. Forcing Tadpole onto the grass. They scrub speed. Nothing they can do. They have to tuck in behind Gale.
And this could give Fraser a chance if they're close enough. That Civic seems to have good straight line
Oh.
speed, but Fraser looking tight on the banking.
I was about to say Fraser is a TV show, not a driver.
And it should also be worth knowing in the background, you can see Ink has just made it to the pit entry.
Oh,
So they've lost a lap
only
already.
just. Oh my god.
As they all close up through turns 2 and 3. Now Tadpole going for a dive on Gale into turn 3. Can Gale hold it for the inside of turn 4? They can
No.
indeed.
No, Gale can't hold it as Tadpole gets the acceleration out of the corner, forcing Gale into the clutches of Phaser, Itachi, and Vanisher. A 5-way battle for 10th place. This is amazing.
Tadpole will be liking the side by side,
Oh,
2 by
and
2
Vanisher.
behind him.
Vanisher will be the first weakest link as they drop off onto the grass. Now it's a battle of 4.
Well, Tadpole's looking to check out, and he's starting to do that with the battling behind him.
Oh no!
It's
Here comes
Phaser.
Phaser!
I say that, Phaser's straight into the side of him as he misses his braking point and locks the tire. And that's dropped Phaser down to the back of this group.
I was on board with Phaser. That was like a slow motion accident.
Did anybody receive damage?
I'm just
Fate.
checking. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, Tadpole's transmission damage might just be due to his own gearing.
Yeah, that would be. It's going up in increments of 4, which is how you get damage when missing shifts. But
Or
it's
not
now
using
Itachi.
clutch.
Yeah, correct. Now Itachi leads this midfield group of GT5s.
Itachi doing very well to come out actually on top of all that, as Gale and Vanisher now will be the 2 battling it out further down. Gale obviously knows how to hold a line, but uh-oh.
That
Just
will
lost
have-
ink.
Ink We just lost ink again.
Oof. Big gap in
Ooh,
chat.
that is rough. I would imagine they're thinking of calling their race there, since that's 2 stints in a row now they've DNF'd from, and with only 5 in total, that's not a lot of time to make up for lost ground. Meanwhile, this 4-way battle for 10th overall has just spaced out a little bit, which I think the drivers will be glad
Forget
about.
10th. Forget 10th. Go to 3rd. What Haseo's watching right now with Tavo and Jonesy, Red Eagle, and Zach the One. A 4-way 2x2 foursome battle for 3rd place. This is incredible.
And I say this battle was quieting up. Vanisher made a mistake at turn 2, and that's allowed Phaser to get alongside them. And it looks like Phaser's taking the position.
Genji, we are commentators. We don't look at the lineup for cars for TORA until qualifying starts. So just tell us.
I actually had to lick myself, but I don't remember any of the cars.
Yeah, and the thing is, most likely neither knee or metal is available that weekend that we know at the moment, unless I received news that what I'm attending is delayed.
Yeah.
Tavo is up to turn now in this group
Yeah,
in the
Tavo-
fours.
Tavo in the Cursed Cayman is redeeming that car. I was about to say redeeming. Is redeeming this car so much, showing what it can actually do. Oh, little Porsche.
What I feel like the Mazda is gonna be the one that people are gonna be like, I'm taking that.
Because it's the best sounding car ever made.
With its 4 rotary, yeah.
If I was going to go out of those, I'll go for the Sauber Mercedes C9. Lancia, no. Capri, no. BMW, maybe. M1, yes. Skyline Turbo, JDM, no. I'm just saying that to annoy Haseo, but still, it's an Nissan, no.
Should be kebab boy.
What? A what, boy? A what?
In Norway for like BMWs things like that, those are really called like kebab cars because of the people we all usually see them driving them.
So you calling me a BMW man because I don't like JDMs?
No, it's because you said BMW and I'm just, never mind me.
And that is how you win at an insult war. You confuse
No.
your opponents until they give up. Yes.
Since-
Well, it really helps when your component.
Well done, Scotty. Yes. Tell me, what do you need your component to do?
Sorry, Hazu, your component now. That's half asleep. But meanwhile, we've got a fight for the lead overall
between
in
Duke
GT.
the Rabbit and Arsa Lipikrov. That is one hell of a name to get wrong if you say it wrong. I did say it wrong. Lipikov, sorry, is currently trying to chase the Rebel. Oh, and the Rebel gets squirrely under the brakes. This is truly McLaren versus Mercedes. And also, would you like to know why this is sort of ironic, this battle? What are the 2 cars that came roughly before these 2 generations?
I'm thinking about the McLaren SLR McLaren. Or a...
Yes. Because you had that car, and then McLaren said we wanted a hardcore mid-engine racer. And Mercedes said, well, we want a front-engine GT cruiser. So they split, forming the Mercedes SLS and the McLaren 12C, which then evolved into the McLaren 650S and the Mercedes GT. And then now you've got the AMG GTR and then the 570S here. It's just wonderful how it's lined up.
Technically, it will only be the 720 be the more better comparison.
No. I'm going off power stats because the
Then the
720 would
650
have not.
is more power than the 570.
Yeah, but it's also a big chunky boy, whereas the 570 is a lot lighter.
What about the 670?
What, the thing that looks like a Hoover? Look at the back of the car, it looks like a Hoover. You know, it's just like...
And usually like you're the facts wrong because the 570 came before the 620. Wait, no. 720, never mind me.
Aha! Sakura's backing me up in chat. 570 came before the 720. Thank you, Sakura. Kisses to you, my Polish friend. Mwah! NASCAR fan says, what is Takata doing in the Forza stream chat? I don't know. I'm gonna go and lurk. I'm gonna be a little lurker. Ba-dum, bum, ba-da. I'm being a sneaky little Pink Panther. Da-da-da-da-da. I can't see anything in the current chat right now, but I will keep you. Oh, thank you for saying you'd like to hear me. Both Scotty and say
no,
are loathing
NASCAR,
hearing me.
the only way you can see that if it's been in the stream the whole time. If you just
Yeah.
join, you'll not be able to see it. Unless you're a moderator, then you can see the previous chat history.
Yeah. And the chances of me being a mod on that channel are nil.
There's very few mods, and those who are mods on that channel, it's mostly the trustworthy people that are with the people who's doing the stream.
Pretty much. As we say that, Tavo is still being chased down by NWR Jonesy. Porsche versus McLaren. And the McLaren is gaining in that amazing F1 livery.
I do see that somebody has a chromification on their end this time again.
Yes, we've pulled a shiny out of the car box. A shiny that's dived up the inside of Tavo, sorry, in the Porsche, and has promoted Jonesy up into P5.
Ooh, get a marker as well here. Oh, Stavo go inside. Hits the inside of Brute's. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
And Eagle has just come through and said, "Thank you very much. I'm gonna take P5 now."
But Eagle is still under pressure from Jonesy. Red Eagle under pressure from Jonesy. Jonesy actually losing a bit of distance to Red Eagle, but on the braking, that McLaren is unmatched.
Think about it. I think there's one car in Parliament to forget mentioning that McLaren have made. And that's the P1. If you think about the lineup, the 650 is basically the front end of the P1.
Styling wise,
Yes.
yes. But the P1, to be honest, is a thing of the past.
Yeah, but didn't that come before the 650?
Yes.
did.
Also, Scotty,
Yeah.
did you just say the P1 is the thing of the past?
Yes.
Get out! Get out!
I mean, I'll be honest, the entire Holy Trinity of the Ferrari, the Porsche
Oh!
918,
Oh!
and the McLaren P1 are a thing of the
Oh!
past.
Oh! Okay. You know the thing called the line? How you never cross the line? Well, Scotty just found my line.
Did we just make him and Linda a little bit too pissed off?
What I will say is that wake me up when the Aston Martin Valkyrie, Mercedes AMG 1, and the Gordon Murray T50 and T50S
Okay.
all come
Oh.
around.
Okay, I'm gonna educate you, little Irish Ash. Ash? What? I just went all Sean Connery for a second. Anyway, I'm gonna educate you here now, right? The AMG Project 1 is nowhere near the same thing as the Valkyrie, aka the overhyped track car, which is stupid, by the way,
Uh-oh.
and the Gordon
We
Murray
have full
T5.
damage on Dark Sir.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, Darkser does have a lot of damage.
I just saw a yellow blimp on the map moving very slowly. I had to go check and uh-oh.
Oof.
Ooh,
But
that
yeah,
is
Scotty.
a shame indeed.
Scotty,
I wonder
as
if
I was
that's
done
an
informing-
adventure off at turn 2 into the wall.
I believe it will be. But yeah, back to the Gordon Murray thing. The Gordon Murray hypercar is an overhyped, overdeveloped, under-equipped, underpowered, pretty trinket for people who idolize the past too much. And the Valkyrie is garbage. How they were saying like, oh, it's the first car with a 1-to-1 power ratio. No, it wasn't. Koenigsegg did that. Get in your box, you overpriced James Bond wannabes. So that leads to Project
Metal,
1.
You're missing out some things. First of all, the T50 is not made to be a time trial hot lap car. It's made to be a driver's car, a car that's just enjoyable to drive. So
Yeah.
really, we have to wait until some people actually drive it to see is that true.
Yeah, but
Secondly,
there's-
the Aston Martin Valkyrie is a car that you can drive on the road that will be as quick as like LMP2 cars, they're saying. So
Oh yeah, Scotty, that's just what I love. As I'm going through a drive-through or trying to park up, I'm trying to park a freaking LMP2 car. Oh yeah, it's I'm just gonna park this with. I might as well have a couple bucks over my head.
yeah, well, you can take it to the track and then actually drive it if you're rich enough. But also the engineering and the design that's gone into it is more beautiful and better than anything you'll ever do.
No.
Or me. As
No. The Valkyrie is basically a BAC mono with a roof. But the BAC mono actually has restrictions that make it, I don't know, usable in, let's say, the world.
Is the BAC mono really usable though?
Yes!
I mean, first
'Cause-
of all, it only has one seat. It doesn't have a roof. It's so though that if you go over any speed bump, you'll probably feel it on your spine. I don't see if
But
it's
then
any more
again-
usable than a Valkyrie.
But then again, you can see where you're parking in a BAC mono. You're not paranoid that you have to freaking stretch half your body like a Stretch Armstrong to get in the goddamn thing. And third of all, it doesn't have those stupid wheel arches that are so big that a freaking deer can sleep in it.
Metal, you have to stretch your body more to get in a BAC mono since you have to fit your leg over half the car to actually stand on the seat.
Yes,
At least
but
in the
you're
Valkyrie,
stepping
the seat
over
is on the side of the
Yeah,
car.
but you're stepping over something. You can stretch your body naturally doing that. You're not stretching through something. As Kaseo, when you get older, your flexibility goes out the window.
Should we go back to the racing, guys?
Well, we are technically talking about cars, so this is a rarity for us.
I mean, we are doing this towards the start of this then, when people are still close together, when we should probably save it for when they're not, as Jonesy is still on the back of Eagle, just applying a bit of pressure, seeing if they will make a mistake.
Racing Jason 24 says, I'm confused. What does the argument have to do with racing? Nothing, but considering that
It's
there's a
content, dude. Just have fun.
pretty much Oh, NASCAR fan, get your vegan cake and throw it at Scotty.
Why throw it at me?
Well, A, your opinion does mean something, but you know it's wrong. And second of all, because I'm not going to throw it at Aseo because he hasn't disagreed with me yet. Aseo
He's
is
just
sort of,
realised you're wrong and you're not worth arguing with, which I must say, good approach.
ow, ow, oh my god, an Irishman has calmed down. Said
Like
the
how he
history of
doesn't
the world.
appreciate JDM families.
Okay, JDMs are one of the most overhyped type of cars. I respect them, but when it's like, oh my god, an R32 Skyline.
Is that better? Azio, is that better?
What have you done? What have you done?
Wasn't me!
What have you done?
Meanwhile, Jonesy has made a move on Eagle for P5.
What's he done?
He server muted you. Basically not allowing you to speak, but only listen.
Well, this is why I'm a dog person.
And when Duke went wide,
Looks like Rebel has made a mistake as Jonesy and Eagle have just found their way past for P3 and P4 respectively.
Hooper, you have missed Scotty being wrong in an argument about modern hypercars and classic hypercars.
Are you calling the Holy Trinity classic hypercars?
Well, you got to think they're nearly approaching 10 years old, so they're classic-ish.
Yeah, they're old. They're a thing of the past, as I was saying.
Shut up! They're not a thing of the past.
they are!
If it's classic, then they're a thing of the past.
I say, oh, shut up! You're into cars older than those, so shut up!
But they are barely being driven, those cars you're speaking of, they're barely being seen, whereas the cars I'm more or less liking are still being used despite being older.
Yeah, that's in a whole different category of cars.
Yeah, but most
Exactly.
guys who bought the Ferrari 918 and the P1
Oh,
just
Jonesy's
big
wide
garage
turn
queen.
one.
Jonesy
And his
has
hit
binned
wall.
it into turn one. Jonesy absolutely binning. Ouch.
I imagine they managed to scrub off a lot of speed before actually hitting the wall. So, no, they do have damage. They've completely ruined the front right corner, and they've also got steering and driveline
I
damage.
think the only saving factor is because of its mid-engine. I think that's why
Yeah.
it doesn't have any engine or transmission.
So it won't, apart from the crash itself,
Sorry for that,
won't cost.
SUV, that's an automatic ad from Twitch itself that
Yes.
we cannot control.
It's how we keep our lighters on, though.
So I imagine Jonesy
Let-
will be pitting this lap to repair that damage. There's cost him quite a bit of time, but not as much as we've seen it cost others have damaged their car even worse.
Gale Force is currently running away from Vanisher, who messed up the corner before the embankment. Hitting the apron is certainly not a way to do things. It wouldn't be a traditional stream without the clickety-clack of a keyboard. Endivar Kev in chat. How are you, Kev?
Hello, Kev.
I don't think he's feeling too great after seeing the state of his McLaren.
Yes, although his category itself was the GT5, which means the slower class.
But we'll say Red Eagle pulling out the stops, currently in a very comfortable third place. But Duke is closing the gap ever so slightly in that McLaren. And I must say, the McLarens are coming out to show today.
Yes. If he has something he wants us to watch, ask us.
Yeah, as always, if you want to see how your team is doing or your favourite driver, or just ask for a race rundown, we'll be more than glad to help you. SVR Bankos saying fight for 15th will develop. Well, that we've got to see because
Well, if you look,
Brooksy and
well, if you look at the
Brooksy and
secondary
Darkser.
monitory is he's up in the corner right now, currently in 16th place, NASCAR fan. Yes, NASCAR.
yes.
Great to know you're paying attention, NASCAR.
Well, you got to think he's probably on the phone, so Dark's car is probably at maximum 100 pixels, so you got to give him some break.
That could be a fair point. But yeah, they're currently trying to recover after fully damaging their car earlier on in the stint. They're currently chasing down Brooksy and are going to be lining up a pass fairly soon.
I wouldn't be so confident about that because Brooksy is still a very fast driver, but for some reason going very high on the embankment, and they're going to make me look like a fool already as Darkser is approaching fast. Do I pit against Darkser or should I just play it safe? I'm going to play it safe because I want Darkser to like me at least somewhat. As Darkser is right on the rear of Brooksy.
He goes for the dive.
Going very confidently for the dive, I might add. And giving
Very
a little
nicely
bit of
done.
a drift as a tiny bit of a showboat. NASCAR fan says, I'm blind 30% of the time. What are you the other 70% of the time?
Just colorblind?
Hey, that's not funny. I am colorblind, so shush.
But colorblind for what?
Blues, browns, and greys.
I don't know. I think it's good racing series.
Or is it just partial?
It is partial. Like blues, browns, and greys just are all the same shade for me. So games like Rainbow Six Siege, for example, are very interesting.
So you more or less have to turn on colorblind mode if it's available.
If it's available, yeah. And I didn't discover that until I was 19.
I don't think something your parents will think about checking that their child is colorblind until you go to your doctor, but oh, that's why.
Do you know how I discovered it?
How?
It was an argument with my mother when we were selling a car. She said, because I was listening on Auto Trader, and she said, such and such car, light blue. And she said, and I just went, it's blue. And she went, no, it's grey. And I said, it's blue. So this argument persisted, and she said, if you argue with me one more time, I'm getting your eyes tested. So she got my eyes tested, and turns out I'm partially colorblind. Yay! So then she felt bad then. No, bear in mind, this blue-grey argument was going on for like 5 months.
Until she got you tested for...
Pretty much, yeah, because, well, we had no idea where to get it tested around here. But,
Oh, I thought you were on a waiting list for 5 months.
No, it's just around here. It's more like, it's less suburban, more countryside, so you got to think, Scotty. So you said, when they told you that you were colorblind, did it come out the purple? God damn you. God damn you, Sensi. Also, Sensi, nice to have you in chat. Oh, God. And we've still got Sakura. Nice to have you still here, you Polish boy wonder.
But then again, it's something when you were younger that you had still, or did you get colorblind as you went older?
Oh no, I've always seen colours that way. It's just I've never known it
Like you never
until
thought about it per se, like in terms of
no. It never presented itself as an issue to me.
until your argument with your mother.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like, oh, exams, fine. Physical tests, fine. Safety tests, fine. Driving tests, no issue. Selling a car,
It's grey, mother.
And she's like, it's blue, you infernal twit. Sainty, nice to have you in chat, my dude. How's your Saturday going so far? Although I will say, Duke the Rebel is slowly catching a Red Eagle for 3rd place, so this could be somewhere which we just monitor very closely. Juba, it's one of the things I don't say unless it comes up in conversation.
But also that begs the question is maybe why you don't really bother too much with painting cars, or maybe have it sometimes issues with color picture taking.
Well, why do you think I ask everyone if it's right or not? It's because I can barely tell. because it gets to a point where if I like max out the saturation, I actually can tell the difference. But if it's any somewhat less than 100%, just I can't tell the difference. So I'm pretty much boned.
But isn't that what they call somebody that maybe sandbagged the quality, Genji?
Yeah, that would literally be the definition of sandbagging.
Yeah, that actually. What? The worst place is I have sandbagged for fun, just, you know, with my friends, but we've never even sandbagged that hard. That is ridiculous. I'm not gonna sigh. I'm not gonna lie, Sakura. I thought when you said COVID, I thought you typed something else there for a split second out the corner of my eye. I can't say it, but you know what? You know what that word is. There's a battle for 6th place as well between Tarvo and Jonesy. Tarvo currently underhooked once again from that McLaren, so it just shows you the pace of that McLaren where they're basically crashed out, but they are still catching back up to Tarvo.
And I would like to apologise on behalf of Meadow to Tavo for continuously mispronouncing his name and putting a random R in it.
It's Tarvo.
Tavo.
Tarvo. Look, don't worry, Sky. I think Eloquence is coming to Ireland sometime next year. You'll say it correctly one year. Sakura saying also we're currently fastest BMW GT5 Keck. What the hell is Keck? I still don't know what it is. I know it's some sort of like yay thing, but I still don't know what it is.
I don't know the specific for it either, what's like supposed to mean. I just
Like,
know
I
it's
even
used
know what-
for it's more for using emojis.
Yeah, do you know the face of Kek at least?
The
Not
original,
off the top
yes.
of my head. Not off the top of my head.
Well, I also
Okay.
know that one.
So we should just say
So
you're out of
since-
touch.
It's this face right here, isn't it, Scott? If you look in that group chat.
Yes, that one.
Right, I know what Keck means. Right, never mind. Oh,
Wait,
never mind. Oh god, everyone's sending me the bloody face now. Oh god! The DMs are being shotgun blasted with one guy laughing. Oh my god!
Medal is Keck. And unfortunately, that person passed away recently.
Fortunately.
Which-
I say, I'm not gonna lie, that giraffe looks like it's doing other things. God damn you, stupid! Oh god! This is worse than Huracan with the. Haseo, you're an utter turd. You Scandinavian turd. Oh, baggies! Oh, God! I swear to God. Why is it going in reverse? God's sake!
Has anyone actually sent you the full meme?
Yes! About 12 people!
No, I mean like there's a video with it too.
Yes!
It's not just the face.
Yes! 12 people have sent me that video! I see it typing. I see you typing, don't you dare! Damn you.
Oh, Jonesy's gone for a dive on Tavo into the final hairpin.
But
And
Tava
it's-
makes the move. Well, not stick for Jonesy, and Jonesy has to slick past and continue their pursuit of Tava.
He went in
Haseo-
too deep.
Haseo go dive in the hole. Well, at least I now know what Keck means, even though how that translates to Keck, I will never ever know.
I don't know either. I don't know. It's all just related to that specific person.
Yes!
It's to do with the full video because it's about a minute long and it's from some TV thing I think. But
yeah,
basically
NASCAR
he was
fan says it's like from 2007 to 2008.
Right, where did
Yeah,
the name Keck
and-
come from?
they were just joking about something, making fun of something really extreme, going really far from it. So it's kind of like a lull to
I'm so tempted.
the
I'm
max.
so tempted to just time out Crow for a minute.
You can't, he's a mod. I've already told Hazio after Crow tried
what
to
if
get him banned last week.
Well, what if the FTC account timed out Crow?
No, you'll have to unmod him first. But then, yeah, you can.
That can be easily
sure.
arranged.
Yep.
I don't have to unmod him.
Oh, you don't? Oh, that's nice. I didn't know
By
that.
the way, Haseo, I never signed out the FTC account, meaning I could join you in this fun. Okay, Genji, I approve. What? You see what games you just did in chat? I approve. Right, the first thing I type in is, what does Keck mean? And apparently it's the Egyptian baby name meaning the god of darkness. Okay, not what I was looking
Let's
for.
stop it.
Yes, let's continue with the racing, shall we? Because actually, there's still an hour of this madness left to Stint 3. Stint 3 is where it sort of fell apart for us, didn't it?
Yeah. And there was no hour delay for us to blame it on.
Yeah, but I can't blame it on a little Irishman who doesn't know his appreciation for good hypercars.
No, that's your fault because you can't appreciate great engineering.
Wow.
Can you please stop deleting message in chat for no reason? Otherwise I'm revoking most people's mods.
Yes, just behave. Oh my god, there's so many redeemed points here. Meanwhile, Tavo is under attack from Jonesy as Jonesy just pulled out of a lunge that they were going to attempt on turn 1, but they had to brake a lot harder, otherwise they would have repeated that incident from just beforehand. That wouldn't be the best for Jonesy.
Every time you say Tavo's name, I think you're saying Tarvo.
Well, I'm sorry, I do English correctly, Scotty.
There is no correct or wrong way to do English, it's just different accents.
Probably because I refunded you, Sakura.
The funny thing is, though, you don't speak English, you speak Irish. It's not English.
There is an actual Irish language, which I don't know a single word in it of it.
Oh my god, you're an imposter Irishman.
It's called being Northern Irish. I don't
Well,
care
don't
as much for the Irish side, I care more for the British side of it.
Yeah, don't say that about maybe a couple of miles south of you. Just, yeah. NASCAR fan said, he said the imposter word. Yes, I said the imposter word. What's wrong with the imposter word? Or is that another thing I can't say now? Genji redeemed. Okay.
Oh, Jonesy's got alongside Tavo now. He's got the outside for turn 4. And he might get a good run then onto the
Oh.
straight.
Will Tavo be good on the brakes, though? No, they won't be. Jonesy. Oh, hang on, though. Tavo trying, but can't do it. Tucks in behind Jonesy. Well done, Jonesy.
Jonesy's got for now, but can Tavo go on the counter attack and regain the place? Not yet, at least.
No, Tavo has to.
Oh, but Jonesy gets
though,
wide.
good on the grass. Meaning Tavo has got a clean acceleration run up and a draft now, so Jonesy needs to be careful.
And Crow, we're not against Keck. We were just informing Metal since he's uncultured.
No, I'm not uncultured. I knew what the things there were that were sending it. I just didn't know it was called Keck. Because how do you get Keck from that?
I don't know. Internet?
Welcome back, Drift. Jude, what? I don't get that one.
Yeah, take out the HR in that and... Yeah. Take out the HR in that and that's what he really means.
FTC's getting banned again!
Oh, Crow!
No.
Metal taking
Are you
no
really
chances.
No, that's me.
Or, sorry, Hazio taking
Yeah.
no chances. Sorry, Hazio, I kind of forgot you were here. You were falling asleep so much.
No. Haseo was just getting his freaking hammer out to smack with the naughty people in chat.
Yeah, Hazio's received too many slaps on the wrist for people being people, like Crow, and has decided
Crow
to
isn't a
get his
person, he's a
hammer
bird.
out.
Oh god, Scotty, you're gonna have to rephrase that. People are gonna think other things.
I to be honest, can't even remember what I said now.
I think it's probably because I didn't think about the connection when you said that, Crow.
Oh, mind you, go to second place. There is an incoming battle forming
I'll go there.
between Zach the One and Lipper. Big Bad Muscle versus German Muscle. So we've got what, just over 50 minutes left. Who do you think is going to slowly prevail, German Muscle or American Muscle? Never mind, Zach's gone in the pits. That just sort of took a massive poop on any sort of action.
Well, if we're thinking they're equal on pits, then they'll still be fighting it out till the
Little bit
end.
of a battle for 13th between Vanisher and Gale Force. Gale Force catching up a lot to Vanisher. I have got 47 Discord messages of people with all the same image and video. I don't even know.
Deserve.
Did you just say I deserve it?
Yes.
If any of
Oh, we
you
got
have Scotty added on
Platinum in
Discord.
chat.
Oh, Platinum, nice to have you in chat, my dude.
Well, thank you for that folder, The Dark Knight.
Fantastic film, by the way.
Right, and we're starting to build up the FTC lore, because we're now saying that Dave is Stubert's dad, according to Crow.
Which Dave though? There's many Daves now. So, oh, never mind. I just got my answer of which Dave.
And Dave likes crabs.
I don't really know where to go with that, so I'm just gonna do the sneaky walk-off maneuver and try and think of something that's not gonna get me in trouble.
I'll tell you what, Gale Force is still chasing down Vanishers. They come round
Oh,
the
who cares
bank.
about Gale Force when you've got Tarvo? Oh, never mind. Someone just decided to hit the curb and completely ruin it. Anyway, continue with Gale.
Vanishers going defensive into turn one. Can they keep it on the road with the tight line? They can indeed. Through turn two now. But Gale Force starting to apply the pressure on Vanisher.
Vanisher is looking composed, though. They're not making any mistakes. They're just taking it cool, calm, and collective. I will say that once again, PTG paint job just, oof, knocking it out the park. Actually, no, that's a bit rude because everyone here, their paint job is knocking it out the park. So, you know, to all the painters out there, you know, I certainly doff my cap and give you all the credit you deserve because I certainly can't do this.
I
Me
couldn't do
neither.
anything a tenth as good. Fabulous
Okay.
work from all the painters
I think
on
just-
show.
I think just about all the own details they make in terms of like stickers, like model, shell, or like any brand things like that.
Yeah, because each individual painter will have to make all the little logos themselves because they have to sharp for the entire team.
I'm glad you're enjoying the streams, Platinum.
And not just that, they actually had to make the TORA logo as well. So, like you're saying, so they can share it to their teammates.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh, and there goes
and that-
Tarvo overtaking Vanisher. And that has allowed Vanisher to actually create a bit of breathing room to Gale Force.
Tavo's in 7th currently.
Yes, they are. So let's have a look. See, everyone's sort of hot
we had a
lapping
car
at the
wide
moment,
at
and
turn 2 there. Let me check who it was.
I believe that was Drive.
It was indeed. So, Drive taking the
Hello, Hooper. Nice to have you back in chat.
Drive taking the Joker lap at turn 2. We haven't seen that many explorations of the Joker lap this stint.
That is true. However, there is still what, over 45 minutes left, roughly.
Yes.
Meaning there is still plenty time for tiredness and fatigue to sink its claws deeper into our races.
Indeed. And that'll only get worse as the race goes on, especially if for anyone double stinting. I would be surprised to see anyone triple stinting this race since
They
it's a
can't.
mandatory. Well, they can, but
No.
you've got to have 3 different drivers to stint, and you can't double the last 2 stints. So I don't personally think anyone would triple.
Unless they're brave.
Unless you have a team that's made up of 1 quick person and 2 slow people, and the quick person is so eager to do well, they say to their teammates, screw you, I'm doing a triple stint, as Tavo has just gone off at turn 2 into the wall.
Oh.
Do they have any damage, Hazio?
On who?
Yes, they do. They do have damage as Tavo has 100% steering, 4% transmission, 100% driveline, and front right suspension and brake disc damage.
Well, they're not
Which-
the only one. Shortly after Vanishers followed them wide, they've kept out of the wall, but that's allowed Gale Force to have a go. They're looking to the outside for the first hairpin now. Vanisher holding the inside, but they have to slip in behind after that mistake.
The leader of the GT5 class, he's pretty far ahead of the rest.
Yeah, they've got a nice gap. That's Absorb.
So washing away some of his sore throats with a refreshing drink. As yes, Taro has come into the pits. However, will that push anyone else into a battle? Let's.
Not really.
No, everyone's sort of hot lapping out at the moment. Although our race leader, TMS Jork, not really spoken about them much at all. Jork is currently leading in the Mercedes AMG GTR
And
GT4.
so is his teammate, TMS Absorb, in the GT5.
So
Yeah, the
Tempest,
Tempest Motorsport car's doing very well in this race so far.
and TMS Jork is currently battling through Gale Force. Just got past Vanisher, splitting these two up amazingly well.
Yeah, Jerk though got held up by Vanisher in the first sector and dived up the inside of Gale Force into the final hairpin. As Vanisher running a little bit wide.
Let's see if anyone else is relatively close. DDM Drive and Itachi are relatively close, but not very. Gale Force and Vanisher are close, but not very. Yeah, everyone's just hot lapping at the moment, which means this is possibly the worst time to make a mistake.
Little bit embarrassing to make a mistake now, considering everyone's just trying to rack up the mileage and they're not under any immediate pressure from anyone.
Hooper, no, you didn't show me. Apology for not reading chat. Apart from that, though, things are a little bit stale for battles at the moment, which brings us to NASCAR fan asking for Darkser. Darkser is currently in P15 14 overall, and they are in the middle of nowhere, really.
Yeah, they're still trying to recover from their earlier damage. We don't know what caused their damage for sure. We think it might have been a moment at turn 2, but that is only a guess as we didn't see it.
Swim Ellen in chat. Hello, Swim, you adorable little human being. Yes, this is unbelievably good to watch, as this will make or break some of the races here today. In fairness, saying Scotty not playing the game, naughty. Okay. NASCAR fan says, appreciate the sit rep. No. We appreciate all of you in chat interacting with us, because without you, we wouldn't have a stream. So thank you very much for actually popping along and continue to support us as you have been. But whilst we are at a little bit of a impasse, would you like another one of our Belgian waffle prepared fun facts of the stream?
Enlighten us.
Currently, as we speak, after testing, Mr. George Russell will be donning not a Williams, but a Mercedes AMG Petronas race suit, and will be hot lapping last year's winning car from Mr. Lewis Hamilton, as there are speculations floating around that Bottas will soon be relieved of his contract.
Sorry to interrupt you here, but Sector 1 just lost a big end in turn 1, but he kept it together despite almost going sideways onto the grass, as somebody came out of the pits as well.
Ooh. Sergio commented Scotty is far too professional for Silvergate. Have you met Scotty? That's all? I mean, really?
Guess I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And by the way, that was a compliment. Because, well, ultra professional is hard to work with.
I'm boring. Yeah.
I wouldn't say boring, it's just hard to work with. That is the more diplomatic and political way of putting it, so that you don't get in trouble.
Yeah, but it can also be dull.
Because they're not
Remind me
being
to
very
never bring-
lenient.
Remind me to never bring you in as a character witness, Scotty, because you'd say all the wrong things and I'd be locked up quicker than anything. In fairness,
Because that relies on my memory, and my memory isn't good.
And we just catch Sector 1 going off at turn 2.
Taking the Joker lap at turn 2, that's lost him a place to Eagle.
Speaking of Eagle, I believe they've been triple stinting.
I believe they have, yes.
Have they?
Let's see if we can find live timing. What number are they again? Question. Number. Let me get the number. Number 10. Number 10. Where do I find them? Never mind me. They did have a driver swap in stint 2.
I was about to say, if after all I said about not triple stinting earlier on, if there's actually a triple stint and it's in the very lobby we're watching, that would have been...
Yes, because it was SR Ferros that were in stint 2.
Meanwhile, we have a battle here, not for position, as Darkser is lapped after their earlier incident. but they're fighting Itachi, who went for a dive into the final hairpin, but Darkster got the better exit and has regained track position. So they head through turn 1, slight lock up from Darkster.
Yeah, Darkser is taking it a very wide line. Itachi, though, going for the brave line, forcing Darkser wide. Darkser will now have the inside line, forcing Itachi to go wide. Itachi nearly goes on the grass, but they're powering down side by side. Itachi get in the middle. Darkser going to the left. Will he?
They bang wheels.
Oh, but Darkser only just manages to come out on top.
Looks like he's going to go defensive towards this hairpin. Or not, he's pulling back over to the racing line. Does Itachi go for the dive again? They do indeed. But can they make the move stick this time round? They can indeed. But can they keep ahead, or will Darkster put on a counter attack to regain track position?
NASCAR fan is just cheering on Darkser as we've got
Nothing goes into the pits.
Which is a wise decision. Instead of fighting or being behind someone, just go into the pits and hope you come out in clean air.
And I believe he will just barely not get clean air.
So, Scotty, you've done TORA before, correct?
A few times, yes.
Have you ever done cars of this nature, or has it always been like GTs and Protos?
It's always been GT3 or Protos.
Okay, so this is even new to you. In a way, I've raced GT4 on ACC recently, not too much, but a bit. And I have also raced the Porsche Cayman in the TORA series late last year. So I have a bit of an idea. Dang, okay. Sakura says, I wonder if we can still be top BMW after stint 3. I don't know. Although I will say though, TMS Joke, I don't know if they paid attention to their fuel, but they're only on 7% fuel right now. And
So
the
they've gone for
Merc-
having one long stint, just a number of, as many laps as possible where they don't have their flow or their rhythm interrupted by a pit stop, just to try and maximize their lap times so they can cover the
But the
little
thing
bit more
is though,
distance.
that Merc uses roughly 6 to 7% worth of fuel a lap, meaning he will only just make it.
If he has 1% by the time he comes into pit, then that is completely fine. I'm sure he knows exactly how much fuel he uses per lap and exactly how much he had to start the lap off.
Well, from what I can see, they have been coasting because they've boosted their percentage up just a little bit as they're on 4% fuel entering the embankment, so more than enough fuel now to actually enter. But at a little bit of a cost of lack of pace, so...
Wait, is this Formula E where they coast to try and regain energy? What?
Scotty, do you not know the thing in this game? If you don't press the accelerator, it don't use fuel.
Is fuel just like in iRacing? Is it calculated off throttle input instead of RPM?
Pretty much, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. That's why, if you're on a very, like, power-hungry car, where you can just blast down the straights, just lift off maybe about a second before you have to brake, and it saves a good little chunk of fuel. Top tip.
So really, that means Formula E cars are actually one of the more realistic cars in this game.
Strangely, yeah.
But at the same time, they're
Oh,
not
Dog is
because
going for a move on Brooksy.
Oh, let's check out Darkzer. Oh, Darkzer's banging wheels with Brooksy. But, oh, he just gets out ahead of the little BMW, but the
But now the
BMW's on the inside.
got the inside line, yeah, for the last hairpin.
Oh, will Darkzer get the line? They're pushing, they're trying. Oh, Darkzer has only just got a
Oh, now
little
he's
edge.
covering the inside line.
Oh god, here's NASCAR fan again with the orange paint. Oh god. I momentarily forgot about the orange paint job. Oh no, it's been thrust into my memory with the speed and haste of a lorry with its brakes cut. NASCAR fan, we have had quite a few discussions during this stint. Stint 3 has been rather interesting to say the least.
yes, what we've learned is that Metal has no interest in great engineering.
No, I do. I have no interest in overhyped engineering. There's a difference, Scotty. But you'll learn that when you hit puberty.
Sorry that your brain's just too small to comprehend the greatness of the most magnificent engineering.
Do they sponsor you to say this or something?
I wish.
Oh, so it's just your natural wrong opinion. That's rare.
It's just what's interested me when I've had time to spend what, and then I've just learnt more about it and realised, oh yeah, this is really interesting.
Haseo, can I come over to your house and just get away from like the island side for a bit, please?
And live in a valley.
I will gladly live in a valley and freeze my toes off than then hear this. Sergio says can't go wrong with an orange car. Oh god, there's 2 orange cars. Oh god. Sergio, you mentioned an orange car. NASCAR fans gonna absolutely explode in happiness. Also, Sergio, since when you were a fan of orange cars, you've never expressed this before. Ow! Would help if I didn't hit my head. Oh god, there's NASCAR fan. Oh god.
Yes,
Can we
because that's, I believe, it's also due to the fact of either one is a Pensoil, and I think it's the EnableNet one. Yes, EnableNet is.
I think it's the BMW.
Yes, EnableNet is a BMW.
Mm-hmm.
Boo. Obviously, not boo EnableNet, just car. Oh, and Darks eclipse the grass. Losing a little bit of time to Brooksy, meaning Brooksy could be on the hunt if Darkser doesn't.
Yeah, just
Keep
look at
this
the
pace.
picture again for the BMW. The entire back end is orange.
Yes, I know, I know.
But look at the car again. I do like how it's laid out.
What, the BMW?
Yes.
I do like it. However, there's
Hold on.
just
Do
something.
we have a stationary car on the track? Was it just me seeing? No, just me.
Yeah, that was Haseo saying things. Never mind. I have to say though, the cleanness of the FRM McLaren, that thing is beautiful, especially the white line going from the top all the way around to the sides and to the rear. Ooh. That is true, Sergio. Mr. Typhoon did do a great job with all our paints, as did every other painter who does paints for racing leagues. I honestly don't know where they find the time to do it, because it's just incredible, some
And
of the
how
stuff we
fast
see.
homes they did get it done in?
Yeah, that's true.
Like, how had we tried? We'll probably spent weeks.
Lipper celebrating. Sorry, Rally Cap saying Lipper P1. Let's ride on board with Lipper for a little while for P1. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. Did I kill the?
Oh, okay. Okay. That's not as bad as what I thought. I will say Lipper is doing a fantastic job.
They are.
But we've just got under 25 minutes left of stint 3 already. Can you believe we've been almost streaming for 5.5 hours?
You're like 4 minutes away from being on the 4 hours, or 5.5. I mean.
It's close enough, I say. It's close enough.
We're at least over halfway.
That is true. Actually, technically, we're what? 60%? No. Oh, never mind. My brain's
55.
yeah, 55. Never mind my brain. My brain is already burning out.
Think about it. Let's wrap on. How's Scotty doing?
I'm just watching Zach in the VNX car, as he's not too far from Eagle ahead, just running a bit deep into the hairpin there. But these are the closest pair on track. Everyone else has just found themselves a nice bit of space to run the laps and rack up the mileage.
Now, the question is, Scotty, we know where me and Hosea stand because, well, we like to giggle. But the question is, when you enter long races like this for, a good 2 hours at a time, do you prefer to be racing someone, or do you just prefer to be in your clean air and hot lap?
For your race pace and getting as many miles as you can, you want to be on your own. You don't want to be fighting people, because that just loses you time. But from an interesting standpoint, and even actually to an extent from a focus standpoint, racing someone is good.
Because if you're constantly doing something and have to pay attention versus just top lapping and suddenly make mistakes.
Yeah, especially if you're just following a car by a couple of seconds, just trying to push to keep up with them, or try and close the gap. That can just really get you to focus, and can maybe just even extract that extra tenth or two from yourself as you just try that little bit harder to catch up. But of course, that's also when mistakes can creep in.
So, forgive an uncultured swine like myself, but surely the time you'd lose battling with someone, you would regain somewhat in the draft.
No. Because,
You're
especially in
both losing
cars
time.
like these, the draft isn't that strong in Forza. And also, that only helps you close up to the person. When you then go side by side with them, you then just lose all that time anyway. And then if you're ahead for any part of it, you're not getting any drafts, so you're not going any faster. And then if they try and counterattack and you go side by side again, you just lose more time.
Oof. Okay.
But if both people are sort of clever about it, especially on a track like this where you've got a lot of straights, if the slipstream was stronger, you'd just be able to sort of slipstream by the other in one straight, and then on the next straight you switch back, and that just means you're always using the slipstream to pass each other, so you're not losing any time going side by side in the corners. Then you can gain a bit.
Okay. I've just always wondered, you see. Sakura saying, also I like how draft is non-existent, but you have the aero wash happening. Okay. But, yeah, currently there's a tiny little group of cars. I want to see who these are. Yeah, Tarvo and Jonesy are currently battling out once again. McLaren versus Porsche. And from the timer and... Oh, no, maybe. Hang on. It looks like Tarvo might need another pit before the end. What about Jonesy? Oh no, Jonesy's just pitted, so Tarvo is going to get monstered. Unless Tarvo can make that 25% worth of fuel. Oh, but Darkser comes out just in front of Tarvo and Jonesy in the worst possible time for them both. This is oddly quiet, I will say. But, oh god, there's NASCAR fan again saying the magnificent orange. Oh god!
He is doing it there at chassis again.
I'm gonna go into this game once I've finished this at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm going to sell every single orange car I have.
NASCAR fan lives rent-free in Meadow's head. At this point, Meadow will be having nightmares about orange cars.
I already have nightmares about Haseo, so don't worry about it. Actually, that is a genuine thing. When the Heritage Festival was on, after it finished on the Sunday, I woke up in a cold sweat at 6:30 on Monday morning thinking, I've got to get ready for streaming for the Heritage Festival. And then I thought, hang on, it's finished. I'm safe.
It's Monday!
Yeah, I had work. Yay. And there's Sakura with Kek. At least I know what Kek means now. But then the question comes that why put Kek? Why wouldn't you just put a little laughy face? Or is that me being old again? Okay, I'll just talk to myself.
I think some other people just trying to do the emoji, but it's not in Twitch.
Fair enough. And there's Sakura. Yes, Sakura, at least I like that. And there's with the little smug face. Okay, okay. Sakura. I'm being ganged up in chat as we have just got over 15 minutes left of stint 3. Can you believe it?
We're getting there. One stint at a time.
Look, with this, we can sort of go all out because, well, it's only 5 stints. The last one was 6 stints,
It
so we
was.
could, we had to reserve a little bit of energy, you know, for the 6 stints.
But we
But
also had the
then,
8-hour one where we did go pretty hard out.
no, then we had the 24-hour one where we had to sip energy like a electric car with 1% battery.
Oh right, because the 8
And you
hour is the last one.
Yeah. So, Scotty, anything happening on your end?
No, I've seen for a brief moment we had 3 cars together on track, but all 3 of them were on different laps.
Okay.
So that's just the point we're at in this race. Everyone's separated out, found their own space on the track, and are just turning the laps, racking up the miles, hoping for no mistakes.
Well, we plan for no mistakes, but then again, it is racing, so you can never be too sure. Mr. Mayhem is back saying, "Howdy, gents. Howdy to yourself, partner." That sounded a lot more cringe than what I meant to. I'm so sorry. Yes, we know, Heretic. We know. How are you? I would like to apologise, everyone on stream, for that cowboy impression. It was not planned or meant to offend any of our agents. But if you have any complaints to our department, you can direct it to our head of complaints. He's on Twitter at FTC_Crow. Hey, 12th ain't that bad. Would you say 12th is bad?
Certainly not, especially since we've still only had the one disconnect from this stint, fortunately, compared to the several we've heard from other stints and in the last stint.
So let's see here. Who's close? Who's close? Who's close? Barely anyone. Everyone's hot lapping. Practically everyone is hot lapping. Oh, but mind you, the leader just came in.
And apparently disconnection party in lobby A.
Oh. Wait, Sakura, how much of a DC fest is it?
Let me check that quickly. Let's go at least number 16. Oh, it's only 2 people maybe. Wait. Actually, they only had no, they're not missing nobody.
Oh, and the last
previous
stint.
stint.
Ah, previous stint. FC Gemini is doing out. Why? Where is Gemini?
Gemini is in E lobby.
And further, there's a few sandbaggers from qualifying in that lobby.
I heard that E
But
lobby is. Oh yeah, because that's the BMW.
I will admit the BMW is questionable at best. Yeah, Sakura, that is very good. So even after a pit stop, TMS Jork is just running away with the lead for the GT4s in that Mercedes, a hyper powerful vehicle. So we have currently got everyone pretty much hot lapping with just under 10 minutes to go. And there is very little we can speculate on as Itachi's trying to overtake Darkzer. Well, I say overtake, it's really lap, should I say. Oh yeah, Mayhem, no words about it. Gemini is insanely fast. But at the moment, it's just put in the fastest laps, see what works, and aim for the best. TMS Absorb overtaking Vanisher, or lapping, should I say. Apart from that, it's just put in the solid laps, put in the times, and more importantly, put in the distance, because in the TORA game, it's not about how fast you go, it's how far you go.
Exactly.
But the faster you go, the farther you will go.
Again, though, if you try and go faster, it increases a mistake. And if you make a mistake, you go less distance.
Well, I don't know about you, Meryl, but some people find that they're safer off racing on the limit. And so when they sort of try and back off a little bit and just try and be that little bit safe when they run at 99, 98%, that's when the mistakes start creeping in because they're not on the limit.
Well, and then again, that's them, that's not me. I'm just talking about, like, my perspective, Scotty, okay? I'm allowed my own opinion.
Not after some of the things you've said earlier.
Oh, shush, I'm right.
Ooh.
Oh, shut up, Haseo. Look, I can't take advice from a man in Crocs, but I will take support. So, you know, there is always that bargain. Just looking at chat, it's so weird to see some of the comments, and it's like, huh? But no, we've just got under 7 minutes left of this stint before distances are taken, and we're off to stint 4 already.
And
I will
speaking of
say
which,
that-
we look at this. We may be on time for final stint, like in terms of we don't have to leave early.
That would be a record.
Haseo, you had to say it. Now it's not going to come true. It's like a birthday wish. If you say it, it don't come true. Why does everyone find me having a breakdown funny? I don't get it. Okay, just no one
Oh,
explained to me that.
dear.
Okay. Oh, what's happened?
As we come into the closing stages of this stint, Brooksy has binned their car. They've damaged the front corner and all of the internals, and they're now crawling their way around the track.
Ooh, with 5 minutes to go.
See,
Yeah, and the biggest
I
thing of
wouldn't-
this is that the pit window closed with 10 minutes to go, so all 4 mandatory stops have had to be completed, so this is going to be an extra 5th stop.
But the question is, would you just stay out there with damage, or risk the time, lose the distance in the pits, and try and regain it by hot lapping?
Metal, when you've got 100% engine damage, that's an easy choice. You pit, because you're only going, if I change it to the dash, he's currently exiting the hairpin with 40 miles per hour and limping his way up to 50.
And it takes a
Ow.
while to even get there.
Yeah, he's still accelerating. And we're near 60 miles per hour now.
Ow. Oh.
As he's reached the final corner, staying below the apron to be out of everyone's way, not cause any more incidents. Up to 69 miles per hour.
He's going to the pits, and we got 4 minutes left.
No joke.
So
Oh,
it's just
Darkser and
under...
Itachi still having a nice little jostle. Oh god, NASCAR. Oh god.
We're never going to hear the end of it, are we?
I swear, I'm gonna take any orange car and burn it to the ground.
Can I just point out, we've got
No.
car 24 just ahead of car 25 currently.
Wait, really?
On track,
I just noticed that.
That is a strangely nice coincidence.
Sabine's back with more words on the street.
What? It depends. What is the word on the street?
We're yet to find out.
Because I've heard.
Do you have anything to say in advance, Metal?
Well, I've heard that the word on the street may be of an avian variety. Because have you heard, Scotty?
No, I haven't.
I thought everyone heard. Now, I can't break into song like I want to with this, but it's still a good joke nonetheless, so I'm going to say it. Scotty, I thought everyone knew that the bird is a word. Please tell me you know that song.
Yes, I do. But unfortunately, bird was not the word on the streets of Monaco. Little Formula E reference for anyone that watched the race earlier.
No, I only watch proper motorsport, Scotty.
What was on the streets of Monaco probably the only Formula E race that will be pretty good.
No, it's Formula E. It's never going to be good.
It will be if some people don't keep making silly decisions. They're like the sort of decisions you'd make, to be honest.
What, loud V10s and was screaming?
No, that they
sounds?
should make every track very difficult to pass on.
You do know I dislike Monaco, don't you, for the tightness of it?
Well, you see, Monaco isn't that tight. It's only tight when you put it into the perspective of F1 cars. When you put it into the perspective of Formula E cars, it's actually a really suitable track and great, decent racing.
What kind of plans, Genji?
Is it one that Metal should be really worried about?
I think I'm going to be worried about it either way, so... Oh, God.
We only have just over a minute of the stint remaining.
Roughly, I might heavily scrutinise. Roughly. Oh no. Right, okay. Time for reconnaissance.
got 15 seconds left. Okay, that was bang on time. That was bang on time. I just looked at me on timer and like stayed over and I see Doctor stop.
Alright, no need to blow your own trumpet, Tazio.
All
Well,
right.
someone has to, because no one's gonna do it for it. Right. I'm currently looking through
good job.
the chat. Let's have a look. Here we go. Genji said, if we do race as a team, we have to get into a lobby that Metal is commentating to troll him, bastards. Also, should do that since I'm around. Screw you. He says, commentators plus me. No. Sounds like fun. Never. The Comm squad plus a random fruit. You're not a random fruit. You're you, so you're a very strange fruit. You're the fruit that my mom never told me to eat off the street. He says, and I'll change my account that I run TORA stuff on. Oh, no. Stu says, using my Sunday name, Chris. Okay. Jack saying, Jax. He heard. Stuzy then say, yeah, Jack saying, I don't speak for metal though, so it's not me you need to convince. Shut up! Even my own team boss is against me here in a different chat. This is not normal. He says, cake for the win. Yes, all the cake. Do I drop hints for metal in chat? Try and convince him to race? No. Actually, I've had a better idea. I just need to add a bit to my Bring W pay setter to try and get him for the idea. No. And then he's like, ha 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 ha. No. No, no. 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 So, as it turns out, there is a little plan in place to try and get me to race. Oh. If you want me to race, pay me. That should decentivize everyone. Oh, thank you, Haseo.
You're welcome.
I thought I'd try and say it cutely, but then it came off sort of as a moron, so I apologise for that, but I did mean that as an actual thank you. What? You want me to join the Comm squad? What? I don't join unless Haseo fucking joins. Ugh.
I got enough on daily basis.
Oh God! So
we are not available for that day at the moment to our own current schedule.
Yeah, at the moment, but oh my God, can you imagine that? 5 commentators poking fun at one another? Also, but I would like to say though, me and Haseo would dominate you. You would be our subs. Because Haseo's got the voice that can even crack a mountain in half, and well, I am naturally an alpha, so yeah. Genji, if there's 5 of us already in there, I would never join a booth that you are in to make 6. You talk enough for 6 people as it is. Hell no! And before you say it, yes, I know I need to change the driver group before Haseo yells at me again. Well, Genji, it's not rude, it's the truth. You talk enough for 6 people. Mesa says, would I count as a commentator? Yes, Mesa, because you talk like a normal human being. Who's saying, Mesa! And then he's just like, hi. How are you, you adorable human being?
Hello, Mesa. Oh, goodness me. A-Lob is still 45 minutes behind. It's been quite interesting there, Mesa. It's quite spread out, but the beginning parts can definitely be interesting.
The beginning parts are always where either mistakes are made or legends are born. We are being thrown on the bus here in the other stream.
Alright, Mesa, you have fun doing that.
Have fun. Also, we are being thrown under the bus in the other stream here.
Oh.
Yes, because I said replace Genji with Haseo, and it's a deal for like some sort of future mass thing. Genji's passing himself off as an ex-commentator. Woohoo! You did some of Daytona. You're a racer. You're not a commentator.
Wait, I'm
Wait,
a
who are
racer
you?
to them?
No, not you. Genji, you spoon.
Ah!
What? Genji, who the hell do? Okay, first of all, who the hell do you commentate for? And second of all, who's insane enough to hire you? Overwatch doesn't count. God. Oh God. Why Overwatch of all? Oh God.
Spectate. Let's see how quickly we can get this rolling.
It would help if I had invite, please.
Oh God, Scotty, you some bitch.
I got it sorted. Should that be enough backups?
Yes.
Look, there's a lot to this conversation you've missed. By the way, I will say this right now. Overwatch is, I would say, on par for commentary because when things are spaced out and not happening in motorsport, it takes a unique talent, me and Haseo, to actually stretch out the time and talk about random stuff so that people don't click away. Okay. You don't have to say you're confused. We know you're confused. Just be happy confused. There's a lot of things that have happened which will only make you more confused.
And thank you for that follow as well, Rackin, Jason.
Thank you for that follow. Big hugs and kisses from us here at FTC.
So something's just came into my head. Looking at
Oh, Lord.
Darkser's pace car, which is a little bit outdated now. Since it's
Oh,
no,
is it the Sebring
it's from
one?
Le Mans last year.
Oh, because he used the Sebring one last time. Two pace cars, both not the right events.
Well, we've got
Oh
Le Mans
my
one,
God.
but Le Mans is the next event for the TORA Endurance Championship on the 13th and 14th of June. However, it's a classic event. So my question is, will there be a classic pace car?
No. For one main reason.
There probably aren't any.
No. Would you like an even better reason?
Sure.
If they go all in with the classic facade, should I say, so like classic safety cars and stuff like that, how nervous would you be being a racer? It's like, oh, we're doing a 1950s race, so guess what, drivers? 1950s safety, which means you have a 67% chance of not making it. And it's like, uh-oh, I don't want to join anymore. So, yeah, Scott,
Wait, hold.
Scotty,
What are we on? Huh?
we're changing the skybox, genius.
We've taken a little detour to Hockenheim because we all need a nice vacation from our 10-hour endurance race. So we've come here
also-
to beautiful Hockenheim in Germany.
All I can say though is, if I'm racing against Scotty in my little Fiat Bar 695, I have no worries about walking away from him in that McLaren because he'll hit one curb and spin.
I'll make sure to send you over a fence while I'm at it.
Look, Scotty, you spun going in a straight line at Mugello. You can't really say anything.
It wasn't a straight line, it was on the exit of a corner, thank you.
On our corner, it was a straight line.
It was a corner? You don't know how tracks work?
Well, on our cameras, which we pretty much just watch, it was on the straight.
See here, Medal, you don't have the technical expertise to understand where the exit of a corner is. So,
I have a question. When do people turn into adults in Ireland? Is it 18 or 21?
if you're good trying to insult me by saying I'm not an adult, well, yes, that is actually true.
No. It's just a separate route of thinking. Because I want to know how long I've got to wait until I can actually legally smack you, so that it's not technically classed as abusing a minor.
I wish you had much longer to wait. Unfortunately, it's not long at all.
It's 18,
Oh,
isn't
Mamacita.
it?
Yeah, it's 18, but
I say it
also,
says 18. I grow evil idea.
but also, yeah, but also, as just reminded, because you probably realize I stepped away for a moment. I just remembered how close my birthday is, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Why is that? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you've realized.
Yeah, my brain just caught up. Never mind.
So even if you did want to slap me, that would be one of the smallest worries in the world.
Yeah, that's true.
It'd be a worry as small as dust.
Hey, Zach, you did quite well in that unruly, should I say the least, Camaro. We are just a few seconds away from starting stint 4.
Yep. Away we go.
Here we go. I hope you're all ready to be voluntarily deafened as we get ready to go. Are you ready, chaps?
Indeed.
Darkser rips it away in the pace car. Holy hell! Okay. Darkser making one of the fastest accelerations I've ever seen him ever do. Now, this is your obligatory warning that I do get very loud, and once they get onto this straight, you're about to see how loud. Well, Ephes, I hope it goes well for you. But in the meantime, lights out, away we go here at Homestead Stint 4, as we are seeing NWR Dan in the McLaren this time. Oh, and RSR Flex forcing out someone I just failed to catch a name, as Jork is closing in on the rear of Dan. Once again, Mercedes versus McLaren. Oh, God, and it didn't take long for NASCAR fan. Okay. We're going to show Muggs, I suppose, so let's see Muggs.
Just going through, I think there's an instant between the GT4s
Yeah,
at the final hairpin because...
there was an incident because one of them's already pitting. I will see who that is now.
But not that. Bretford was pretty much right at the front of the GT5 field.
Oh, that is not good. I am Greggles in the pit. They're the one who was collected in that incident.
Well, the fact that they're in the pits isn't a bad thing. They will have to go through the GT5 traffic fairly soon. But they should hopefully still be good enough
Oh
to.
my Jesus! NASCAR
What?
fan says Lobby A has 31 more minutes until stint 3 ends.
Exactly, they do.
Wow.
Oh my word!
I did tell you earlier.
Yeah, but I didn't think that much.
But as we
Meanwhile,
were
in
saying,
the GT5s, Muggs in the legendary Orange Mobile is currently in 10th place, chasing down DDM Assassin and Gale Force for 8th place, respectively. But Gale Force and Assassin are just drafted off one another at the moment and slightly bumping into a little bit of pocket away from Muggs. Oh, Gale Force so gets super twitchy into turn 1 and almost wrecks out, allowing DDM Assassin to come on the inside. Here comes Muggs right behind both of them.
It seems like a few people
And
already got their pits.
Assassin makes the move, but now Muggs is on the side of Gale. Gale looking to be caught unaware as Muggs now on the racing line, making sure that they are able to produce. Ooh! Muggs just making the move into 9th place. Well done, Muggs.
And then we got NW Dan, and then we got Jorg as well, battling out for lead in the GT4 category. Going side by side into turn 2. Staying door to door.
Oh.
Coming now into turn 3. Jorg gets a little ahead, managed to keep on the inside into turn 5.
They are really pushing each other. They are
Seems
really pushing.
And Dan managed to stay ahead, but now Jorg have to stay behind into turn 5.
Oh, Muggs nudging the rear of DDM Assassin. Apologies for interrupting in 8th place, who are also being forced up the rear by Gale Force and OTR Phaser as well.
Hazil does not sound like he's just watched two cars go side by side through turn 1 and neither of them run wide onto the grass. That was brilliant racing between the top 2 and GT4 there.
That
It was pretty nice racing in the top 2.
And as you can see there in the background, RSR Flex is not far away. Meaning one slight jolt from either of these two, and it's going to be super interesting.
And seems like one of the GT4s are catching the GT5 that's currently behind, at the moment.
As Gale Force has got a run on Phaser and is looking to the outside of the final corner. They've got to go the long way round of the banking. But can they carry the momentum off of it down the start-finish straight? And in fact, Phaser decides, I don't want to lose time in this battle. I'm going to head to the pits, thank you. And now Salty goes for a dive on Gale Force for P3 in class. Or sorry, P4 in class, I believe it is. As Muggs is under pressure now from Assassin.
Why do you want to drop a link in the chat, Genji? What's the link for? Because depending on what the link's for is if we'll say yes or not. Jonesy, why was it a bad stint for you? You did quite well. You recovered nicely.
As we can see, Greggles is making their way through the GT5 traffic after having to make an early pit stop. They don't seem to have lost too much time having to make their way through. So hopefully they can start getting themselves in a position that when the rest of the GT Ford field start making their stops, that they find themselves towards the front of it.
Right. Genji, I am gonna slightly say no to that link because that is a between stint thing to promote. But at the moment, it is purely TORA and ourselves at the moment. So calm down, calm down. But don't worry, we will get to that. Just remind me, okay? Mug's doing quite well in 9th place, retaining and also doing a hell of a lot of speed work. I will give them credit for that. Whereas Greggles and TMS Joe at the are actually Greggles just got past Joe.
Yeah, Joe leading the GT5 pack currently, already pulled a decent margin ahead of Muggs. Because off of the start, Gale Force had left about 1 or 2 car lengths to Joe, and that just meant that Joe was never close enough to even put any pressure on Joe.
That is true. Let's go a little bit further up, as at the front of the GT4 class, it's still...
We've got a couple of cars going wide. As Assassin put a couple of wheels on the grass at the exit of turn 2, and then Salty put all 4. But Salty now starting to apply pressure. Into the first of the hairpins. Is all over that rear bumper now.
It seems like the battle for Dan has slowed down as his teammate or battling partner went out, and he's getting a massive slide into turn 1.
He's managed to hold on to it, but Salty's gone for a dive up the inside of Assassin and has managed to make the move stick.
Dan is just milking these corners beautifully, trying to get a little bit of a pocket away from RSR Flex, who is being still chased down by VNX CB3. And believe it or not, VNX is driving that Camaro, so push it hard enough with the right driver and it does respond. So GG so far to CB3 for controlling the heart of the beast.
Meanwhile, we've got Brentwood picking their way through the GT5 traffic in their Mercedes. They've also gone for an early stop, just like Greggles, but have fallen a bit further back. They're coming up onto this three-way battle that is being pretty calm at the moment.
It is actually quite calm. Everyone's just enjoying a short jostle, and
Although
it's
we
actually
do
quite...
have 2 battles going on here. We're back in 14th place, and currently the group that the Scout is paying attention to, as they do have the GT4 car finally getting through.
So that's the pack of GT5s that have already made their pit stop. Phaser, Stevie, and Ruscula.
Did anyone disconnect? Or...
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we did have one who did it.
Oh,
Cosworth!
Cosy!
Causey, no! As that happens, Phaser runs a little bit too wide into turn 3 and clips the grass, allowing Stevie and Raskula past.
Meanwhile, up at the front in GT4's CB3 is starting to apply pressure on Flex. He's got a run coming down the first straight of the midfield in the midfield. In the infield, sorry. It won't be too long before this leading pack of GT4s catches the back of the GT5 field.
They are certainly trying, as they're just simply trying to be as clean as possible, but also it's fun to have a little bit of a scrap with someone if you can.
Everyone's just being really sensible so far. Just making sure they're not slowing themselves down.
Can I just draw your attention quickly back to VNX CB3? Third place in that monster Camaro.
It's third place for now. Can they improve that to second soon? Because they really are applying the pressure to Flex. They're in the slipstream now. It sounded like they had to lift over the throttle for a little bit coming towards that first hairpin. So they seem to have just a slight bit more pace than Flex in front, but haven't been able to make the move just yet. As Dan is starting to pass the GT5 cars. They've made their way past Phaser.
Now Phaser is about to be passed by RSR Flex in the Mercedes, and soon after that VNX CB3 as the passing is done now. Look at just the power difference. That is wonderful to see.
CB3 running very high up on the banking, and Dan from the lead heads into the pits. But Flex catching up to Raskula now as they enter the middle sector. I think he's got into the back of the Hyundai as it heads off to the grass. So I don't know if that was just a mistake by themselves or they got assisted from Flex. But that's helped Flex, as it meant they haven't had to follow them through the technical first sector.
But let's have a look here, as I just saw Dan overtaken. So let's see.
Oh yeah,
my
Dan's
God.
probably fighting as he came out of the
Yeah.
pit.
Dan is fighting as Greggles is trying to overtake for third place on the GT4s.
And that'll be the net lead of the race, of the stint I should say.
I'm still amazed that CB3 in that Camaro is currently in second place.
Well, it's a net fourth place once they make their first stop. As we see in the background, Salty comes out of the pits, and that scares Stevie off to the Joker lap at turn 2.
Ooh, and Phaser as well, locking up the brakes of that Mazda.
Ooh, Flex ran just a bit wide on the exit of turn 4. This is going to give the opportunity to CB. He's looking to the outside of the first hairpin. Flex going defensive. Can CB? No, they can't hold it round the outside. But are they now just close enough to make a move into the second hairpin? Meanwhile, Azio, how's the battle for further back?
Isaiah?
What today's about?
Isaiah? How's the battle going on at the back?
It's going right. Currently, Gale Force is
What about the
chasing
battle
down
for
Tessin.
third in GT4?
Isn't it no, it's second place, isn't it?
No, fourth. Third and fourth.
Fourth. Between Greggles and Dan.
Let me just jump back to and check. Currently, Griggles
Yeah,
is still
that's
being
fine.
chased by Dan.
So Greggles has made that move then for the net lead of this race. As CB3 is still trying to get a net third place once they make their pit stops. As we see Phaser getting out of the way of the leading GT4 pack. And in the background, we can see Jork in 5th place starting to close up on that battle.
Jork is trying to close, but they are too far away currently to make anything happen. Dan is currently slipping away from Greggles to form a nicely even sandwich. So if you look at the top two, though, Flex and CB3, CB3 is hanging on to the rear of Flex very tightly.
Yeah, the question is
Oh,
when
and
these
Mugs, I believe, just overtook Phaser for 15th.
That probably was recently, because I did see Phaser out wide at turn 2.
Because I just saw the ticker tape change, so that's why I brought it to the forefront.
I think I know what's going on. Yeah, Phaser has damaged the front right corner and all of their internals, including engine. So they're trundling around the back part of the circuit because I've seen them off track at turn 2. So I imagine they've gone wide at turn 1 and not been able to slow the car down in time for hitting the wall on the outside of turn 2. So that's dropped them all the way to the back.
So let's see. Muggs is currently just sitting in no man's land
And
between
CB3's into the
everywhere.
pits. So the question is, where will he emerge?
As third and fourth are now on the embankment. Currently in the middle. He sees moving out
There
for
they are.
fifth.
Yeah,
now on the pit
CB3
straight.
is now
You
moving
can see them in the
He
background.
will
They've
be
got
passed.
GT5 traffic too.
third, fourth, and
And he
fifth.
lost all positions.
However, with fresh tyres, a full tank of fuel, and I would say a couple of back markers holding them up as well, CB3 has a very, very good chance here of making up some very, very good distances.
I just wonder, will CB3 be able to close in on that pack, or does he not quite have the pace? But going back to Flex out in front, still to make their pit stop. Judging by how CB3 converged, they theoretically should come out in 4th position once they make their stop. But for now, they carry on lapping.
My question for that though, Genji, is we currently have enough as it is with our FTC streaming. Does that mean we have to create another channel? Is that the thing?
Channel, I would say no. It's just mainly like like a small group chat, like for what we do with Phil and Dave. But that isn't what's grinding me a bit. It's just at the moment we do 4 FTC streams a week. Most of the time we do join either Phil and Dave or one of us does at least.
Yeah, so...
On top of that, that would be 5 streams a week, and it's like, oh, please.
I also, outside the streaming, I already have enough to do on a daily basis. Not just my daily job, but also do my free time. I'm basically, technically also occupied.
I say I'm right there with you. I record my own videos, I edit my own videos, I do writing, I'm publishing a book, I'm trying to get a book published, I'm trying to edit, post videos, interact with people, and on top of that, I would actually like to, I don't know, chill and eat and maybe sleep.
we want a little bit free time sometimes.
And then do you stream yourself sometimes?
I have streamed once on my personal Twitch that isn't FTC related in the past 3 months due to overbooked schedules at the moment.
Was that not a couple of days ago, was it not?
Well, yes, because I thought Haseo would be on a triumphant return, but then I had to do a rapid switch quicker than the OK Corral. But luckily, I'm still signed in, so yay! But again, everything like that, it just shows like we are putting everything into it already. So if anyone says we're not, I proudly will show you where I can kick you through a door. But at the moment, CP3 holding in a firm 5th, and in that Camaro, I'm still impressed. I mean, come on.
They're doing a good job to keep up with the leading pack, all of them running solidly. Usually we've had one person at the front just sort of pull away from everyone else, but not this time. It's been a pack of effectively 5 drivers when you remember Flex is still to make their first stop, and that will drop them, we think, into 4th place of that group.
Oh,
but
CP3 almost touching the rear of Salty Bacons on the start-finish straight because there was a little bit of confusion of which side of track people would be on.
I love how you got Salty Bacon inside of that gamer tag.
What? Okay. Shush.
No, I like it. I like it, to be honest. Because I was always thinking to myself, how do I say that?
Well,
I mean,
technically it's Salty Bankoffs, but
But I like Salty Bacon. Petition for them to change it. I don't think that'd be a hard petition, since they will probably be changing it in the near future. Anyway.
But I will say, so let's see what's going on, because the track has quietened down just a little bit. Some people are hot lapping, apart from 3rd and 4th. 3rd and 4th between Dan and Jork is as tense as defusing a bomb with boxing gloves on. It's unbelievably tight right now as Jork is holding on to the rear of Dan quite well, considering the pace of that McLaren versus the pace of that Mercedes.
And I believe Flex will fall out behind them once they go to the pits, most likely in 5th position.
Oh, has Flex not been on yet? I didn't know Flex had not been in yet. Zach the One says CB going hard in the paint. that's one thing we haven't done yet. Hassan, can you switch to CB3 in 5th place and have a little bit of livery appreciation? I will say, out of all deliveries, every single car has done amazingly so far. And I know I'm probably going to curse it when I say this, so you can blame me already for it. We haven't had that many disconnects in the C lobby so far. As Jork, whilst I say that, goes for the dive into turn 3, overtaking Dan like he wasn't even there. Dan is saying, nah, 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 this is my spot, buddy. Get out of my way. Zach the one, all good liveries deserve love, and all these liveries deserve the same amount of love, so no worries. If there's anyone else who wants a livery show off just for a couple of seconds, shout up. We're not psychic, you know. If you want to see your favourite car's paint job and we don't know who it is, just tell us. We're not that scary. Well, I say it was because he's got a voice deeper than the Mariana Trench. However, well, I've been told I sound like I'm full of helium, and Scotty is a cuddly little kitty cat. So, if you want a livery, just ask.
So, going off of Jork getting past to Dan now, thankfully for them, that battle hasn't been too long as Greggles goes into the pits for their second stop. It should be noted Flex is still to make their first pit stop of the race. They've been running in cleaner, so they'll battle between Jork and Dan have just slowed them up enough to allow Flex to be far enough ahead to jump them on the pit stops.
No.
You don't think so?
No. No, because if you look at where Flex is, they're about to enter the straight before the embankment. Jork and Dan are only on the parallel straight behind them, so only what, maybe... Actually, let's have a look. Jork is currently 3,000 feet behind. That is not enough.
Actually, 20 seconds, since I still have seconds up on my end.
Yeah. 20 seconds is not enough around here. You need, I would say, 25 to 27 seconds to actually pit and come out ahead of them.
Well, Flex goes on by for another lap. We should probably take a little note of that. What's the pit delta around here? But meanwhile, Stevie's trying to make a move on Salty. They come out of the final hairpin side by side. Stevie on the inside, Salty on the outside.
The thing is, yeah, Stevie does overtake Salty Bancos, now that I'm not saying Bacons. But Flex, on an interesting note, is only on 11% fuel, so within 2 laps maximum, they have got to come in for a pit. And they're only currently 3,000 feet, so roughly 20 and a half seconds, roughly.
Actually, no, Jork is slowly gaining a little bit on Flex. They lost 0.4 of a second over the last lap.
Oh, this is really not good for Flex then, because Flex has now gone past the point of diminishable returns, meaning that the longer he stays out now, the more time they will actually lose in advantage.
And now they're going into the pits with 20 seconds exactly on the mark.
That is not enough. That is really not enough.
And just coming around the banking, they start immediately dropping.
Well, they have only just started driving. They are going to fly past. Here we go. In 3,
and
2, 1. Oh, they might drop a 3rd position. CB3 is back up to 3rd place.
And that's a neck in for CB3, because remember, before CB made their first pit stop, they were behind Flex.
Yeah,
and so that's been a good stint from CB3 there.
Oh, and it just out that Flex goes immediately onto the grass as well into turn 3, so Flex is a little bit shaken, but I will say, I think the Mercedes is the first car we've witnessed with diminishable returns if you go too long on a stint. That
I
is
personally-
interesting.
I just think Flex didn't quite have the pace because, you know, he should have been in that gap between CB3 and second there. So, you know, he's fair bit. That seems like about 4 or 5 seconds behind where he should have peeled out from when they entered the pits. So to me, that doesn't seem like just something that's came at the end of the stint, and that was something that's happening over time.
I think what it proves, though, is if you want to have what's known as the magic pit stop, you have to have an advantage of at least 25 seconds if you want to come out in the same place that you pitted. And I don't know about you boys, but 25 seconds is a lot to ask around here.
It is.
Well, of course, they're all making the same number of stops. So while Greggles may be further back in 6th place, they've made 2 of their 4 mandatory stops so far. So they'll be looking to jump back up.
Now, Dan is slowly relinquishing distance to Jork, because one thing I have noticed, I don't know if this is some sort of aero issue or actual vehicle issue, but the Mercedes around the actual embankment can go at least 5 to 7 miles per hour faster than the McLaren. And that is how Jork is maintaining this sort of distance away from Dan, because Dan through the corners is reeling it in under the high-speed brakes and the quick turns. However, that embankment is the great equalizer for these two, because when Jork hits this embankment, the distance you can see just slowly widening as that Mercedes can corner at high speed a hell of a lot faster than that McLaren. Yeah, no problem, Ethis. Speaking of which, Ethis, you will be glad to know we did not in any way talk about Sophia in the 6 hours of Spa at all before. We just talked about how we liked the older gen Corvettes instead of the C8, and, well, how the Toyota was rubbish. Really? There's not much else to say. Oh, and that, what was it again, Scotty? The Gen 2 prototypes instead of the Proto 1s were actually faster.
The LMP2s, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you and Jose are on the same cameras again. It's a cam reception.
Sorry, I was trying to do some maths because Forza being a perfect game, I set the timing loop to tell me the time everyone was behind the leader, and it just gave me blanks. So with a bit of manual counting, Greggles has about a 25 to 26 second gap to Jork in the lead. So when Jork comes in for their second pit stop, this fight for the lead is gonna be really close.
Well, Jork is at the moment fighting with a couple of back markers, whilst Dan is in a hot pursuit of them. Ethis, would we ever troll you on FTC? Never.
And Drooks got a bit lucky. Muggs has led him through, instead of holding him up through turns 3 and 4.
He did actually get very lucky through that
Oh,
corner.
as we have a car off. It's Joe!
What?
Joe, our GT5 leader, or formerly our GT5 leader, is in the wall, and it looks like they're in the wall hard. It is indeed. They've got front right corner damaged, steering and drive line, no engine luckily, but they were sat still for a while there. And to be honest, it looked like a controller disconnect. They just went straight into the wall at the final hairpin.
If that is a controller disconnect, they are very lucky they don't have engine damage.
Well, they are in the Nissan, and the Nissan would have the engine in the front. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's what I'm saying, Scotty. I was about to say the Nissan is front engine, and if he ploughed into a wall going forwards, then that's why I said he's very lucky to not have engine damage.
Correct indeed.
I believe the only mid-engine car here, well, for us at least, is the McLaren 570S. I know there also is the Audi R8, but we do not have any of those in our lobby. Mug Sitrep, where is Muggy?
Muggs is currently in P12, which I believe is 5th overall. However, I think they've made 2 pit stops so far, which is making them seem a little further back than where they actually are on track once all the pit stops get filtered out for the end of this stint. They're trailing they're trailing Stevie ahead of them by 12.5 seconds, and they've got Ruscular 3.5 seconds behind them.
So Mug's doing very well, so well done Mugs for now. But we've got to see, where is Joke? Oh, Joke's only on 11% fuel, so...
Oh! We've got an instant on the banking. I just seen in the background of Hazio's shot, but it looks like Dan made a mistake.
Yes, it is Dan, because Flex is now in front.
Yeah, Dan made a mistake.
Joke is on 9%.
And they have damage.
What
Dan has damage. He has front left corner steering transmission and drive line.
That sounds like he hit the apron.
That could have been an attempt to pit, and he hit the pit wall. Either that, or he got a bit too low on the apron and hit the pit wall. But yeah, I seen him there. He was spun sideways across the track when Flex passed him, and CB3, as Hazio was on board with, passed him.
Joke is being extremely brave. They are on 6% fuel and starting a new lap. They are extremely brave for doing this. As we know, the Mercedes only does between 5 to 7% fuel usage per lap. So if Joke pushes at the rate they are doing, they are going to be on 1 or 0% by the time they fly in. But that Mercedes is just flying.
He will be fine. He would only continue going if he knew it was completely safe. He's down at the bottom hairpin. He's still got 5%, so he should be completely fine. The question is, when he exits the pits, will he be ahead or behind Greggles?
Now, where is Greggles currently? They're in 4th, aren't they?
They are, after Dan and Bretward. have made their
Right, so
second stop.
I'm gonna keep an eye on Joke as they come into the pits now. I want you to keep an eye on your camera on Greggles. Right now.
Greggles is coming round the banking.
Oh, this is gonna be so. No, Greggles is gonna take him, I think. Unless Joke gets extremely lucky with the back markers, Greggles is gonna overtake. Here we go. Meow. There we go.
Yeah, Greggles has got it. Greggles has the net lead of this race still. Oh, but he's run a couple of wheels onto the grass at the exit of turn 2. So that's going to have slowed him down by half a second.
Oh, Muggs just dropped down to 15th. What happened there? Oh no, Joke in that Mercedes is a driver on a mission.
Muggs just made their pit stop. So that's why they've dropped down the order.
That's correctly as Max was in the pits.
Now, TMS Joe is currently being chased by Star-Lord. Star-Lord actually caught up to Joe after that incident, and now Star-Lord and Joe, it's battle of the 370Zs. By the way, chat, I apologise if Haseo is a tiny bit quiet. He is enjoying some nice warm food, as we all deserve a little bit of food, because talking for nearly 7 hours straight is going to build up quite a bit of a ferocious appetite. And have you ever seen a Norwegian angry? No. You know why? Because they're always well fed. Norwegians are like bears. If you don't feed them, you won't live to tell the tale. Trust me, I've heard Haseo hungry. It's terrifying. But Star-Lord is trying to catch up to Joe, but Joe is eking out a little bit of a cushion and trying to gain some sort of rhythm that they can. Now, Flex is currently overtaking some back markers of Phaser and Stevie, I believe that was. But Flex at the moment, once they pit, they will drop down to about 5th. Based on lap timings and pit markers and so on and so forth. Ephes says, tomorrow's plans are simple. Do my usual stuff on a Joe Lane with one final push for Belfast. Then work on the MC12 on Horizon 4. Watch the Spanish Grand Prix. And hopefully be in time for Sunday shenanigans. It is no problem. Update on FRM FTC winning the stint. Holy moly! That is incredible! Let's see here. I saw Flex still in a nice little cushion, but let's see who is recently close. Ooh. Joe and Starlord are still close, as Starlord is not letting Joe out of their sight after that unfortunate incident which Scotty saw on his secondary camera, where it looked like a controller disconnect. So with under 55 minutes to go, Scotty, who is your predicted stint winner with your timing sheet so far?
I think it's gonna be Greggles for the GT4. He hasn't been at the front for much because of his pit strategy. Coming out ahead of Jork, I think it'll certainly be down to those two for GT4s, but I think Greggles will have this one covered. For GT5, if I take a look at GT5 field, currently Zebra is leading that class ahead of Assassin, but
As Phaser locks up into turn 1, apologies for that, Scotty. Almost getting squirrely and going into the back of Stevie.
no problem. Zebra, Assassin, and Stevie are top 3 at the moment, but I don't know how many times they've pitted, if they've gone extra stop to do compared to the rest of the field. I would have said Joe until they had that what we presume is a controller disconnect earlier. But who knows? Maybe they can recover their way, recover the time, and make their way back up to the head of the pack.
Now, Zach the One says, how about CB, who's out in front of them after his third pit? CB is currently in first place, but Scotty, where will you predict CB will come out, considering they have not got that much distance to Greggles? I would say maybe 20, 25 seconds at best.
Third or
I
fourth.
It'll be third when Flex then pits as well. So CB3 net third, ironic enough for his name.
No, he's not, Zach. It's way too early to done their pit stop for the fourth one.
Yeah, we've still got just over 50 minutes.
You're basically
I would be
halfway
surprised
through.
if I would be half amazed if any of them had taken their third pit stop, let alone their fourth.
Yeah, I think this is the I believe CB3 and Flex are yet to make their second stops, with Greggles, Jork having made those second stops. So still 2 stops for Jork and Greggles, 3 stops for Flex and CB3 left.
I'm currently just watching CP3, making sure and seeing when they go in, because at the moment they're only on 12% fuel. And one thing I will say about the Camaro, because it's such a heavy beast of burden, is that it's on 62% front tire wear. It is so much tire wear at the front.
And how much fuel?
Currently on 11%, so either this or next lap for definite. They're gonna pit.
Yeah. So tire wear not a concern here.
I would actually be amazed if they don't pit this lap, because judging by rate of fuel drop versus distance travelled, it will be only just or just not enough fuel to start another lap. So, you can see that fuel needle dropping, but they will have enough to do one more lap if they so please. But judging by traffic, I would say it's better for them to pit now rather than never mind. They're ignoring me, and they're going out for one more lap. So VNX CB3 will be coming in this lap. They have no other choice to.
Well, they've got clear track in front of them for this lap, so it makes sense to stay up when they've got guaranteed clean air, when they could be pitting into traffic.
Oh, that's fair enough, Ephes. That actually I would like to see, if I'm honest. But here we go. Phoenix CB3 down to 6% fuel, 66% tyre wear. Oh, and picks up a little bit of transmission damage there as well. Someone's getting a little bit impatient with the gear shifting. So, Scotty, obviously you've been racing in high intense things like this. Is it easy to grind the gearbox if you're pushing for a pit stop?
Depends on the cars. Some cars you don't usually have an issue with. However, some cars, just you sort of get to the end stem, you realize, oh wait, I've like 20% transmission damage. I've missed a few shifts. You don't exactly know where, but
It's most commonly done when you're downshifting.
yeah,
It looks like
especially for me because
yeah, CB3 will be in fourth.
yeah, it'll be clearly fourth for now, third when Flex pits from the lead. But as I was saying, for me, it's a little bit different. Compared to most people here, they'll be racing on controller. I usually raced on wheel, and so when I used clutch, I had a pedal to press instead of a second button. So, you know, for me, it's like the downshifts were always difficult because, if I could hold the clutch in, but that could unsettle like the rear of the car, if especially for rear-wheel drive cars, with the difference in RPM. But if I wanted to avoid that, I always had to sort of spam it. But I have to move a pedal from completely depressed to fully pressed back and forth, and so it's easier to mess that up than button press, I feel.
Fair enough. Very nice little in-depth review, Scotty. Thank you very much for that.
Meanwhile, Greggles is in for their third stop currently.
Greggles already overtaken for fourth. It looks like they'll all go down to fifth as well. Yes, they will. There's fifth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hang on. Will they be sixth, though? Oh. As Brentwood very nearly caught Greggles. That could have changed a significant amount of the race here.
Yeah, Greggles will be very glad to have got in front, because had he got stuck behind, that would have been another car to overtake him. Don't know how tough in their defense Brentwood would have been, as they're passing some of the GT5 traffic. But yes, Greggles getting out just ahead of Brentwood. Greggles still a net P1 in this race, as those around him still have 2 stops to do. Greggles only has 1.
Greggles, this is a very high-risk pick strategy because, judging by from what they're doing, it can either massively make or break their position because, as we've seen already, people are going in and out, left, right, but they're not taking as many chances as we anticipated, so...
They're just trying to run the fastest race they can, which means they cover as much distance as they can, which obviously means a higher finishing position at the end of the race. But the one thing Greggles sort of does leave himself in a little bit of danger of is that if he does run wide at turn 1, let's say, and hit the outside wall at turn 2 and get damage, at the moment he has a long final stint. If he then did it a second time, you know, he's using up he's making extra pit stops. But I trust that he won't be making those mistakes.
But the question is, though, it's now stint 4, meaning fatigue will be setting in hard. At least for some of these drivers that we have seen doing 1 or 2 stints. And with it nearing so close to the end, it's also that psychological thing, like, I'm going to push just that little bit harder. You know, I want to go that little bit faster because I can see the end in sight.
Yeah, that, or they could be saying, right, the end's in sight, don't throw all the hard work away now. Meanwhile, while we were talking, Assassin's got past Zebra for
Very
the...
nice.
Zebra's in the pits. I was wondering if they damaged, because they seemed a slight bit slow. But
from what I saw, I believe they caught the apron on the way in.
No, they just seemed a bit slow after Assassin got by. You know, Assassin pulled out like a second gap by the time they got to the final corner. In half a lap, it just seemed a little bit off. So, not sure what happened there.
So Greggles and Brentwood are still relatively close with one another. Brentwood just enjoying a bit of free toe and in the process a little bit of free distance as well, because even if it's like, let's say, an extra 100 feet or so, it's still an extra 100 feet just by just sitting behind someone you know is faster than you.
Yeah, Brentford just being towed along by Greggles, who we believe is our net race leader. Our current actual leader is Flex, but they have to make not 1, but 2 extra stops than
With just over
Greggles.
40 minutes left as well. That is a painful timeline, because that is, we believe, about a minute total in the pits. And as we know, a minute is a long time to be stationary.
Well, the thing is, everyone else will have made the same amount of stops at the end of the race, so it's not like they're losing out any extra. But Brentford here, you know, considering he is a stop behind York, he's sorry, not behind York, behind Greggles. He's keeping up considerably well in the slipstream, probably just with the fact he can see a competitor, you know, few hundred feet or right on his front bumper as they head through turn 2 there. It's probably just giving him that little bit of extra motivation, extra bit of focus as they're passing Star-Lord in the GT5 class.
So let's see. Greggles is still towing Brentwood along quite nicely. But I don't want to say it to you yet, but Brentwood looks a bit too twitchy. And I don't want to say, but they might accidentally clip Greggles if they're not too careful.
Well, Greggles just opened up a little bit of a gap.
There might be a battle coming up for 12th and 13th as Joe coming out of the pits just in front of Raskula. So Raskula and TMS Joe fighting for 12th place.
Joe managing to get ahead of that battle, and I think he'll stay that way as Joe continues their recovery from what we believe was a controller disconnect earlier this stint.
So let's see. People are currently hot lapping. Effis, all we can say is thank you for staying so long with us and just being amazing. So thank you so much for staying with us, Effis. You are honestly the best delegate we could ever ask for.
Meanwhile, Flex has just made their second stop, and they've come out just ahead of Dan. Yeah, I believe that's just his second stop, Genji. Greggles has made their third and is the only one in the GT4 field to have done so.
Whilst, mind you, they are still just giving Brentwood a tiny bit of a toe. Not as much now, but still a tiny, tiny toe.
Yes.
Ooh, Flex is run wide at the final hairpin. And that's allowed Dan to get past for P3.
So Jorg will fall into 4th place, or 5th actually, when he's done with his pit stop.
Well, the thing is, he's done the same amount of pit stops as those behind him, apart from Greggles, so he is currently a net second for Jork. But Flex is looking to get back at Dan after his mistake at the final hairpin.
And
So they had through turn
Brentwood,
3 and 4.
Brentwood is actually catching a little bit on Greggles. Greggles giving more of a toe than what they anticipated. As you can see from the race timer, we have still got just over 35 minutes.
So we are going to see people
Left
doing
to
the
go.
last pits of around this time. Although some probably have tried that and will do it probably right before 10-minute mark.
But mind you, Flex does still have 2 pit stops, don't they, Scotty?
I believe, if I've done my maths correctly and not missed a whole round of pit stops.
If that's the case, they have got 2 pit stops to make in 25 minutes. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Well, it's not gonna hurt at all because everyone's gonna make the 4 stops.
Yeah, but that is still an extra 30 seconds that you can't afford to really miss out on this late in the race when it's just gonna dump you in traffic.
Well, the thing is, they've been running, long stints, which can be good for consistency. If you're in the flow, you're in the rhythm, not making mistakes, then it can be really beneficial just to drag out those stints while you're running fast instead of only running short stints and maybe, potentially making a mistake from losing your rhythm.
Yeah.
And so that's why I
True,
commonly in love FTC races and sometimes in Tour Enduros just sort of double pitted. I pitted to that twice consecutively, one lap after the other, just because I had to get mandatory stops out of the way that I didn't really want, and I didn't really want to do a 10-lap stints. I'd rather do 20-lap stints.
That is fair. That is fair.
Meanwhile, Flex, after making that mistake that allowed Dan to get past, hasn't been able to close back in and make a move. In fact, they've fallen back further, and Greggles in the background is starting to get closer. As Flex is a bit of a slide through turn 1, but has managed.
Yeah, Greggles is close, and they're only 300 feet average distance away now.
And that is 3 seconds. But of course, Greggles ideally doesn't want to catch Flex. He wants Flex to pit before he catches him, so he doesn't lose any time battling. but I can kind of see Flex going until about the 15-minute mark and then making 2 pit stops on the trot.
I can as well. Because at this pace, Flex is going to try and maximize every bit of performance that car has, and to do that, pitting the way it should won't help them. Good night, Ephes. I hope you have a fantastic sleep, my dude.
Alright, Ephes, you have a good sleep and thank you for staying so late.
So currently we are 7 hours in to the total of the 10. So we're getting there. We're getting there. But yeah, I would say it's getting quite nice because everyone's at the moment just hot lapping, and we're at a point where it's not really that strenuous for the drivers, strenuous for heated exchanges, if you will, where everyone's in their own little bubble at the moment.
They are indeed, and that's exactly what they will want. Hopefully, they're hoping to make ground on those in the other lobbies who, for them, they hope are fighting and slowing each other down. But as we can see, Greg Ellis is still just closing in. It's also getting into the time period where he can be making his final stop now, if he wants to.
Well, Greggles is currently on 61% fuel, 24% tire, so really it's open to them because they're not forced on fuel limits, so it's when they think it'll be wise to pit rather than needed to pit.
They've still been just slowly but surely closing the gap to Flex. That's now down to about 2.5 seconds as Dan went in for their pit stop.
Thank you for the call there, lava in there, oh shit.
Did you have a stroke halfway through saying that?
You try!
I didn't even see it. Let's go to mod view. Uh-oh.
I made it appear again.
Star-Lord DNF'd.
Oh, big F in chat.
As unfortunate, our second DNF, it looks like they were in the pits when they DNF'd too, so that might have been they pitted and decided they'd had enough, but
We don't
unfortunate
know.
for their team either way.
Here we go. Leuven Orchard followed us. Okay.
And there's sometimes a bad language barrier that's like, how should I pronounce this?
Unlike a chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk?
Pretty much, yeah.
So what is that?
Well, I'm guessing chocolate milk.
Yes.
But knowing my luck, it's going to be some sort of peanut butter spread.
Nope, it's chocolate milk.
I gathered because I was thinking, it's in a carton. It has a straw on the packaging, and I wonder what it could be snuggled up next to a waffle.
Speaking of which, I think I bought too much because I'm taking 2 things of those items I bought today.
Don't worry, I've bought 8 cans of Monster. I'm only on my first can still, believe it or not. And I've had
the same. I'm actually the same.
I've had basically a little bit of chocolate, not a lot, and half a sandwich when I got myself 2 packs of chicken. So that's roughly about 4 lots of sandwiches rather than
Yeah,
a half.
I started feeling pretty hungry because I think I ate 2 or 3 hours before I started streaming, and it's like 6 hours later. Okay, I need some food.
Yeah, I didn't prep anything, so before I came up, I just grabbed 2 chocolate bars, and that's all I've had.
Of course you didn't, Scotty, because you're not a seasoned veteran like us.
The thing is, when you're doing this, it's so easy to forget. Oh wait, I need to eat.
Well, yeah, you do forget about that until you get a grumbling pain from your stomach, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm not running electricity. I need food.
What's that? I've never had that feeling.
You're not gotten there yet.
Oh no, trust me, I've gone days where I've not had dinner and I've just been like, yeah, don't care.
But
Say,
maybe
can I hit him yet? Can I, please? Please, he's saying too many things.
I'll just give him a good slap for now.
Well, you do it, because I don't want to get in trouble.
Meanwhile, Greggles is closing in on Flex and is starting to get within striking range if they want to make the pass on track.
But speaking of striking range, there's just over 26 minutes left, meaning 15 minutes or less for their final pit stop. So if Greggles was wise, they would pit now, undercut, and take back their race lead.
Well, Greggles still has the net race lead as the 2 in front are yet to take their 3rd mandatory pits. But speaking of, Jork has just come in from the lead. Yes, they have.
Wait, really? I was so wrapped up, I just forgot about Jork entirely.
And Greggles is slowing down on the banking, heading for the pit lane too.
Right,
So
well, there's...
Flex now
Yeah.
takes the
Yeah, Flex
lead.
is still in the lead, but Jork is right behind them. And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that Jork's 4th pit stop, or is that their 3rd?
That's their 3rd, but Flex still has to
Ooh.
take their 3rd. So Jork is still a pit ahead, and
Wait, we've only got 15 minutes for the pit window, and Flex still has to do 2 pit stops?
yeah,
That's rough.
That is rough.
nothing rough about it, to be honest with you.
No. Scotty, me and Haseo saw you take a double pit, and it was painful to see you hemorrhage positions. So, believe me when I say, it's rough.
Yeah, but they're not positions you ever technically had.
Okay, when you see someone drop like a stone through the grid, okay?
It's not a fun feeling. Just seeing them like boom, 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 boom down.
Okay, as a spectator it might, but as a driver you always know that this isn't really where I'm at. I'm somewhere a minute behind. I'm just trying to go as fast as I can and hope that I come out in a place slightly better than where I would have been beforehand.
We got an update from Genji that Longbow is still in the lead of D-Lobby. Ooh, Stevie went right, almost causing a little as he was trying to keep himself on track as CB3 came along.
Ooh.
And Dan is off at the exit of turn 1. They once again have damage. Front right corner steering transmission and driveline, and only on 81% fuel, so they weren't long from pitting.
Good on Longbow. Let's hope they make it to the end. such a shame because the only disconnects we've had so far are Cosworth right at the beginning and Star-Lord about 2/3 of the way through this stint. And I will say, as lobbies go, I've got to admit, C Lobby has been very well behaved for us so far.
It has been. We've had maybe a couple of moments that might get airside at the end of the race, but
Not
it's
many. Not many.
not many. It's only been a couple as Dan comes in for what I believe will be their final pit stop, but they're already at the back of the field after receiving
But
damage.
they might be able to get maybe one place from the pit stop strategy because some of them have to take one or maybe still two pit stops. So I'm holding out hope a little bit.
I'm not holding out much. I believe that Brentwood, the car ahead of them, still only has to make one stop, of which they're 33 seconds ahead. So that's a fair margin ahead of the about 25, 26 seconds we
got about
estimate.
We got about 11 minutes left on the lap timer for pit window.
And that is making it even more tense because, as we know, these laps are over 2 minutes apiece, meaning they have got what, maximum 5 laps?
Is it really 2 minutes? Over 2 minutes?
No.
Is it like 1 minute and
Yeah.
30 seconds, depending on the car?
It's just under 120 for the GT4s.
And mid
And it'll be about
25s.
23, 24s, I think, for GT5s.
Depending on the drivers.
Depending on drivers.
Depending on drivers and traffic. There's quite a few people who just dove into the pits for the GT5s.
Yeah, 119 for. I think this field will be 119. And I'm guessing 124, 25 for the GT5s. Am I correct on that, Zach? For the C lobby?
I'm just getting quality times up now. I'm looking for people to be in our lobby.
I'm gonna go on board with RSR Flex, who, they look like they're gonna double stint it at the end, and that's gonna be painful.
Greggles, who's in the net lead of this stint, their quality time was in 1:19.2. With the pole time, or the fastest time, being a 1:18.5.
How are you doing, Dave?
Hello, Dave.
So Genji is saying quality for GT4 should be about 19.2. Race pace should be like mid 19s, while the GT5 should be about 24 seconds.
Yeah, so it's 23.1 was the quickest time for GT5. I'm looking down for someone in our lobby. Moogsy, 123.9. So, yeah, and Stevie 123.9 as well. So, yeah, high 23s, mid 19s, per lap here.
RSR Flex just coming out of the pits in 4th place, just behind Greggles, moving them up into top 3 now. Greggles certainly looking like they are big-brained it since the beginning with their pit strategy. But Flex is just getting that cheeky little bit of toe. So let's see here. Oop.
No, Cause I think he's on the same amount of stops as Brentwood. But he definitely has to do one more compared to Greggles.
Greggle's still currently in third, but I believe they should be doing one more in front of him, because shouldn't Joke be coming in for one more?
I believe Greggles and Dan are the only two in GT4 that have completed all of their stops, unless I've miscounted across this entire stint.
I'll keep an eye on Joke, because they're very much out in front, along with CB3.
Although Flex did have a instant at one stage, Genji, that put them further back. We are jumping on Muggs, who was lifting off to let Flex by, going into the final hairpin. They're currently P14 overall, which is 8th in class, 7 seconds behind Ruscula, and they've got a whole minute ahead of Phaser, who rounds off GT5 field after Starlord and Cosworth disconnected earlier, unfortunately.
Which is a true shame, I will say that. So I'm still on board with Joke, and with just over 5 minutes left, oh, it's going to be tight for pits. So let's see, Joke is still out, and I don't want to doubt you, Scotty, but I'm 50-50 or not, whether they took a pit stop now.
I mean, yeah, I could be completely wrong, to be honest. I'm starting to fall partially asleep.
Well, my dude, you've got 2.5 hours left, so do not fall asleep whatever you do, otherwise I'll kill you.
So you're good, Kalahasi, with that?
What?
Look, he's already on my hit list.
Oh, and here goes CB3 for his final pit stop.
Oh, well, if that's CB3, Joke has to pit.
There he's being passed by 3 people, dropping down to 5th.
but we are believe Flex still has to make their last stop as well as Jork and Brentwood.
I think Dan is the only one who's done his last pit stop because he's currently 40 seconds behind the CB3.
Dan and Greggles. Indeed, as Greggles is coming up on quite a bit of GT5 traffic.
That is more than a bit of GT traffic. But I'm just trying to look at Joke now, and
Oh,
they're going to be cutting it close to the end of the pit window if they still have one, because they're still out on track.
Yeah, they have to pit with the next lap.
I'll tell you what though, Zebra starting to close in on Assassin, it looks like, for P9, which is third in class overall.
Looking at the times between Jorg and Greggles, he might just come out between Greggles and Flex. Well, Flex... Ooh, there goes Greggles to the pits. Wait, Flex in the pits.
Ooh.
Yeah, Flex, as I said, still had
Yeah.
to make one stop. Oh,
And he
Greggles
will be
has gone to
fast.
the back of Assassin, trying to lap them, and that's just got
Ooh.
Assassin. That's got lost Greggles a bit of time. Now he's only 25.5 seconds behind Jork, so this could
This
be
might
close.
be this. No, it's still not enough. It's 2 seconds too low.
I think it's about 25 to 26 seconds. But
No,
what it has
it's
done
20
is slow down Assassin enough for Zebra to start attacking them.
It's 27 seconds for a pit stop. Here comes Joke. Joke is coming in now.
Zebra's up the inside of Assassin at the final hairpin, but Zebra has the acceleration. Assassin has the acceleration out of the corner and has held on to third in class for the time being.
Oh, this is going to be so close. Oh, God, this is going to be so close. I think Greggles just might have him. Only just. Greggles rolls into the lead for GT4 class by about a second. Oh my God, Scotty, your math is good.
I'm just glad I didn't mess it up.
Scotty, you have done so much good work for this channel that we have the utmost faith in you. I say whilst quietly sweating.
I mean, one thing I did get wrong though is I did thought Brentwood had another stop to make, but the pit window has closed now, and
So Brentwood must have well, all I can say is thank God you got the number of pit stops wrong on someone who doesn't matter. I'm sorry to say it like that.
you say that they're only 5 seconds off the lead, which after an hour and a half isn't bad.
That is not bad at all, but it still did not affect your final two predictions between Jork and Greggles. Greggles in that McLaren, Jork in that monster of a Mercedes.
Oh, speaking of which, it is the TMS Merc that has been in the lead for the GT4s.
Only because Greggles, for the majority of this race, if not like pretty much the entire stint, has always done one pit stop more than Jork. That's meant they've always been separated.
No, I'm
And
talking
so
about in general for the C Lobby. Like the TMS vehicle.
Oh, the vehicle over the course of the entire race. Yeah, that Tempest car, it's been the car that a couple of times has been the one far out in front. So overall, that Tempest Motorsport car, if it didn't have a per stint one, which I don't imagine it did, should be in the lead overall for this lobby.
It should be, but by how much is the question?
That is the all-important question. We're coming down to final stint. It feels a bit early to be saying that, to be honest. Since
It does, honestly. It feels weird. However, we do have one monster left confirmed and one up in the air. So, because I'm going to say this right now, the roughest one by far is going to be October. And that is going to be the 24 hours of Nürburgring. That is going to be the roughest one.
but before then, next up we have the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
I know, and that is why I said it's up in the air, because both me and Teseo have conflicting dates around there, but judging by when they decide to host it, because as we know, dates move and change all the time, you know, it might be up in the air at this
I'm
For the
gonna be
time.
sad if I'm gonna miss Le Mans, but due to the fact I've already committed something else before I knew the dates of Le Mans, I had to stick with what I already agreed to be participating of.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Um,
Genji, I will not be available at that time until I get further information closer to the date.
Yeah, but for the drivers, it'll definitely be more. Nürburgring will be the more difficult one.
That's the one's gonna be interesting is, are we doing just the GP or are we doing the full Nordschleife? But I'm doubting it's not the full Nordschleife.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a
I
full
think
Nordschleife.
no, it is the full Nordschleife.
Or sorry, the full 24-hour layout, we should say. The Nordschleife is
Yeah.
a different layout.
Genji at the moment, I'm on the 1S because I refuse to get the Series S because it hasn't got disk drive. And, well, I still use discs because, well, when things get delisted, you can't exactly delist a disc. So, yeah. And Series X's are rarer than gold at the moment, unless you want to pay, like, triple the price from
But Genji,
Scalper
neither
Co.
me or Metal is more or less available that date anyway. That's the thing. Neither of us seem to be available that specific
Yeah.
weekend.
Neither of us are. That's the problem. Also, how the frick can I do the overlay on an Xbox?
I think the later ones apparently have a function where you can add in overlays.
Yeah, there is an app, Lightspeed, I think it's called. Although I think I heard you have to pay for it. I'm not sure. I've not looked into it at all.
We have tried, and the kernel doesn't like Metal too much. But that also requires you to have a decent connection as well.
Yeah, that is
Since
true.
the quality will already be dropping through Console Companion, and then you have to distribute through OBS, that will drop the quality even more.
I'd say that
Which-
also requires, like, absolutely requires Ethernet to minimize that drop in quality, but you still get a little bit.
Yeah, since we did notice when through our time you were doing the main screen one time, Scotty, that people saying you were being very mosiatic, but that's because we were technically double streaming it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Mesa-
Scotty might be available, but I don't think we know how long Scotty
Yeah.
can. That's the
Yeah.
issue for Scotty, isn't it?
Mind you,
Yeah.
Scotty, for that time, I think he'll be doing like university type, well,
No,
applications.
I'm not going to uni this year, so
Oh, fair enough.
maybe in the next year, but not this year.
That actually is quite advisable because things are still a mess at universities. I feel sorry for you if you are there. Crow.
Meanwhile, on track, all the positions are not settled just yet. As then Zebra was looking forward to attacking Assassin earlier on, but instead they've fallen back into the hands of Gale Force. I think Assassin is even looking to attack for P8. No, that's a lapped car in front of them. But the battle for fourth in class is on, as Gale Force has caught up to the back of Zebra. Now as they come down the back straight, Zebra going tight to the inside, as Gale Force has a bit of a run. They're going to have to go the long way round as the flex in the GT4 goes around both of them. But Gale Force, he's got the momentum on the outside line. They're going side by side into turn one. Neither of them won't give up, but Zebra just slips up the inside. Gale Force tries to have a look into turn two, but it isn't close enough and has to back out of it. With about a minute and 20 seconds remaining in this stint. There'll be another time through turn one. Can Gale Force find another opportunity and make their way past, or will they just have to settle for P5 in this stint?
There's only less than a minute in this stint now. Oh, it's getting close. Until the drivers will hit those brakes and we will embark for what can only be described as a final stint.
Never do that again, please.
Okay, I know it was cringe when I did it, but I thought in for a penny, in for a pound.
Gale,
I've already committed, so I might as well hit the high note.
Zebra got held up by Dan, who's lapping them through turn one, and that's giving Gale Force one final chance, but it's not going to be enough as they all stop for the end of the stint.
I guess we have to get ready to the next stint.
Yeah,
Which-
and that would be
Dark
Dark
Zone.
Zone. And I can't.
How to say? I think this is the first time we're basically been on time every stint.
Strangely, yeah.
Yeah, what can I say?
Like
I'm
usually
amazed.
we are run like scampered rabbits for the last stint. Now we're like, wait a minute, is the last stint in a few minutes only, and we have to wait for it? Since usually we had to leave like 10 minutes early, but now like, wait, stint for that? Wait, what? Something's
I
wrong.
remember-
Something's wrong.
Yeah, I remember it was last time at Sebring, I was rushing out of stint 11 to try and get in for the restart of
Yeah,
stint 12.
that just ended as our more or less started for last stint,
Pretty
wasn't
much,
it?
yeah.
But thanks to you, we did have the courage of the last stint before the final stint.
So we've been very, very fortunate not to have had any restarts.
We only had a lot of restarting of the lobbies, like resetting it for that was stint 3 with Starkser.
Yeah, I imagine there was a reason for it to try and make sure everyone was absolutely set
And they're
before
ready to
loading up the
go.
race, because that just takes more time. And so, you know, if that was the case, you know, good intuition from Dark Sir, of course, being one of the TORA staff members. And good job with everyone who's helped out with this lobby for keeping it on time.
I will say, yeah, because even at an odd number of stints, it's been kept relatively well, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, indeed.
So, Scotty, since this is your second tour with us now, have
Third.
we got third? Was it a third? Oh yeah, it's a third. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Never mind, forget me. I'm insane.
Oh, are we going to Super Bean Circuit? That's gonna be interesting. This dude think that even has a pit stop.
It doesn't! There's only one pit lane at this track. And that layout doesn't include it.
Then speaking of which, in real life, I guess they do have to do some sort. Do they this layout in real life, or is this just a game layout? let's get on with the final stint of the day.
I do apologise for that. Discord decided to die.
Metal, let's not lie. We got in a bit of a conversation that couldn't be shared publicly, and it just carried on a little longer than we should have.
Anticipated.
Yeah.
Scotty,
So apologies
Scotty.
for that.
Scotty, remind me to never give you a job in MI5 for fucking secrets. But we are
And
getting
it's
ready.
the first restart of the day, I think. Yep,
Looks
first
like it is.
restart.
Yeah! Well, what do you know? 8 hours in, and it's still not an FTC stream without a restart.
At least it get into the final stint. Spectate quickly, guys.
Okay, I can't hit spectate until I load in PC Master Race, boy.
Oh, somebody did ghosty.
Oh! Wait, it's NASCAR fan racing.
No, he's the pace car.
Damn it! I thought I could go the final stint without hearing orange car. Woo!
He's the Racemo or Tamo Racemo.
Oh, just. Oh god, there it is. Oh god.
Maybe they're just fixing braking lines.
Yeah, just to be on the safe side.
There is one curious thing going through my head.
Which is?
We have technically done 10 hours, correct?
Yeah, well,
Well-
currently.
Well, about to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't it going dark?
Well, because in America, it would currently only be somewhere between 6 and 2 o'clock, and therefore it wouldn't be dark. I'm not sure which time zone Miami's in exactly, but
That will be 5 seconds behind you. For 5 hours.
5 hours, so it will be. It maybe should be getting a little bit dark. But is there night on this track?
But keep in mind, it's not like you can completely control the daytime in Forza.
Yeah.
True. Well,
Gotta work with what we've got.
are you ready for me to deafen the crowd one more time for this wonderful event we have been invited to?
That's getting... not the restart at least.
No, people are getting ready, they're getting antsy.
And there's a big gap in the GT4 field.
And there it is. Well, oh wait, no, that was maybe the pace car out.
Yeah.
But keep in mind,
Hold on.
Miami is down in Florida,
Three,
where it's more or less to be sunny longer.
Lights out, away we go for the final time here at Homestead, where Team S Derp, love the game attack, is leading the GT4 cars to their final resting place on the finish line. I'm Greggles in chat. Well done, my dude, for an incredible stint for...
And thank you for the follow earlier as well while we're having our conversation, PD Eric, for the follow.
Well, in the GT4s, it's been a bit of a poor start for Incinerate. They went deep into the first hairpin and lost a few positions.
Oh, that GTR of Tempest Motorsport. I will give it to you, Sale. It's really grown on me. Even the lightning has grown on me. What has happened to me? Greggles, we certainly tried to make it a fun broadcast because, well, we believe that every racer deserves their time in the sun, and, well, I hope you're nice and toasty from awesome.
Thank you for that compliment as well, Greggles.
NASCAR fan says the TMS cars are pretty good looking. Oh, here we go. But I guess they're not as good looking as the orange car. Mm.
Speaking of
That
which, I don't
McLaren
think we
have
have
shown.
I don't think we have probably shown the Jones Hill car too much properly. So let's give that one a little bit of love as well. With the F1
Oh,
inspired livery.
That livery is so clean.
Although this is not the first time we've seen this livery implemented on a race car.
Yeah, it's the F1 livery with quite a few rainbows. We did talk a little bit about this livery earlier
but do you
on.
remember who else has requested a similar livery before?
Wasn't it in our own series?
Yes. Do you remember who?
Oh! Lipper is overtaking Rockmore on the start-finish straight. Oh, is Lipper going very wide, but braking just enough to force Rockmorrow into fourth place. Meanwhile, Dirt has been overtaken by Jonesy in the McLaren.
What an
correct me
impactful
if I'm wrong,
first
but-
lap of the GT4s.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it Crow who wanted it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was Crow and Aaron McGrath.
I'm amazed I remember that, because I
Ooh.
can usually never remember breakfast.
So last lap, Incinerator managed to get past Kev in the NWR Civic, and this lap, Westy in the DDM car made a mistake, and both Incinerator and Kev passed him. And Marky.
Darks are currently 9th place.
Marky in the SSR car is first to make a pit stop.
Have they already got damage?
They might have.
Or just do an early pit stop to get it out of the way and get free traffic.
I didn't think you could pit within like the first 10 minutes or so.
Nope, you can pit right from the end of the first racing lap.
It's the last 10 minutes.
Ah, I'm getting
Oh, Rockmorrow spinning out! Oh, and it hit the TMS derp.
The top two heavy hitters. Oh, that was a tight rejoin from Rockmorrow as Darkzer is being chased by Arik.
And did we have a camera cursor with the commentators watching all that unfold?
Yes, fully blame Haseo for that one. It's his camera. I'm innocent!
But it's like it's been told for many decades, the commentator's curse or the camera curse, as long as you're on it, sometimes something is bound to happen for some specific reason.
It's just a natural thing, like, the pressure!
Yeah, a couple of mistakes there.
Arik's lining up for a dive on Darkzer.
They're having a
They're
look.
going for a cheeky insert. They certainly are having a look.
They've
But
not
have
got the
to
run on
tuck
the
back
exit.
in.
But yeah, two instances there. Rockmore trying to leave room going side by side through turn one. Just lost the rear end, maybe a little bit of contact assisted. And the TMS car also got wide. And then as they were trying to rejoin, they got collected by Rockmorrow, which just made their problem a little bit worse. Now as we watch Arakus going sideways through turn one, managed to keep it off the grass as they're going for P2 in the GT5 class, as Absorb in the TMS car in front leads the GT5 pack, sorry.
Meanwhile, Arik is currently trying to chase Darkzer, but they're also not too far behind because Koksa and Itachi are just behind Arik, so nice little four-way train for 8th place overall, and what I believe might be the head of the GT5, if I'm not mistaken. Because is TMS Absorb? No, Absorb is head of the
Yeah, Absorb
GT5.
is the leading GT5 car.
I will admit though, Tempest Motorsport came out to play today in this lobby.
They certainly have. Although it's not been a great start in this final stint for them in GT4, as Rockmaro currently running P5 after their mistake at turn 2. Just a little check, no damage at all, but they've had a big slide. Rockmaro's actually just spun just after I switched
Ooh.
over to him. So speak of the
Again?
commentator's curse.
That is twice Rockmoro has snapped that car.
Also, I just realised I called that the TMS car. It isn't. That's who is in the TMS car?
TMS.
Or talking about in GT4, that will be TMS Derp.
Derp,
Yeah.
yeah, and they have made a pit stop. So they're in the GT5 traffic.
But that actually might be advantageous to them because with a pit stop out the way, they have got an hour 20 for 3 pit stops. That is very flexible leeway to try and pull off, well, what might be a possible win if luck is on their side.
Well, if we think back to just the previous stint, Greggle, sorry, for most of the race was in the middle of the GT4 pack because they'd always had done one more stop than everyone else. And so can Derp use that sort of same strategy to good effect here? Or they struggle? We've got a GT4 car stopped on track at the exit of turn 4. I can't... Let's see who it is. It's Coxer.
No, that's
Has,
GT5.
GT5, sorry. My mistake. But yeah, the OTR car has
Do we have a damage?
that is a good question. Damage, no damage.
So I guess something came up. So instead of maybe leaving, they decided to pull over and maybe sort out whatever they have to be doing, and maybe you at least go back to racing.
Yeah.
Mhm. Or maybe a couple of laps into the race, they've sort of realised, oh, they've got an issue with the controller or
But
something
how
in
do
their
they pull
setup.
over so nicely if that's the case? That's another question.
Mhm.
As Sarah
meanwhile,
and
as-
Paolo are battling out for 3rd place.
Yeah, but Jonesy's been overtaken by Zippa for the lead. But Jonesy having a little look at the final hairpin and has actually got a good acceleration off of the corner.
And someone is off. Who is that? Who is stopped? Coxer, OTR Coxer.
We just talked about that person.
Brain, forgive me, brain.
Meanwhile, Jonesy and Zippa are going side by side on start finish straight. Zippa is held on
So
to
is
the
Sarah
lead
and
for
Paolo right
now.
behind.
Derp overtaking Darkser, getting through the GT5 traffic.
So I believe he also only got one more car to overtake to be part of the main group again.
And Zero is the one that's come on top of the battle for P3 in GT4.
Also, I would like to say, if anyone's going to save this replay, please do, because we're about to have the TMS GT4 car overtake the GT5 car. This is, well, possibly a great photo op. So please, for the love of all that's
hold on,
holy.
they're not able to, sadly.
Yeah, I know, but if you save the replay...
How?
Well, they can, since no one has a stint after this stint to run off to.
Unless
Yeah.
They could just hang around.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that
true.
means they have to drive wait until the timer's over, yes, and drive across the goal, yeah.
They don't have to
However-
drive across the line. The timer ends, the race over. Save replay. Done. This is Forza. Logic does not apply.
Fair enough.
You do not have to cross the finish line to finish the race.
possibly the only game that that counts for.
Probably.
But no, a minute 28. What a wallpaper that will be for the TMS guys. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's just me, but every time we do one of these, I always discover a new racing league that is considerably faster than what I thought there would be.
I'm probably leaving straight after the stint is done to handle something else.
Yeah. Hooper, as soon as this stint finishes, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I've got dinner and then I've got to go to bed and wake up for an ACC endurance race tomorrow.
Oh dang! So, how long is that for?
That's a 6-hour one. But there's a bit
Ooh.
of practice and quali beforehand, so we'll quit about 8 hours.
Oh, so roughly the length of this, give or take.
Nearly. It's Bathurst, based off the 12 hours of Bathurst, but because this isn't a super, super serious place, they only do half-distance enduros, which is kind of nice.
Well, best of luck to you, because Bathurst is horrible.
Horrible if you struggle with it, great if you get the hang of it.
And do you get the hang of it?
Yeah.
Oh,
And,
well, good for you.
Like, did the 12 hours of Bathurst last year with TORA. It was pretty much this event last year,
But-
and that went flawless apart from a disconnect
Welcome
30
to
minutes from the end.
Chapter, TMS Brandy. Nice racing from earlier, but like NASCAR said, asking you,
Yeah.
what does LCR stand for?
Yeah, that is true. What does LCR stand for?
And Derp did
Also-
get them. Yes, we know since we did see the collision.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we didn't know if he definitely got damage from that, so
Star,
thanks for
what
confirming
were you
that.
expecting when we're doing a 10-hour endurance stream? We still
And
got
we've only
one.
been
We at least got on timer 1.5 hour left.
At least.
Mhm. And Jonesy has just dived into the pits for their first stop.
Well, that is a nicely timed for Jonesy.
And so far, everyone has spread out into their own bubble to try and rack up the mileage in this final stint.
Wow, the Camaro currently, obviously, it still needs to do a pit, but Camaro still holding on to the rear of Lipakov in first place, who still needs to do a pit as well. Quite well for that big, heavy beast of burden that is that Camaro.
Yeah, and the OTR car is still stopped at the exit of turn 4.
Now, that can either be controller, system, game itself. As Itachi is currently in the pits for the GT5s.
Legacy Championship Racing. Good
Mhm.
morning, Rue.
Good morning, Roo. How are you? Our second
Meanwhile-
Australian in chat.
Meanwhile, I've just switched the camera over to Rockmaru as they're going for an overtake on a person from SSR, and that's put them up into P4 as they make a comeback after their couple of mistakes so far in this stint. But for the first time this stint, the camera's swapped onto them and they've kept it on track.
So let's see. Roo says, "Ooh, How much coffee do you need, though?
Star, did I say good morning to you?
Star, we do say good morning to you, but then again, you are more of a night owl, so we say good evening to you. We still do welcome you, and it's not favoritism. It's called Rue was here before you.
TMS Brandy, that's fair enough, because I believe if you're more or less just maybe even half a minute late on the sign-ups, the cards you most likely want are gone.
That is true. But do you know what amazes me though? Like how people can just look at the car list and go instantly, "Oh yeah, that's going to be the one. That's going to be the fastest."
I think
It's like,
some do testing
how?
before, but keep in mind they do get roughly a week before the sign-ins. Like before you sign
fair
up to
enough.
test the cars.
Yeah, so
Fair
people
enough.
have had time to sort of realize what's going to go well, but you'll
And
still
what
get
the
those people
drivers-
who sort of can tell at first glance, oh yeah, that's going to be the slightly quicker run, just from their knowledge of Forza.
And previous testing and previous cars used and...
Yeah, previous experience. Indeed. And of fact, they
But
might
Brandy,
not have had a
I'm
life.
pretty sure. Brandy, I'm pretty sure that you're quite happy with the choice you got of the Mercedes because it isn't exactly slow. Star, how is it cold in Australia?
It's probably not cold by our means, but probably cold by Australian means.
Probably, I know that due to the fact that I'm living in Spain and like 5 degrees. That's not... Question, Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Probably Celsius?
If that's Celsius,
It's probably gonna be
that's
Celsius.
not freezing.
That is not freezing. That is boiling by our standards. I think
By
That's
our
I'd say
standards,
summer.
by Australian standards, you'd probably want around 30, 40 degrees.
Yeah.
Real world
Yeah. That
measure.
that means Celsius.
Oh,
yeah.
oh.
Haseo, mean you would melt in 20 degrees Celsius. Oh, as Westy almost goes spinning out on turn 2.
But keep in mind, it's also a matter of fact that where you live and get used to the heat, that's different.
Meanwhile, Itachi went wide at turn 2, taking the Joker up, and that allowed Westy to close in. They're only a second and a half behind now.
Wait, do you need blankets in 20 degrees Celsius?
Haseo, I think me and you will be sweating out of every orifice at 20 degrees. Like, I don't know about you, but the UK just gets into double digits and it's like t-shirt and shorts, otherwise I melt.
Exactly. And here goes SVR incinerated into the pits.
What we should say, though, is that no, it's not freezing, because scientifically, water does not freeze at 20 degrees C.
No, it's very much a liquid. Lipakov is still leading the pack in the GT4 cars, but they are still, I believe, only on one pit stop.
Oh, we've got Incinerate leaving the pits, and they've come out just behind Westy. So we've got a little group of cars, not closely packed together, but close enough to all see each other.
Enough.
Speaking
See,
of
that's the
livery,
thing.
I don't think it's really shown the other PTG livery. That's Colonel Eric, which is also quite nice.
That livery really shines on the hood with that red logo. Oof!
Like, sometimes you don't need that overly fancy livery. And others, I think I go to that as a person. The name! I just realized the name. A person.
Why, what? Hold on, let me go to Eric. What's funny? What have I missed?
Position 9.
SSR up. Oh.
You realized too, you didn't you?
Yeah, my brain finally clicked in. Rue's saying it's a nice livery. Star says, but I know people who think 20 degrees is freezing. Where do they live? The sun?
Probably like in a desert area, but keep in mind, there's a difference
I'll
in
tell
terms
you.
of like wind, for instance.
They probably live in places
true.
like Australia and North America.
Yeah, but then again, North America does have hurricanes, and that brings a lot of wind, so it still balances the temperature out.
Can do.
And Scotty, I win the bet. Scotty, I win the bet.
What
He
was
says,
the bet?
"Oh, I just realized Scotty was here. I told you at the start of this stream, if Starlight was in chat, he would be the word I can't say over you."
I'm just
Oh.
confused how you think, that's not like a compliment. That's a, oh wait,
No,
you're
no, no.
here? I didn't even
No,
realize.
no, 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 no,
Yeah.
no, no, no,
Try
no, no,
not
no.
to be awkward.
I have known Starlight for a plethora of years, some of which questionable, and to say that he is smitten with FL is an understatement. And, well, considering, well, fail race, yourself. Yeah, I think he's smitten to bits. So, believe me when I say I am right on this. I'm not right on many things, I will happily admit that, but this I am. Meanwhile, SSR, a person, is trying to get past the GT5 traffic that is TMS Absorb.
I'm just looking here. When we seen that
No?
car, the car looks really battered, as if it took quite a bit of damage earlier on.
Ooh, who is that?
A person. But yeah, when Hazio was looking at them, it's like that looks like that car's taking a lot of damage. I flicked over and just checked it. I assume they've pitted from since when they got that damage, and that's why they're in the GT5 field. But they've then got 3% engine damage since, which is a little bit strange. But just something that you don't want to be doing too much of, especially since they're not that long into this pit cycle.
Little bit of a special thing, though, I would like to say. Dogza is still in P9.
Which is second in class.
So let's see if I'm trying to see if anyone's like relatively close to one another, and
They're not.
yeah, I know they're not, but I'm trying to find someone who is relatively close to like at least entertain one another, and well, like trying to stick a European plug into a Japanese outlet, it ain't happening. Star says, Metal, I'm not a, I can't say that, but, at best, Oh god, enter Need for Speed Underground. Rune, now you are taking me back. Also, I would like to say, I don't think half the people in this chat are old enough to remember Need for Speed Underground.
Oof, I had number 2. I never got the first one, but I still remember it was pretty good music in that.
Well, of course
I've
it was.
never really been a Need for Speed fan, to be honest.
Well, the modern ones, trash. Just gonna say that. Out and out trash. Older ones, great music, didn't take itself seriously, and it just enjoyed, well, being a car game. Before, well, should I just say EA, Yeah.
Yeah, the only one I've played is Nitro on the wheel.
Oh lord.
Do you want to know what made it horrible?
Everything?
Right, the Wii remote, usually for racing games on the Wii, you held the Wii remote sideways. It was that case for Mario,
Yeah.
F1,
Yeah, I
every
remember
game.
that.
But for Nitro, you held it forward. And yeah, so then to turn left, you turned it left sideways like you normally would hold it for racing
Hey.
games, and the other way to turn right. So, and that just meant that if you wanted to play in one of the racing wheel things for the Wii remotes, you know, you had to stretch your fingers so far in to try and get to the buttons. It was just really uncomfortable and horrible to drive on.
Yeah. Oof.
And that's
But
been my only experience playing Need for Speed games, so
I will say, I'm already worried about this year's F1 because this is going to be the first F1 where Codemasters is now under license from EA Entertainment. And I think we've got a disconnect coming.
have we finally lost?
Yes, we have. We have finally lost Coxa. But Coxa? However you say it. OTR Coxa is finally out of this event.
I think it took like what, 20 minutes?
So yeah, about
Closer
that.
to half an hour, actually.
No, they did a
At
couple of
least
laps.
20.
At least 20 then. At
20,
least 20. I will bend on that.
For a round number, 20 sounds nice.
Yeah, but do you know what's better than 20?
What?
21. Yeah, no, okay. Cheap joke.
No,
Don't know me.
because Jonesy has managed to get back out in the lead after the first pit cycle, but Zipper is looking to change that once again.
Hello, Gemini.
Ooh. Gemini, things are looking spot clean, crisp and clean here. How are things for you, my buddy?
Sega! Been not too many games lately from Sega, or they're all locked to Nintendo. Or so you take it easy watching real life motorsport.
Zipper looking to the inside of turn 1 on Jonesy, isn't able to make the move stick, and this battling's slowing them down and allowing Zero to close up.
Zero is gaining not a considerable amount yet that is effective, because you got to remember that Camaro needs a good tight distance to make a lunge stick like butter. But Jonesy is currently actually doing quite well to keep Lipper, just Lipper.
Zipper.
Yeah, I know. But Lipper is holding on quite well to the back of that McLaren, considering that I didn't know it turns like an absolute boat compared to the McLaren. So, but saying that, Jonesy rides half of the grass and scrubs off quite a bit of effective speed.
It will hamper the run a little bit, but doesn't seem like it's enough for Zipper. It's going slightly tighter on the banking initially, but Jonesy goes for a later apex, but Lipper's going further down to get to the
Here
inside.
comes Lipper! Look at the
Using
speed of that Mercedes!
Yeah, that Mercedes much more
Look
straight
at
line speed. Can they
Jonesy!
get slowed down? No, but I believe Jonesy
Yeah.
got into the back of them, and Zero says, "Thank you very much. I'll be having those two positions."
But the problem is the big, heavy American bad boy is now going to be holding up the much more nimbler Europeans.
This just got interesting. Jonesy losing two positions there. Zipper near the position but lost it in that tight little battle. But can Zero hold on to the lead?
That
And,
I'm not quite sure on.
we shouldn't discount. I want to check as Jonesy's looking to the inside of Lipper.
Jonesy trying to get some of the speed, but Lippert has got that main top end of the Mercedes that the McLaren just simply does not have. That combined with the embankment speed means Lippert will stick to the Oh no, Lippert dives out of it.
Lipper dives for the pits. They've realised they'll probably lose too much time battling and have chosen to go for clean air. We should also note
Darkser
TMS.
is now holding. Sorry, continue.
TMS Derp, who obviously had that incident earlier on in the race, if they, like their teammates, are quick and
Which
should have been
battle
out in
was
the
it
lead,
again?
they'll be trying to close on. It's the front two.
Currently between Zero and Jonesy. However, Darkser was holding up Zero. Zero got past, but then almost held up Jonesy.
It was holding up Jonesy through the first hairpin.
But now Jonesy is on the hunt for Zero. If they will be able to do it is a different matter. Because let's not forget that Camaro's got monster speed and power, but handling is questionable at best.
Meanwhile, towards in the middle of the GT5 pack, we have Hyundai versus Honda Civic.
Yeah, between Westy and Kev. Kev locks up a little on those brakes as Westy is trying to find a way to slip past the little Honda, but that Hyundai, it just does not have the top speed to try and make anything useful out of it.
But Westy goes for a dive into the second hairpin onto the back straight.
And they make it work beautifully. Very, very well done to Westy. I'm very impressed by that move.
I don't think Kev fought it too hard. They're not one of the faster people in the NWR. They're one more of the organizational people. So probably just realizing their pace and deciding not to lose any more time in unnecessary fights and to not risk the cars. They slide through turn one and just about
That was
hook
a
the car up for
very,
turn two.
very controlled catch.
Now the question is, can Westy hunt down Martin? Is that Marky in front?
It is Marky, but Marky is quite a distance up the road from them. And on top of that, they are looking like they are in the rhythm. But at the moment, people are just hot lapping, I believe, apart from the top two between Zero and Jonesy. Now, Jonesy is starting to close on the big bad Camaro, but will Zero pit to deny us of this battle before it even begins? To stay out for this lap, but no, it will be Jonesy who denies us of this battle as they dive in, leaving Tarvo to take up second.
So Jonesy obviously feeling like they have more pace in that McLaren than the Zero in front of them, so have gone for the undercut.
Rockmoro overtaking Jonesy in the pits, taking up third place now. But as Jonesy comes out of the pits, Lipper is not that far from behind them, looking for maybe a round two.
Yeah, but interesting, Lipper not able to get the undercut to work. Whether they just had more traffic or maybe made a slight error at some point, we don't know. But Jonesy's got about a second gap in front of them.
People are more than just hot lapping at this point in time.
They are hot lapping, but when they hot lap, it means they usually come back together soon enough in spectacular fashion.
Speaking of that, though, do we have any more facts from the FAs that he has given to you that is not used yet?
I have quite a few. Would you like some?
Send it away.
Now, as I started off way before, George Russell will be donning some of the Mercedes Petronas suits. However, he's not the only person tipped for a Mercedes debut, because Mr. Miracle Survivor himself, Mr. Roman Grosjean, has not only returned, but also been plucked up by Mercedes and is rumoured to be Bottas's replacement next season, because he's currently testing in France at the Paul Ricard circuit with Hamilton's 2019 car to get a test for Mercedes power units, meaning that Roman Grosjean might be winning the title sooner than we think after that incident.
Metal, I've got to ask you, is F some sort of conspiracy theorist?
I think he just
A little
reads up facts, and I don't think he really adjusts any of it too much.
Because I've not heard those rumors. I heard the rumors about George maybe taking Valtteri's seat midway through this season, to which Bottas, did your internet die? Or
No,
You
no.
are getting very
No.
staticky.
Yeah, you're getting staticky.
And I think we just lost the camera on Scotty.
Yeah, we lost the camera on Scotty.
Oh.
Anyway, wow, Scotty, Kit. I can hear small meows of
I
Scotty.
don't think he completely disconnected as well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
I'm feeling if I rejoin, I'm just going to get 5 minutes later because my internet decided, no, I'm actually dead for real. So I shall take a little break and leave you stood for 10 minutes.
Okay,
Sounds
Scotty,
like a
be
plan.
safe.
And there goes Tavo into the pits.
Yes, Tavo is into the pits, but Hooper in chat saying, can we talk about cake? Okay then, well, I'm gonna just ask the random question to everyone in chat and see what answers flood in like the great Nile flood. Everyone in chat, what's your favourite type of cake? We have had everything from cheesecake, lemon cake, chocolate cake to a Jaffa cake. Tell us away and why, because it'll be interesting to know, and it will also provide it as Jonesy goes off on turn 3 as Lipper actually gets past. So go to second place, Aseo, because this battle is only getting warmer. Jonesy's not going to be taking that lying down, and
Ooh, and we got dogs in the mix again. How come every time we go and fight the battle as all the dogs in the mix?
I don't know. It's like, oh, there's a battle, and Darks is like, hello.
It's like, NASCAR fan, here's your livery again.
Oh God, don't mention the livery. NASCAR fan will appear in chat again. No, Hooper, I don't know why. Also, Hooper, nice work on that deck building I saw in the team chat, I might add. Did a very good job on that.
And Zero looks like still yet to do another pit.
Now, there's a nice little bunch of cars grouping up from 12th, 13th, and 14th. Not close enough to do anything effective. However, there is a GT4 car in that lobby, meaning they are getting squeezed a little bit through corners. So hopefully it should like concertina them together just a little bit to see what can and can't be done.
Exactly.
Hooper, I don't know why. So, tell me. I genuinely can't remember. My brain is just a pile of mush at this point. Bear in mind, this is what, after nearly 9 hours? After 20 hours, you...
6 minutes and we got 9 hours on the clock for streaming.
I know. I can see the same clock as you. I am logged into the FTC account on my PC. I can see 8 hours, 54, 59, 8 hours, 55, 9 now. I can see the clock. Oh my God. Okay, Hooper, A, that hurts. Because I know I'm old, because, well, you're just a fetus, but still. And second of all, you never call Hiseo old, and he's 4 years older than me.
I'm staying out of this.
Hiseo, I'm gonna stop calling you Hiseo and start calling you Switzerland.
Why?
Because you're neutral in everything!
Because I'm more or less a neutral person most of the time.
Hooper, remember what happened 2 days ago? Wow, okay. Wait, did I just go high pitched? What did I? Hiseo, did I go high pitched? I didn't even know. Did I? Yeah, no, yeah, no.
No, I think that's just Gemini.
Okay, Gemini likes high pitched things. No jokes there. Let's go back to the battle for second. As things are only looking better between Lipper and Jonesy. Jonesy desperately trying to catch up to Lipper. Oh God, Gemini and Hooper, the dream team of the weeps. Okay, okay. Hooper, I would never do that. I'd just make a challenge that you could never win, period. And Gemini's like, yes, you did. Well, I didn't know. Mind you, Hiseo is so used to me going high-pitched. Well, now that he doesn't even hear it. He has gone pitch deaf with me. Well, that's a sound that's going to haunt me. That sounds like a doll coming to life in the middle of the night. That's
What?
terrifying.
What?
That noise you just made, it sounds like a weird, like, doll coming alive in a shoebox under your bed, like,
Oh,
you didn't know you had
contact
dolls.
between
Oh, Westy and Eric.
as also Lipa and Jonesy, and Jonesy got a better opportunity of passing Lipa due to this incident.
Well, that and the two faster boys sort of shoved them over like, get out of our way!
I think they didn't do anything. I think they just put too much pressure on them.
Well, pressure either makes diamond or dust.
Hooper?
Hooper says, you sound like a Honda Civic when you get high pitch. Oh, okay, instantly you know it isn't meant at Haseo, because Haseo has one of the coolest names ever, but I'm not going to say it because, well, he likes his personal life. But he has one of the coolest names ever. Why he doesn't use it, I'll never know. And secondly, Daniel, you don't sound like a Honda Civic. So, stop it. I'm telling you. But Jonesy is still being chased by Lipper going into turn 2. Lipper trying to actually get the advantage of who is that? That
Marky.
is Marky holding up Jonesy. Jeremiah says, if that... oh.
Hooper, are you the little high-pitched chihuahua then that's never stopping?
No. I can describe Hooper in a very simple way.
What's that?
He is wonderful. 99% of the time, I care for him like a brother. But there's that 0.1% of the time where he is like a thumbtack on a chair that I don't see. And when I sit down, he becomes the biggest pain in my ass I have ever known.
Well, here comes also the leader into the mix too with Jonesy and Lipa, as they can see him right in front of them now.
They really can. That Camaro is seriously under-equipped through the corners. Oh, I'm glad to know Gemini found that funny. But Lipper currently still trying to catch Jonesy, but now Jonesy is the one who's in the hunt for the top place of 0. And once again, here's Darkzer in the middle of it all. He's like, he's just like, hi guys.
And what's interesting is, for some reason, we always catch him in roughly the same sector.
Yeah, it's like he's got a magic power of being there, like, hi guys, look at the livery.
And his NASCAR.
God damn it. Hi NASCAR fan, thank you for still being here.
How are you holding out?
Oh my god. You know,
I can just help but laugh because it's partially hilarious.
For you, it's hilarious. For me, it's like seeing my arch nemesis. Actually, it's actually worse than seeing Nemesis, because it's like, oh my god, at least Nemesis says other words than orange car.
Alright, Gemma, you have it easy.
Gemini, have a fantastic sleep, my dude. It's well earned. Good racing, and we'll see you whenever we next see you, because, well, I think me and Jose are going to sleep for like the next 24 hours. But what's the little emote? NASCAR fan just waving like, hi.
Who needs to lighten up? We're taking it
so
pretty easily.
Angus, are you watching the right stream? You need to retune your Twitch. Because I don't know about you, Haseo, but I don't think I've ever taken anything fully seriously when it comes to TORA.
Yeah, we try to keep ourselves at least not too much on Stick
Wow!
around. We tried to. Oh, he's joking with us.
Wow! Gemini coming in with the final rib stab. Well, I know who I'm not going to be rooting for in our own championships. It's Gemini, I tell you that bloody much. Doangus, my dude, how are you? And thank you for stopping by. We're currently 9 hours in. Oh, Gemini, don't you have somewhere to be? TMS Brandy says, can someone make a mistake at turn 1? Well, turn 1 is looking quite barren at the moment, but we'll keep you informed if it happens. Also, TMS Brandy, I want to ask you a question about the Mercedes. Now you said the Mercedes handles like a boat in comparison to the McLaren. So what exactly did you have to do to make that car as competitive as you have obviously made it? Because I don't know about you, Jose, but from where I'm sitting, that Mercedes is seriously fast.
Yeah, but keep in mind that we have not driven any cars, so watching is one thing, but trying to drive them as somebody got what they asked
Jonesy.
for.
Yeah, Jonesy goes off turn 1. So Brandy got his request. Gemini says, maybe. Durango says, and I thought I didn't have a life. No, Duangus, you do have a life. Everyone has a life. It's how you spend it is what you do with it. So enjoy it. Jonesy, meanwhile, is probably seething through the teeth at the mistake they made into turn 2. Which I will admit, I have seen more people go off at that corner in, what, 9 hours here than I did in the Daytona one. So I think I have to bite my words and say this corner is harder. Somehow.
Yeah, but I think it's because you're coming maybe too quicker than you realize and turning too late, so you just hit the grass, and then once you hit the grass at that speed, you're got no way out.
I will say though, at least it's not like Motorsport 4's glue grass, where you could be going the speed of sound, you touch that grass and your car came to a halt.
Oh.
Yeah, so that was an interesting time in Forza's history, should I say, when cars were actually added that were good and games were built and they actually worked. Just gonna say that. Yeah, Doanga's saying got your grass. Yeah, that was the name for it. I couldn't remember the name for it. It was like,
I gotcha.
That's gonna haunt me tonight.
Sorry.
I say, why is every random quote from you something out of a horror movie?
I think it's just the tone I'm saying it in.
No, it's not the tone, it's just everything. It's creepy AF, and it's nearly made me poop.
I would like to also point out that
Oh my
Hagi was the
God, that
one that
scared the
barely
crap out
said
of me.
anything when he was a killer when we played Dead by Daylight.
Hold on, Scott, you just gave me a goddamn heart attack. Oh my
God! Oh, the timing of that.
Oh my God, Scott, I need a defibrillator. Oh my God, I can finally read, I'm gonna need to read Brandy's comment to calm me down. Saying it's great on the straight, just hard to make the
Hello,
car
Hurricane.
very stiff. Used to make the robots to make it loose, tune the gears so that the peak torque is at the right moments, like coming off the braking, changing the gears before redline and drop it into power is poor. No point in redlining the Merc. Nice to know. Duanga says, oh no. Huracan says, metal, you little scrum. How are you dirty little sweat? Also, what are you doing awake? Have you been racing or just watching?
think he's been racing in A lobby? Either
Was
A
that
or
A?
B.
I was about to say, I was going to say, like, it sounded like E, but I thought, Huracan in E does not make sense as Jonesy just dives into the pits.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he was in B lobby.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
You lost
Incinerate.
Incinerate.
Again?
Yes, Incinerate died again. Oh my god, Huracan, you got forced to drive that Veloster? Why aren't you in the GT4 class? You're fast enough, aren't you? I could have swore, Huracan, that you would have been fast enough for the GT4 cars.
Well, just because you're fast enough for a class doesn't mean it's the class you race in.
Yeah, but I know Huracan. Huracan likes moderate to
Oh,
fast things.
Genji is still away.
And not in a circle. What gave that away, genius? Was it the comment? Was it the fact that it says Genji says Hurricane? Also, we'll say Hurricane sounds like a vitamin tablet. I'm not gonna lie.
And Hurricane
Like,
wants to
it's
be
like-
in GT5.
Huracan, did we corrupt you that badly during the Heritage Festival?
And apparently he will be in the Protos for Le Mans.
See, that makes sense. That's a Huracan thing. Oh God! Oh God! Just end me. Just literally just end me. NASCAR fan, you better be following us for this.
Speaking of which, do we have another funny moment with the bumper? We do! What's going on with Dog's bumper every time I look?
Dog's bumper sort of looks like a happy little car. It's like, hey guys, hey, I've got some cheese. Would you like some cheese?
Hurricane, align us what happened last year at Le Mans.
I think he got taken out. That's the only time he wants redemption. Either that or he lost on a technicality. Either which way, it's something that made him sore.
Oh,
Also,
he got spun by an LSEM car.
Ooh. Also, whilst it is on a slight lull moment, Scotty, you scared the absolute hell out of me. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You know what's funny?
That wasn't...
I didn't even react when he talked.
Well, of course you didn't react. Haseo, you are so relaxed to the point where a ghost could literally grab you by the shoulders and go boo in your sleep, and you'll continue to snore in their face. They would literally go rah, rah, boo, rah, and you would continue to be asleep.
They were saying that's actually accurate.
What?
I had objects thrown at me in my sleep and I not reacted.
By who, Casper?
No. But I know for a fact somebody, I had a roommate once when I was like at the school where they had like, and we were sharing bedrooms
Yeah.
2 and 2. One of the guys I had shared a room with once, he threw like a clothes hanger at me. I did not react.
And what? So he decided to pick up something heavier and see if that would wake you up?
No, but he tried, but he didn't wake me up.
How heavy do you actually sleep?
Apparently very heavy.
Oh my god. Can I borrow some of whatever makes you sleep? Because my insomnia just won't let me.
Meanwhile, while you two were talking, we had someone else take the Joker that bit turn 2, that being Tavo in the PTG Porsche.
Yeah, that Porsche has seen that Joker Lab a lot today.
It
That
has.
poor Porsche. It looks so good as well. I will still say though, out of all the liveries, now that I've had time to absorb and appreciate them, I love Tavo's livery with the watch. It's just
Is it more of a tachometer?
it
There's
just.
no. Oh, it is a
Mhm.
watch.
I was about to say, Haseo, I have one just like that, and if it's not a watch, I want to know what I've been wearing on my wrist for like the past 4 years.
Yeah, it's all the detail on it too. Really, really neat.
So I would say that's my favorite livery. Do either of you two have a favorite livery of the race?
That's gotta be a hard one, considering how many lovely liveries there are on. Such as Lippers in the CCX car. Their Miami paint job is that's really nice too.
We're doing very well here, Spivo. How are you doing?
Nice to see you here, Spiv. Thank you for dropping by.
And just speaking of liveries, I'm just gonna go through the field here and look at all of them, show off all of the great liveries because there's so many just in this lobby, let alone this whole race. But just showing off the McLaren, it's not got the detail of something like the PTG with the watch, but it's just the simplicity just works and it's
Currently,
really nice.
this race specifically have gone about 1 hour and 4 minutes, while we are 9 hours and 50 minutes into the overall event.
Yes. We are nearing completion.
I think I have to say I do pretty much like the livery of SSR of the McLaren.
Now that has shocked me because I wouldn't take you for that livery, if I'm honest.
Did you just call that Mercedes a McLaren?
Never mind me, I meant the McLaren, Mercedes. I think
The worst
sleep
part is I
deprivation or like being away from the line started to get to me.
the worst part is I never even caught that. Stop giggling.
What? Who got lost star?
How can you get lost on a racetrack? You know,
I
it's
know-
one way.
They might have just been taking one of the 2 Joker laps on this track. Probably
No,
the
I
one.
think he's talking about the racing he's
We got
watching.
a battle now with Lipa and Zero. After Lipa done a pit stop and Zero is still behind. Then we got
Oh,
the
when the
back marker of
supercars.
8 person plus Jonesy behind.
Zero is really close to the back of Lipper.
Plus we got the back marker of the GT4 class as well with a person. What's that name sound so funny?
It's like who's in seventh? A person.
Yeah.
And it's like I know that, but who is it? A person.
I think that name is actually just for me. It's
Trolling
like,
purposes.
yeah. But I have to say, it's actually a pretty good one. Like, if you don't know, you're like, a person, but yeah, but like who? A person, yeah, but who?
Oh God. Oh, Stars just came to tell us about turbo diesel to LS engine and then go away. Right, fine, go away. Oh
Are you
no.
talking about the
Oh, no.
Camaro NASCAR?
No, no, no. 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 Scotty!
He's feeding the NASCAR fan.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't put this as one of my top liveries on this grid.
Oh, you're about to hear a NASCAR fan explode. But I will say this. Anything apart from the Magnificency orange car is good.
Meanwhile, the fight for the lead is hotting up as Zero is chasing down Lippa.
They are being chased down, but honestly not by much, as that Camaro really suffers with turning.
Tank over the fall there, Blitter Strike.
Thank you!
Oh! And that's a person into the wall.
Ooh, who was that?
A person.
A person. Literally a
Okay.
person.
I think they over-revved with downshift, judging by their engine damage.
Yeah, 7% on the engine damage. I didn't note earlier on they had 3% engine damage at some point. But no, they got into the wall quite hard. But it looked like with the way they hit the wall sort of side on, that they didn't damage anything and
Like they
kind of
ma-
got away from that.
I
with
guess they
that.
managed to kill off the speed just enough.
Yes, T-Spiv, sim damage. Also, I will say though, Zero is really pushing that Camaro hard, as they're currently at 20% transmission damage.
That's not ideal. I'll be honest, that little incident looked like it might have been slightly assisted from Jonesy, who was right behind them. Didn't see if there was contact, but I wouldn't be too surprised if there was.
Yes, it's brutal, TSP, but keep in mind, this is an endurance championship, or endurance racing that TORA does, and I think the challenge is to do it in sim damage. Is it keeps everybody on their toes, and if they make a mistake, it will have an outcome that you cannot get back away from.
Pretty much.
And also, there's 4 mandatory stops for everyone per stint, and every stint's an hour and 40 minutes long. So you don't...
Technically 2 hours, but they stop at 1 hour and 40 minutes, and then they will calculate the rest.
Yeah, well, each stint is
Yeah.
2 hours of the race, but you only actually race for an hour and 40 minutes of it. But with 4 stops every stint, you shouldn't be limited on pit stops at any point. So getting damage usually doesn't mean an extra stop. It usually just means you've lost a bit of time.
Unless
Got
you're
you.
driving the Mustang.
Unless you're driving the Mustang, which is tight on its fuel, or you'd were being quite early on your pit stops and couldn't make the rest of the stint on just your mandatory stops. And yeah, as
Zero is really pushing that Camaro a bit too hard now. It's at 28% transmission damage. 32% transmission damage.
they're going to be starting to feel the effects of that. But Lippis got caught behind Markey in this technical first sector and isn't able to find a way past until we get to this straight. But Zero not getting close enough for a move on Zippa. And in fact, Markey goes for a cutback and challenges Zero through the hairpin. Zero getting a couple of wheels on the grass, and that's lost them a bit of time, and Nippa's just starting to open up that gap now. Despite the fact that Forza wants to tell me that Zero is in the lead of the race.
I think that just Forza.
Forza.
You had to rejoin the lobby.
Yeah. Also, looking in chat, T-Spiv makes a very good point that in the long races, you do have time to make up for mistakes. So sim damage isn't too brutal, but especially in the top lobbies where people don't make mistakes, it will still cost you because it's so easy to lose time, but really difficult to make it back up compared to those on the top of their game.
Oh, there's a tight little battle happening for 8th place between TMS Absorb and PTG Arik. Arik looking to overtake Absorb.
I think actually Azor was behind Eric, but then made a move and got past. As I was focused a little bit on the battle with Zero and Lipa for a bit. But it's been on the screen for a bit, the battle between Eric and Absorb. And this is actually a battle for GT5s.
Yeah, it's actually rare you see a GT5 battle.
We have seen a little bit, but it's not been as common.
Well, they're simply trying to avoid being run into by GT4. Well, T-Smith, I'm very glad to hear that you love the challenge. Absorb now pulling out a little bit of a gap to Arik, who's still trying to hold on to the rear and just let them tow them the extra distance they need to possibly win them a championship. Who knows? Absorb certainly looking fine and composed, but Arik just holding on to the rear of that Nismo. Meanwhile, let's go back to our leaders, see how they're doing. Lipa is currently running away with it in the Mercedes. Zero still second in the Camaro, and Jonesy has actually made it back up to 3rd place after some quite considerable issues in that McLaren. But once again, there's Darkzer with his delivery going high into T1. Any battles happening on your screens, gents?
Currently still between Absorb and Eric.
And currently I'm watching Derpus trying to recover lost ground from early on in the stint. They're closing in on Tavo, currently 3 seconds behind, but looking to close that up.
Okay. Now, as they are hot lapping, and Kev is currently in the pits, we have just got under 24 minutes left of this stint, which means there's only so many more miles now that they can possibly get. Oh, Jonesy goes off again on turn 2. Jonesy getting caught out massively as TMS Derp overtakes Tavo, who's currently in the pits, along with Rockmoro as well. Jonesy certainly not having the best of time with that McLaren, But I must say, we have seen the McLarens come out in form today. So, considering we have seen what the cars are capable of and which cars are not so good anymore, Porsche, which vehicles would you actually take if you could choose now?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Buzz Jonesy dive-ins to the pits. I will kick it off and say simply because of the mid-engine layout, it's a bit too twitchy for my liking. So I'd say the Mercedes AMG GTR would be my new weapon of choice.
I'm partial maybe the Camaro.
Really?
I don't know you don't know this fact, but Scotty knows I did heavily tune one in Forza Horizon 4 once for a specific event that we did. And I actually managed to, wasn't I the one who managed to get the best lap of that after extensive testing?
What, in the world?
But we did find out in racing practice it was not as good.
Ah.
But that's
I
because...
know what-
Yeah,
I know what Hazu was talking about, and I think I may still have it.
Oh, the times?
Yep, I do.
Oh, Lord.
See, I do remember I did beat that car's time in the Testarossa quite easily, because I did manage to get the time out of that car, despite how difficult it was to get that time. It's still a feat.
Fair enough.
Yeah, 195 cars listed here.
What?
Mm-hmm.
For what?
For the 86 GT that Scotty hosted Forza Horizon 4 once.
Mm-hmm.
And that was actually a pretty fun event.
Yeah.
That's actually quite... It showed that cars that were good at certain tracks versus others not, but it all balanced out overall.
Yeah, balanced out pretty well at the end of that. Yeah, I just wish the Horizon 4 servers were more reliable and had less desync, and I probably would have done something similar, but the game's kind of gone to crap, racing-wise at least, so...
When was it? Never, Scotty. It launched bad. It continued to be bad. They added stuff instead of fixing the servers, and it's still bad now.
It wasn't too bad for for most of 2019, but towards the end of 2019, that's where it really started going wrong.
And then, well, they decided to add Steam servers and just give half of the console servers to PC. Well, not to PC, but to Steam. And then made them share.
I put the final nail in the coffin.
Pretty much. Which is a shame because it did have potential. It really did.
Still does, but it's forever running out. Hopefully for the next game they can fix it.
Well, that is rumored to be this year and in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
And by
I
the way,
can
if
say
you
is
want to have a
both-
look at that sheet, I linked it in the group chat.
Which one? The article, the leak, or what?
The one we just currently talking in. Now, to keep in mind that some cars are the same car, but driven by specific people.
Oh. Fix my posture. So, with 18 minutes to go, we have only got so long until the pit window closes, which will be just over 8 minutes. So, Scotty, by your calculations, is anyone else left to pit, or is that it?
I'll be
the
honest, I
GT?
haven't been keeping track this stint.
Keep in mind, he did have to be gone for a few minutes due to internet issues.
And yeah.
Okay, forget me then.
I do
I
believe
would
there
love to
might
tell
be
you.
a few who have not done their pit stops yet, but we have yet to see. And I think we'll see closer to the 12-minute mark for those.
I will tell you this, I'm pretty sure Zero and Zippa at the front.
Have
I'm
still
pretty
to do
sure they're
another pit stop.
still to pit at least once.
And judging by TMS Derp's time to 0, he will at least take second, possibly first. And here
But
goes
the thing
Zero
is,
into
has
pits.
Dirk
We
done all
called
his pit
it.
stops? But the thing is, though, has Dirk done all their pit stops?
Most likely, since I do believe they have. And here comes Zero out of the pits, but it's not gonna hold out to Derp. What about keeping on to... No. Just losing out as well. Oh, never mind me. That was the back marker of a person.
Yeah, it was. Now, I would imagine Derp does have to pit again. Because I think they have the pace to be where they are, but because of an incident earlier on in the stint, I don't think they are that far ahead.
Yeah. Well, I will keep my camera pointed directly on them, and I'll tell you if they go in the pit.
Lipa currently definitely have to pit again. So we'll see when they're doing the pit. Speaking of that, they're doing it now! Currently 22 seconds ahead of Lipa. And you're correct.
And Derp is in too.
Which means Zero will be the stint leader.
Yeah.
Or
Dirk is now in,
close.
but oh God, no, Zero will stay second.
I mean, as a matter of, can Zero take the advantage of Lipa pitted now and having warm times already to try and make a move and catch?
The thing is, though, has Zero done all their pit stops?
Yeah. Because this is a fight for the lead that we've been having.
Fair enough. So, Lipper, if they do have one more, which they most likely do, we're about to see a Chevy win.
No, Lippa doesn't have one more.
Oh, Lipper doesn't.
This has been sort of the battle for the lead for most of the stint.
Lipper, really then, the person with everything to lose on track. And Zero is trying to make it a little bit of a mission to try and take it away from them. However, the embankment speed of that Mercedes is unparalleled.
Yeah, I think the Lippa's gonna have this as long as they don't make a mistake. They sort of seem to be the quickest, but had to get their way to the front ahead of Jonesy. But then they and Jonesy got together. It turned two. That allowed Zero up ahead of both of them. But from there, Lippa's managed to get back past into the lead, whereas Jonesy's made another couple of small errors that have dropped them 7 seconds off of the lead.
And that is certainly something that they are going to be kicking themselves over with only just under 14 minutes left to go. So let's see here. Yeah, Zero's dropping back from Lipper now. It's just that embankment speed of that Mercedes that really separates the very heavy, very heavy muscle car of that Camaro compared to the sports car that is the AMG GTR. Is anyone close? Oh, 6 and 7 are close, but not on track. Well, not between distance.
No, I'm just looking at live timing for the first time this race, I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
Looking at what the results are like coming into this stint, looking for any close battles within the lobby, and there are a couple to mention. Tempest Storm Motorsport, in the number 30 Mercedes, going into the stint had just less than a mile of a lead in front of VER Cultured. So those cars will be TMS Derp and Rock Morrow respectively. So if we just check up on those cars, TMS Derp is currently in 5th ahead of Rock Morrow. So should things stay as they are, TMS will hold on to that position. But we've also got another fight between NWR and the CCX car. So that's McLaren, another Mercedes. And currently in those cars are Jonesy and Lippa. So, and the gap between these people are just under 0.6 of a mile. So,
Oh
if
my god.
Lippa can beat the Jonesy by 0.58 miles, they will take what would currently be 13th overall in GT4.
Dang. Going back to chat quickly, iNemesis says, I'm actually going to be nice for once, Metal, and I'm not going to tell you to shut up like normal, as you're sounding rather tired. Well, I am a little bit tired, Nemesis, but I don't mind, because I know you do it with all the love in your heart, wherever you may have placed it. But let's see, 10th and 11th are relatively close, but everyone is just hop laughing at this point. There's the Nemesis I know and love. Oh, Nemesis, if only you were as talented in SnowRunner as you are and insulting me, you might actually be good. So, Haseo, who are you currently trailing on your screen?
Currently trailing 0 at the moment. Seeing if he can do anything about Lippa here in the last 10 minutes.
I can't see anything happening, but mind you, PTG Eric might be a blessing in Zero's cap because they are about to form a back marker.
Yeah, but keep in mind that we still have turn 1 to look out for, and he
Oh,
will
here's
still get
Lipper.
caught by that.
Oh, someone's gone off. Oh, and Darkser has gone off in turn 1.
No, that's Marky that's
Oh,
gone off.
Marky, my apologies.
He just
And
has
they've
his...
got damage.
Oh, they
They've
definitely
got
got damage.
They've got
Yeah.
full damage.
And a Nemesis, from what I've heard, your SnowRunner skills are questionable from an unnamed source. Huracan. Nah, I'm just teasing. I know you can't be that good anyway, otherwise, well, it's you. Well, we sometimes listen to Horicon because, well, sometimes he has something interesting to say. The other times the fire alarm goes off and it's hilarious. So we sometimes do listen to. Oh, and Lipper is now being held up by Westy. Lipper hasn't managed to get past. That means Zero has now got the trouble of dealing with Westy as they manage to quite nicely on the inside. But never mind that, they are catching Lipper very hard now. But with just 7 minutes left to go, will they actually do it? Place your bets right now. Scotty and Haseo, can you actually see them doing this?
No, I
again?
don't. I don't think Zero will catch Lipper. If
But
traffic
he has
goes their
closed
way,
almost a second so far. But that has all to do with Lipa making mistakes, most likely.
yeah, if traffic goes Zero's way, they might catch up, but I don't think they'll be able to get past in the just under 6 minutes remaining.
Lipper looking tight and looking conserved as they are trying to aim for a stint win here.
Zero is
Yeah, but
definitely aiming, as he can see it's right ahead of him.
Does Nemesis really though? Because last time I rode, Nemesis doesn't really listen to anyone. Just saying. But with just over 5 minutes left to go, Zero has got a mighty big mountain to climb, and that mountain at the moment is called Lipper Cove. So,
But Zero has closed in almost 0.4 of a second in the last lap.
they have, but as we know, you can close in 1,000 seconds in a lap. You still have to
It
overtake.
seems like Lipa does have slightly bit of braking, but seems like, ooh, but now Lipa got back marker in the technical section.
And that's Kev, who has provided a rolling roadblock for Zero, being
Allowing
a
to gain
blessing
another second, so we will see a battle here.
in the last 5 minutes. This is impressive. Oh no, but Kev gets in the way.
How quickly can Kev get out of Zero's way, or Zero get around and get a nice straight here, not losing too much time in himself?
Zero did drop back a little bit. Lipper almost touching the grass. Zero is really catching now. But under 4 minutes left to go. They've got, as the nearest makes no difference, just under 3 laps.
Ooh, it's just out of Lipper. What was that? Itachi
Yeah,
Itachi.
Itachi.
got wide and took the Joker once more. One final time at turn 2. But that meant that they didn't hold up our leading pack at all.
Oh lord, here comes Darkzer. Darkzer about to be the next rolling roadblock in the same portion of the track.
Again, does Darkzer have a curse that he is always in some sort of a battle position, being a back marker for leaders in this section of the track? Darkzer, if you're listening, are you a magnet for this side of the track for being a road?
Oh god, Oh goddamn! We said his name and he appeared. Oh,
Keep
NASCAR fan,
appeared
yes.
before that.
Oh Lord, I'm going to burn an orange 370Z to the ground. But Zero has lost
Oh,
some
this
distance
is
now.
gonna be dicey. Zero
Ooh.
just managed to get Park Darkster right at the turn of 1. Not being held up as we got 2 minutes left.
Just
And
under 2 minutes.
looking at the map, we'll be having maybe one maximum backmarker left now for Zero and Lipa. And Lipa have made a gap again on Zero by 0.5 of a second.
The important bit is that gap between Lipa and Jonesy, as I mentioned earlier. They're still fighting for the overall, for the whole race, not just for this stint, for the entire race. Just under 0.6 of a mile. Or I think it was them too. That's just 0.6 of a mile. Yeah, 0.58 of a mile between Lipa and Jonesy's cars.
But the thing is, though, it's literally under a minute now. Zero is about to lose the Cinderella story to Lipa. All Lipa has to do is not mess up.
Metal, could you tell us what the gap is between Lipa and Jonesy in feet?
Between Lipa and Jonesy is 1,700 feet.
That's not going to be enough. That's only 0.32 of a mile. They need 0.58. So they're going to be less than 0.3 miles short.
We've got about 8, 7, 6,
They. Oh, it
5,
just dropped.
4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! On the money!
Haseo, you couldn't have done that any better. Scotty, quick update. Jonesy is 1,227 feet behind.
That's not going to do it.
Whew. But that'll say just me rounds on the countdown and they literally stopped right as I said 1. That was like, ooh.
I realized 10 minutes before the stint ended there that because I'd loaded back into the game afterwards, my delay on the replay was less than yours, Hasio. So I was watching a car, hit the apex on my screen when they hadn't even turned in on yours.
What are you gonna do with delays like that?
But that is us finished for the TORA 10 hours of Homestead. It's been a really clean race, this one.
It has.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Joker laps by people though. That's it.
Yeah, a lot of Joker laps. I think they have nearly actually carved out a Joker lap at turn 2 there with how much they ran over.
I think that part of the grass is now actually worn in more than the actual tarmac.
And looking at the current times for Spoons and Amos Emperor, there's currently, but these are not the final times until all lobbies are done. But I do believe the top lobbies are done, and these are more or less the final results. But that will be all from her here in FTCR TV covering the C lobby for TORA Endurance Championship. I cannot promise we will be back again for Le Mans, depending on if we have somebody else to take over for both me and Metal that day.
Depending.
We will see how our plans go. maybe something will change on my end and I will make it, but I will not say I'm confirmed myself until I'm close to that date. But that will be all for tonight, and good night,
Yeah.
people.
Good
Have a
night,
good
everyone.
night.